Are we live? It says you are live. Are we live? Everyone tell us if we're live or not. Also, Bailey is going to be on screen. I'm not because my silly phone refuses to update. So we're going to have to wait a bit until I'm on camera. But you can at least listen to me eat my breakfast. That's something you can do if you like.
Yeah, who doesn't do that?
Yeah.
We're going to listen.
If it's another 12-hour stream. I don't know. We'll see where the day takes us.
Yeah.
I already slept for 4 hours last night, so I'm already sleep deprived enough for it to work. We'll see.
Yeah. Hash browns give me energy.
Why, hello, says the Hustle Mallard. Hello, the Hustle Mallard. I remember you. I remember all of you, I think.
I do too.
I'm getting to the point where I recognize almost everybody. It's crazy. It must not be an enormous community. NCO Pictures. Hello, gents, says NCO Pictures. Hello, NCO Pictures.
Hello, NCO.
Does anyone want any of my breakfast? I'm happy to share.
Give me some of that, please.
All right, here you go.
Thank you, Lemmy.
Yeah, no problem.
You just gave me some clay, Lemmy.
Lemmy Bailey, what's up? Says Useful Engine. Hey, Useful Engine. Nothing much. We're gonna do some modeling soon, but right now we're eating a meal.
Yeah, we are.
Hello, Medias. Says happy
eating clay.
Medias. Gotta love that Hercules calls everyone Medea. Medea.
Hello, Medea.
So good.
Hercules, stop acting fruity, you fruity cake. What are you talking about, darling? I'm not fruity. Are you sure?
Hey, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, not to mention great bonding time, says Useful Engine 11. I couldn't agree more.
Exactly. This is literally life right here. Drinking cocoa and Lemmy eating whatever he eats, I guess.
Oh, there's Salmon. Yes, my favorite person in the world, and Billy.
Salmon, you tossing warship loving, sucking on orange people hair loving, salmon fish, memo, metatone.
Hello, Master of the Lemons. Was watching Assumptions yesterday for inspiration of my own work. That's really nice. I'm really glad. I hope it's providing some ideas for you. That's nice to hear. Let me eat strange food and other stories, says Wooden Railway Edward. You don't know for sure that it's strange. It probably is.
No, it is strange, guys. Yesterday I saw Lemmy attempt to eat a kid on the street. It was horrifying.
Yeah, well, I don't live anywhere near you, so that's either I went across the country, which is possible, or it's an impersonator.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This can't be.
Well, it can.
But it can't. Also, guys, sorry if my hair looks like a disaster.
Your hair looks fine.
My hair looks horrible.
Actually. My hair looks fairly glorious. Incredibly long. We'll see soon enough.
What do you think of Ed, Edd n Eddy? I thought it was a pretty good show, but the animation kind of confused me for a long time.
Confused you? What do you mean confused?
Have you seen Ed, Edd n Eddy? The animation is like a stroke going on in your mind.
Okay, fair enough. Attempt? Nah, he just chowed down on that child. Jesus Christ. Putting up rumors, Bailey. Come on.
In my case, my dear Bailey, I have something to suck on. Also, how's your mother? Well, yeah, I have something you can suck on. It's called cardboard and clay and Mod Podge. Come on, come around town. There's a lot of it around here.
My God.
Yeah, me and Salmon are at a rivalry. Salmon smells like old egg.
Like a leg. It's a very specific leg. What leg? Whose leg? Which leg? Left or right? Or other?
He smells like the dude who lost his legs in SpongeBob.
Okay. You started without me. Fuming, says Dougie. Dougie the King Caledonian. Hold on. Where does... I don't think you've spelled Caledonian right.
Yeah, I was going to say that. That's not exactly correct.
I hate to
At
say
least
it.
the animation is better than 2D Toms. Okay. Well, okay. Don't ask Lemmy. You don't want to know. Me leg. My leg. Left or right? Choose your twist. Left or right? Choose your Twix, guys. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, which one do I want to lose more, my left or my right leg? That's a very difficult decision.
Yeah, no, it's tricky. Very tricky. I'm going to make 13, says Happy Fun. I assume you mean the magazine character. That would be awesome. That sounds really awesome. Not enough people make 13. Then again, I have no idea what people are making. I'm not on Twitter. So maybe thousands of people have made 13. I have no clue.
I'm going to give you 3 updates
Yes.
about Twitter.com.
Mhm.
It's cancer, and it's cancer.
I know that already. That's why I'm really not on there. But
Cancer.
all of the here's this. I was telling this to Bailey earlier. Is that I love people, but the public, like if you're on Twitter and it's just random people throwing stuff around at all times, that's when it gets talked. Oh, my phone is doing the thing, Bailey. It's doing the thing.
Yes, okay, we're doing good now.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Okay, I just splashed a whole bunch of hot coffee all over my 10-cent hole. That sounds good. And
okay, here's an idea. Imagine Tugs, but with the hot chocolate like lake from Willy Wonka. So that the whole tank is full of like that hot chocolate stuff.
You realize tugboats get their water from the ocean, right? They pump it out.
Right.
So you're telling me these boats run out chocolate milk?
Well, are you not clever enough to design a chocolate milk boiler? Come on.
I work on steam tractors. If you put chocolate in a boiler, it will explode.
That's because you're not trying hard enough. Try harder, Bailey, then talk to me. Okay?
Try harder.
Okay.
How's your mother? That's a good question. How's your Solomon? Oh yeah, I forgot. She's in space with On Mars. Sorry about that, Solomon.
We'll talk about that later, Solomon. Lemmy.
Oh, okay, Lemmy.
Lemmy, you okay, bud? Yeah, I'm okay, bud. Thank you, Wooden Valley Edward.
Lemmy is just eating
the tugs of marshmallows in the lake of hot chocolate, says Henry Train Nathan. I agree.
It's just the whole thing of munitions is just a s'more. Oh no, you can't eat your s'more. Big Nicky falling back to the giant graham cracker.
Sounds lovely. This is going to be our Christmas gingerbread tugs layout. That's what it's got to be.
We should make a whole gingerbread cardboard layout out of just using like graham crackers that are malleable. And just kind of.
Yes, true.
We'll have to use marshmallow cream and stuff, but we could probably make something pretty tasty.
I've been watching the Great British Baking Show Christmas edition a lot with my sister recently. And it's like, they're like, a lot of people who make cakes are like sculptors. They could probably do it with something that isn't edible.
I know, like when I watch it on PBS with my family too, and they were really talented. Like they could go outside of bacon and be a modeler, you know.
Yeah, they probably could. A lot of them could. Well, this is exciting. It says Sketchy Girl 711.
Oh, Maya, my dear Maya.
My dear. Let's call everyone Madeir from the rest of the stream. Madeir.
Maya is my true Madeir.
Or perhaps darling. Madeir. Top hat Madeir. OJ, my darling.
Yeah, Madeir. Yes, Madeir. Okay. So,
you mean the Great British Bake Off? Asks Dougie. I don't know. Maybe it's the Great British Bake Off. I can't be certain.
There's 2 shows that have the same name, I believe.
We'll never know.
2 shows that have the same name. Wow, that's logic.
Sketchy Girl says hi, and then double arrows up.
Double arrows up. That means she's referring to what she just said.
Right. I see.
So I'm going to show the crowd the things I'm working on. I'm going to be making a new model today. We're working on another model. That's a secret. But I'm also working on 10 Boy. And
look at him. That's excellent.
That beautiful, smooth hole that I've already painted the inside to. I painted it the right kind of brown color. Let me.
That looks awesome. Just the shape of that, the shape of the deck and stuff.
Yeah, it is kind of satisfying to look at, isn't it?
Oh yes. Dougie says, "How did you? Oh, hold on. How are you even doing that? What am I
I
seeing
don't
right
even
now?
know. I actually don't even know how it's staying on there.
That's like defying gravity. What the hell? Okay, well, don't do that again on this stream. Okay, that was really scary. I don't know how you did that. Oh, please. How? Okay. Well, okay, that's the first supernatural occurrence of the stream. Let's see if there are any more to come.
We'll have a ton more actually.
Oh my god.
And we'll
Happy
be back
Birthday
later.
says 10 cents. And I read that as when the line where Sunshine and Munitions, he's like, it's 10 cents. Something must be wrong. Or something like that. 10 cents. Well, once the time starts to go, you cannot stop it.
I can just imagine Sunshine like having a stroke with whistling. He's just like, hello.
He just capsizes. He just won't stop.
He just does like 4 barrel rolls. Hello.
My god. Tugs had the guts to ship some characters. They weren't overt about it, but it was there.
It was there. Sally and Sunshine was no-brainers, and Hercules and Lily. Let's just be real here.
Yep. Delicious Hercules.
Delicious Hercules. That's the worst Tugs line ever. that is the worst.
Can I eat soup for the hull of one of the Tugs? They look like bowls. Changed my mind. True.
It's just a big ceramic bowl when you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, something I forgot to do here, which is I'm dumb for doing.
What?
Adding the rudder and all that.
Yeah, but honestly, I regret cutting a slot because usually what I do is cut a slot and slide the rudder in. Like I have like a lot of excess, but it really affects the waterproofing. Like that is where all the leakage was on Blue Nose, like is around the rudder. So it's honestly better to affix it outside of the hole. So the only hole you have is for a propeller, even that.
I'm trying to think of how I can do this because, Lemmy, when you have these models like this, I mean, you kind of want a more cardboard, like, kind of more like this, you know, where it's kind of thick enough to put something through.
Right.
But the problem is with that is that I'm going to still have to drill a hole in this, and I'm not sure whether I should glue it or attempt to, like, use, like, super glue and kind of put it on this paint layer or take away this paint layer.
If I were you, what I would do is masking tape it on and then, and make it really firm. And then I would over that put some sort of smoothing agent so that you could then go over the masking tape seams. But that would be the most structurally sound. That's what I would do. Who keeps saying Electra 33 says, Lemmy, I own a white face and a troublesome brake van. I'm glad that you're not lucky. It's not. I don't understand why people brag about this. It's
okay. Well, time to start the flex.
No, you're not. No, you're not doing it this time. No, get away from the shit. Every time, Bailey. Every single time. There's
your fans start every time.
Always. Oh, my phone did the thing, Bailey. It did the thing for real this time.
Okay, that's Spice. Actually, open that up though. Seriously.
Software update complete. Your iPhone has been updated. I see.
Hey guys, you want to see Bertha? Bertha is kind of spicy.
That is really gorgeous. That is so good. Come on.
Oh, let me. I made the space and I forgot to show you.
Oh, that looks great. Apple Pay. What did
Thomas's time at Taco Bell? My favorite episode. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry. Okay.
Don't share.
So I kind of wanted to show people how I did the superstructure. Because a lot of people ask, how do you do the superstructure in the holes? I get it asked all the time.
Yeah,
so I'm going to show you guys. I've come up with a new technique. I'm not sure if Lemmy approves it, but if he does,
approved. I approve of any technique, but whether I would do it myself is a different question.
Okay, but my models are smaller than Lemmy's because I have a graveyard over here, guys, full of old models. It's a huge graveyard
there, full of rusting hooks.
Yep, resting holes. This is Burke and Blair's yard over here, guys. Uh, but basically, I've started making more smaller models because it's easier for me to model and it doesn't take as much time. And in the process, I have learned a lot about how to do kind of more detail on a smaller scale. Because on my, let me get my 10-cent superstructure. On this huge 10-cent superstructure I made, which is out of date and crappy, I didn't add like a curve here, and the lip went out too far. You can kind of see that, right, Lemmy?
Yeah, no, I see what you're talking about. I don't think it's a huge deal, but I get it.
It kind of looks ugly, and it really frustrated me. So what I've decided to do is to give that more curved look, I use some toothpicks and some tape and taped it around the edge. And it kind of makes the edge a little bit more streamlined and skinny. And I think it overall looks better. The funnel is just recycled from my original 10 cents after it was destroyed.
And okay, get ready for echo.
It's freaking Lemmy, guys.
Get ready for the echo. God, that sound. What is that sound? You hear that? Like sound. What is that? What am I hearing? Oh, that's it's no echo either.
You're hearing your device echo, Lemmy.
Yes, but it's a weird echo. It's like a.
Guys, I'm sorry to say, Lemmy's mic has died.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna ear rape Lemmy. Oh, it didn't work with me.
All right, this should do it, perhaps. Has this changed anything, Bailey?
Yeah. It's
where is the other? I gotta plug the. Where is it? The earbud thing, the one that plugs into my phone because it's different for some reason. Where are you? Give me a moment while I collect my thoughts.
That is what I say every day at school. Give me a moment while I collect my thoughts.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go on the Great Earbud Search. Entertain the crowd, okay, Bailey?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Okay, so hello, children. As I said earlier, I've been working on a 10 boy. Good Lord, Lemmy. I can't wait to Star Wars quote. I'm gonna kiss that hand. Okay, my children. So Lemmy has gone on his epic earbud search. So I thought I'd show you 10 boy what he looks like right now. I think he looks pretty accurate in scale. I've gotten the hat down pretty well. I recycled the funnel from an original 10 cents model that I did a while back. In fact, I'll show you what my first. This was my first ever 10 cents I recycled it from, which was this. So I guess you can see my improvement skills with this to that. But anyway, I think I have gotten this to look pretty good. The head does turn. I have just a toothpick in there. I'm thinking about trying to add a mechanism, but I think it may be a little bit too small. Let's see what's going on here. Hey guys, hello Wooden Railway Mania. Hello, can you read my question? Yes, I can actually. If I can find it. Where is the prompt? The tugboat for its size is the most powerful craft afloat. It is. It is. It is. It is a very powerful craft. And it is afloat. There we go. Okay, so is there any questions you guys would like to ask about our tugs models? I will be able to hopefully answer it. You should give 10 cents hands so you can eat Big Mac. Go Gadget 10 cents hands. That's a brilliant idea, Nathan. We got to put that into the engineering board. Lemmy, if you can hear me right now, We need to get some Go-Go Gadget arms for 10 cents. In pronto. Tale of Two Lummies and a Legospaceman. Yes. Who's the log? Sunshine. Only good for day work. How long does it take to use? I mean, like, how long does it take to make models? Well, Lemmy and me are slow people. We act slow. That's why it took us an hour to get this live stream up. And you see, the thing about me and Lemmy is that even if we are slow, we still put quality into our stuff sometimes. Now, me and Lemmy personally, it probably takes us for a big model, like my first warrior model took me a month and a half. But if you wanted to make it like Lemmy's, which are way better than mine, you need to get everything measured, get everything sorted, and plan everything. Like my warrior, I just kind of went along. If something was messed up, I just continued. When did you want to start making Tugs models? Okay. I wanted to start making Tugs models when I was younger, and I think I did make some. I made some miniature clay ones that were made out of like little Sculpey 3 clay, and they were cool, but I wanted something bigger. I wanted something on a larger scale. Well, obviously I couldn't do that. But when I noticed Lemmy's techniques, I was like, that's revolutionary. Because I already was making models out of cardboard, but I wasn't doing what Lemmy was doing. This man literally invented a way to model with cardboard 100%. And I was like, well, there we go. And Lemmy told me the basics. And after that, I kind of learned on my own. And me and Lemmy, even now, we still do stuff differently. Like, I build my stuff from the top down to the bottom. He builds his stuff from the bottom to the top, so. Okay. Let's see. My dad bought me some TWR new in box items from Roy Wilson. It will never, and it never came in. He spent $800. Oh, that's so sad. Sorry to hear that. Gordon has Go-Go Gadget stuff. He does. He has a snow machine, and he has a winch. When did you want to start making Tugs models? I've read that one. What?
Gordon does have Go-Go Gadget stuff. That's excellent.
Gordon does have Go-Go Gadget stuff, Lemmy.
I always love that he's the only engine that has all these like appliances specifically built for him that only he uses. Got all this tech.
Didn't even count his snowplow. We're not counting the snowplow.
Yeah,
everyone
gets one of those.
Gotta have that snow machine, guys. Where's my machine?
Oh my god.
Lemmy, can you just please do the line? Can you just please do the line?
What even is the line? I don't know. I just know.
Where's my machine, Lemmy?
Where's my machine? Right. I'm gonna remove small computer Lemmy. He can go away.
Your Lemmy is gonna die.
Where? How do I move?
So, Lemmy, I have to ask. Do you think that I got the scale on this 10 cents pretty good? Oh.
Well, the scale could be anything. I mean,
you mean the scaling? I just mean the proportions. The proportions.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's the best you've done so far. I would say, if anything, maybe longer. But yeah. like something that you've really done well here that you haven't done before is the width. It's like he's a lot narrower and has that kind of profile that he's supposed to have, which I think is really good.
And I think I got the height right because on my old my large scale 10 cents, like the problem was it was way too wide and it was way
yeah,
way too tall. Like this one needs to be a little bit longer, but I think besides that, so far it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's the closest you've done so far by far. It's really good.
I was gonna show something. Oh. Sorry if you guys see my socks. They are beautiful. I know.
Get rid of me. I just want to get rid of me.
So, guys, I have made this box full of my original models and stuff to preserve them, and I wanted to show you this, Lemmy, because I told you that my original 10 cents got destroyed. Well, this is what happened to the original smile face, even though the original smile face was pretty bad.
What?
Let's mute the stream while that's happening.
All right, try talking now.
Yes, you are talking without ear raping.
Okay. How do I put the speaker on, for God's sake? Early days yet. Early days.
I've always liked making these small holes. Like this little boy, this boomer I never finished. I love this little thing. Like I always loved making these curved holes. I love seeing that curvature.
It is cool to make like the smaller ones. It feels like more of an achievement.
Like this little booger is just so fun. I'm thinking about making just holes for no reason.
Yeah, you could. I mean, there's no reason you have to build the whole thing.
Like
edit mic settings.
I've been thinking about just making a bolstrode because all it is just top hat's hole. I mean,
yeah,
not literally, guys. It's just has the same length, around the same length.
It's so quiet. Why has my phone got to be so quiet? I wish it was loud.
Yeah, you are very much loud. Turn up your volume.
It's max volume, unfortunately.
Like all that's left in my large scale 10 cents that's intact is this funnel. Like literally, that's it. And it's pretty terrible. Especially the stripes. I think I like the whistle. I like how that turned out.
I never understand people's inclination to say that their old stuff is terrible once they make the new stuff. If you were proud of it once, then I feel you should be proud of it always.
Well, I am proud of it. I actually am. Like everything I make, I am proud of. It's just that I've improved, and I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna keep moving. Like I try to keep moving. Like if you are so happy about what you've made to the point where you don't want to make something new, it kind of slows you down, you know. Like every time I make a model, I'm always like, okay, I can improve on this. I know I can. Let's go for it, you know.
Right. Yeah, I know that feeling. You know, I mean, it's really like exciting to like figure out how to do something, and then the next time you do it, you don't have to relearn it. Like you can just do it now. Like it's just so cool to like build those skills over time until every part of the model, like you immediately know how to handle it. You're just like, the question, how am I going to do this? You get to a point where it never comes up anymore. It's just like, oh, I do this or that or that. And it's like you have a method for everything. It's like, do you use this one or that? Like you have several methods for one thing, and you're never stumped, which is cool. But it also, I do long for the early days where I was still learning how to do a lot of things that now I just know how to do easily. And you know, those are, you know, you should treasure those days as well, because you do reach a point where you know how to do a lot of stuff and you're not going to relearn it. Like you just know it now. So it is nice to appreciate them.
Yeah, like after I did some training with you, I kind of started learning a lot of stuff on my own. Like as soon as you told me how to do the curved holes, I was freaking flying through Warrior, dude.
Yeah, no, yeah, you handled the rest. Now that's the thing. I kept telling you, Bailey. I'm just like, just do it. I know you can do it. Just do it. You've been doing it. It's like, you know, I told you.
Yeah, I guess the problem was I kind of was, how do I put this? I kind of was like worried to do it, and this is a lesson to you guys as well. If you want to do something and you're too scared to do it, just freaking do it. Because like I remember on my Warrior, I was like, "Are you sure I'm supposed to cut this, Lemmy?" And Lemmy was like, "Just cut the cardboard, Bailey. Just cut it. Let's move. Let's freaking move, man."
You just have to like do a version of it, and if it's you try to make it the best version, you know, it's never gonna, you know, you're never gonna get anywhere. And eventually, it will become the best naturally.
You know, another thing I like about this 10 cents, I got the splash rails, I think, perfect on this. I swear. Like, these are my best splash rails.
The splash rails are really good. Like, I'm very impressed by how thin you made the ones on this one. Like, they're really, like, looking at that for a split second, I remember, I look at that and think it's the zip hole I was making.
in the stage before I painted it with the white. I look at it and I'm just like, whoa, and then I realize it's yours. But like at first I see it and it's like it gives me that vibe. Like you're getting closer and closer to the show. And I wonder how long it will be before what we build is very similar, because we're both going towards the same point, which is the show. So eventually, we may do that. I wonder what the differences will be once we're both to that point. Like,
well, my difference is that I don't know if you noticed, Lemmy. You do a lot of I make my splashers out of clay. You make yours out of cardboard. You try to conserve that clay.
Yeah.
And I think my difference is that I heavily rely on the clay for a lot of stuff. You heavily rely on cardboard.
Yeah. Like if you were to do like kind of an X-ray vision kind of, like if all the parts that were clay lit up kind of like a black light, then yours would have a lot more and mine would have much less. Which would be interesting. Hey, Lemmy, what do you think of my new account? Hashtag says Little Western Reviews.
Looks pretty spicy so far from the picture I've seen.
What's the hashtag part?
Hashtag new account, hashtag new profile, hashtag I fell off a building by accident.
Flying Scotsman Productions says, hi. Oh, hello.
Well, hello then. Hello there, my child. It's SG Media. That's a typo.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Looking pretty good, Sam.
This face is so bad, Lemmy. I think I went from this to something more like this. I mean, this doesn't look accurate at all, but it's much better than what I just made.
Getting closer and closer every day. Even the days when you don't make anything.
Yeah, even the days I don't make anything, I feel like I improve because, most people, when they think about cardboard models, the first thing they think about is either you or me, mostly you. But nobody ever comes to me for advice, even though I'm the one who's available.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's always able to call and stuff, but no. Let's go straight to Sam.
This English muffin is like a rock.
Is it like one of those real crunchy ones that you can barely chew up?
Yeah. I mean, it's my fault. It's like 3 hours old. So, of course, it's like a rock.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of a fact, guys. Me and Lemmy are slow. So it took us 3 hours to even get the stream mildly.
The plan was for us to start streaming at 6 this morning. For me, it's 11 a.m. And we were supposed to start at 6 a.m. So we were like, what does that make us? 5.5 hours late?
Exactly.
But, in your eyes, probably only an hour late because that's when Bailey told you about this. So it's okay.
Yeah, so we have pulled through.
I hate Sunday, says
hello, everybody.
Baking cake. Well, Ronnie's here. Lemmy on the tube. Awesome. In 2 different segments. Thank you, Ronnie.
Well, it's time to play new Edward theme on keyboard.
It is indeed. Rank, not for fan 23 asks, rank the character gallery episodes. I don't know if I can. It's difficult. Mallard has a soft spot. Has a nice place in my heart. I really like that Mallard episode. What else did we make? Bravo! Bravo!
Thank you, my happy chappy. Thank you. Quite appreciated, my guy. My homie. Saying Gordon's voice, homie. I just want to hear that.
Homie.
Hello, my homie. I welcome you all today to my meeting. Gordon, this is the dumbest meeting I've ever seen. Shut up, James. No one was asking you. This is my homie meeting.
All James. My homies are up in this shed. That is simply what this meeting's all about.
You realise that the only people that are here, girls, is your snow machine, me, rock.
I don't have a lot of homies, okay? Leave me alone.
Why didn't you invite Thomas?
He's not a homie.
He's a pleb.
Flab.
He's a pleb. I'm on the line. We're not character gallery.
Hello, can you read my questions? Oh no, it says questions. NWR Tank Engine 1924. All right, let me find your questions. Hold on.
Your questions.
Or are your questions incoming? Have they not been put up yet? Here, ask your questions again, please.
Let
if
me.
you haven't asked them already.
When are you gonna do a character gallery on Jonathan?
On who?
On Jonathan, let me.
You mean your character?
Yes, let me.
There are a lot of characters who are already in the show or books. How am I expected to put everyone's OC?
What do you mean everybody's OC? What do you mean everybody's OC? I thought they were just spray E2s. Okay, I'm only joking. Please don't shoot me down.
But
I kind of lost a little bit there.
Character gallery of Murdoch when? Asks Steak and Cake. Is Murdoch your favorite character, John? Because Matt is the only other person I can think of whose favorite character is Murdoch.
I don't like any characters from Thomas. Bertha is the way to go, guys.
True. I renounced Thomas. Little Westerner asks, well, now you're doing your stream. Can't wait for mine, even though I have been for 4 months, Lemmy. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. But Bailey's been waiting too. So it'll be in a few days. So
I've been waiting a couple months, man. I've been waiting months. I've waited 3 months for this. I keep telling Lemmy, we gotta do a Mind stream.
Time passes way too fast for me. It's all over the place. Time is an illusion. It's an illusion that
time is a tool you can put on the wall or wear it on your wrist.
No.
The future doesn't exist.
Oh my God.
Lemmy, close your eyes for 5 seconds and you're gonna time travel. Lemmy is time traveling. He is time traveled for where he was like 5 seconds ago. This is a wonderful human achievement right here.
Okay, I did it.
Thank you for time traveling, Lemmy.
You're welcome.
For humankind.
I'm not sure it was effective.
Bailey gave me his.
I'm scared.
Don't look me, I'm scared.
No, I never hear anyone reference that except for like when you just sang that, Bailey. I was just like, I watched Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, like way after the fact, like 5 years after it came out or something. But it's like it has a lot of really great songs in it that are really catchy, but it's also just so weird and unsettling and detached from anything else I'm interested in that I don't feel right humming or singing it because it's like it doesn't have anything to do with anything else I like. It's like it's its own deal.
I'm just mowing the lawn.
Everyone pray for my teeth. Okay, I'm gonna eat more of this awful thing.
We're gonna have to fix Lemmy's teeth out of Mod Podge and cardboard, guys.
Yeah.
Any volunteers? We'll have to use Flex Seal for the saliva.
If I was George Washington, I would make myself some cardboard teeth.
Cardboard masking tape teeth.
I wouldn't though, because if I was George Washington, I wouldn't build things out of cardboard. I would be the first president of the United States. Why would I suddenly have cardboard skills just because I'm
saying this question
there
again?
There wasn't cardboard back then, was there? When was cardboard invented?
What is our Somebody has asked us, Lemmy, what is our least and favorite character? Well, not somebody, Amaya asked us actually, but
what's our favorite what?
What's our least favorite and favorite character?
I don't like the question least favorite because I think they all have immense potential, and I love all of them, no matter
Bash,
what
bash,
era they're from.
Ferdinand. They're logging.
I think they have a lot of potential. A logging railway right next to soda. Are you kidding me? That's really cool. Like
I
there's always there's so much you can do with that. And they're nutty on purpose, right? Everyone's like, oh, they're so. I don't even know what they say. You say they're annoying. Is that what people say? It's like, okay, write them better then. Go on. I'm waiting. Like, I think they all have potential, but I can say my favorite is definitely Gordon, because he's fast, he's big, he's fast. I don't know what the song is.
He's big, he's fast, he's proud. His paint
is blue, so strong and true, and his whistle's really loud.
Oh yeah, keep those beats going.
Train on soda, you can't forget his name.
Oh yeah.
So once we've sung forgotten well, we'll sing it once again.
Dropping those basses.
Gordon's the best. He's big. He's fast. He's an asshole, which makes him it's really funny when he gets his comeuppance. But it's also, whenever he has to do the right thing, it's a lot more impressive because he has to overcome his worst instincts. Whereas, like, Edward does the right thing. It's like, well, of course he does. He's Edward. Then Edward sacrifices too much. He's too nice to the point of forgetting his own interests. And the two of them together. Gordon and Edward need a buddy comedy together because they would be perfect. What Old Reliable Edward was trying to do, take that, span it into an hour-long movie where the two of them finally hash out their differences. That'd be brilliant.
I would love to see a movie about George and Daisy. I know that sounds weird, but that sounds like the best combination of characters.
That would be great. Anything with George. A George movie. We deserve a George movie.
I think that'd just be hilarious.
Yeah.
I actually made a George theme because I was like, I really want to make a movie sounding version of the George theme. And that's what I did. And I loved it. I was like, that sounds awesome. I put him on Twitter. Barely got likes because I'm not a big user. But yeah, I know, Lemmy. Everybody, look. Here's the thing. Here's how the fandom works. I'm going to be honest with everybody here, and they know I'm not lying. If you are popular, you will be asked to be in any project, even if you can't.
Yes. Well, Bailey, that is what popular means.
You will be harassed to a mild extent. And yes, I use mild sparingly here. And you will be dragged. Like in the case of me, because I talk to Lemmy and I talk to other people like Star Switcher, I'm automatically targeted to be asked by people, hey, can I join Lemmy's stream?
Taj is here. George runs over Tom Tipper's bike, the movie. Just over and over again, back and forth for like an hour and a half. I'd watch that. Sure. Yes, there's a lot of truth to what you're saying, Bailey.
It's painful to me that people are so blind in the fandom because, like, people don't realize, like, asking me to talk to somebody else that's bigger than me, it kind of hurts my feelings, and it's kind of disrespectful to the person and the people that they're associated with.
Yeah, I see a lot of popular people are kind of treated as objects in a weird way, like where people really want to get to know them, but not because of them as a person. It's because of them as a personality. It's like, oh, you're this person. Oh, that's cool. That's prestigious. I want a piece of that. It's like, it's not the way to make friends. If you're really like, some people, like, I really appreciate the people who I meet who, not to say that I'm at all famous or popular, but I'm not unpopular. And I really appreciate, a lot of people come and contact me, and I appreciate all of them, despite my, lack of being on Twitter and stuff. I appreciate all of them. But the ones that really stick with me are the ones that don't harass me or don't ask, the ones that I can tell are there for me as a personality and treat me like a normal person. and are just chill around me and aren't, like, oh my God, it's this guy. It's like, I'm nobody. I really am nobody. And that's true of everybody. It's like if you just waltz up to a big user and just chat with them like a normal person where there are no stakes, and it's like if you piss them off, so what? It's just some guy. Then you'll make a lot more friends. And I think that's just how it works. Now that being said, it also I feel like we do live in a hierarchy of sorts in this community, but I feel like it's a hierarchy perpetuated by people who put themselves at the bottom for some reason. They're like, oh, I'm not nowhere near as good as this person who has an arbitrary amount of views. It's like, it doesn't matter. I don't even know how many subscribers I have. It's like, it's strange. The whole thing is strange. But I would just say treat people as people, and there are no stakes in a community that's less than 2,000 people. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, like as you just said, Lemmy, like people, like a lot of people ask me, why do you hang around big users? The first thing I tell them is, first of all, I don't see them as big users. I see them as my friends.
Yeah.
They're not people. They're not just something I hang around to hang around. I like talking to these people. Like, yeah, like people are like, oh, you talk to Star Switch, you talk to Lemmy, you talk to Turtles and Thomas. Oh my goodness, we're about to have a stroke. It's like, guys, I talk to these people because they're cool people.
Yeah, that really should be the only reason. And ultimately, if you end up with a group of friends that aren't, big users in any way, quote unquote, then that should be absolutely fine if you enjoy hanging out with them. And that will make you big users, whatever the hell that means. The people become people gain notoriety because they have confidence in themselves and because they're not trying to become popular. That's how it happens.
Exactly.
And it ends up with a lot of people who don't really want all the notoriety gaining it. Like, it's funny, like Matt Twillman gets a lot of notoriety, even having not like released any videos on his own channel in a long time. He's like a big presence, and like it's like it's overwhelming to him for good reason. It's like yeah, wow, there's so many people contacting me. It's like, it's just he's like a little baffled by it. He's like, really? Like, what's all this? What's all this fanfare for me? Like, I don't get it. And like a lot of people who we call big users are like that. They're confused. They're like, what the hell? Why is everybody flocking around me? But yeah, I'm lucky that I don't think I'm in that position. I think I'm fairly well known, but I'm not anywhere near that status, which I think is nice. It's like, I see this chat here. I haven't even checked like the numbers. I don't know how many people are watching. But I know that I know a lot of people in this chat. Like I'm familiar with a lot of you, which is cool. So like I'm getting repeat people. So it's like less like a big mob of faceless people and more like, folks that I know, which is nice. And it's like I may not have even talked to you guys in voice chat before, but at least I'm starting to like understand a lot of your personalities, and that's nice. It's a real, it's not a.
It's a real relationship. It's not artificial.
And it's not a relationship with depth, but it is something, and that's nice, rather than just a crowd of people I don't know who anyone is. So I like it. God, yeah, like, now I feel really bad, says Wooden Railway Edward. About what?
There's nothing to feel bad about. And like another thing that hurts my feelings, Lemmy, and I'm just gonna vent about this.
All right.
Please do not come to me. Please come to me and ask me to talk to another human being that is associated with me. You go contact that person. Like, I'm not going to be a middleman between people. And everybody always, how do I describe it? They usually ask me, can you add me to a live stream? Can you get me in contact with this person? Guys, ask Lemmy or the person you're wanting to get in contact with. Like,
yeah, if you want to talk to me, don't try to talk to me through Bailey, because Bailey's, I know it's hard to tell, but Bailey is not me. And so it's probably best if you talk to me And if I don't respond, I just want to put it out there. If I don't respond to like your messages, whoever you are, and Bailey's in this boat a lot of my friends are. I'm either just busy or sad, and I'm just not answering any messages. It's like it's not. It usually has nothing to do with anybody. It's just like I don't have the energy to answer all these messages. But it's never that you do anything wrong. I can't think of the last time I didn't respond to somebody because they did something wrong. Here's the thing: if you do something wrong, I'll let you know. Like I'm gonna respond if you do something wrong. If you don't, if you're perfectly decent and nice, and I still don't respond to you, it's not your fault. Like if you did something wrong, I'll tell you. So when you see the dot 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 and then it disappears and then you never hear from me again, which I don't think ever happens, but if that does, then it doesn't mean anything. It's just I like forgot. It's like I don't have a great memory. It really is that simple. So
Yeah,
and that's true of a lot of people. I think don't assume that you're in the wrong if somebody doesn't respond to you. Maybe they're just not managing their time great. That's a possibility. And it's usually,
yeah. Like in the case of me, I usually get yelled at by people because I don't respond, and when I do respond and I take time out of my day to respond to them, it's usually about someone else. That's like there's my feelings. I took time out of my day to respond to you. I expect it to be about me.
yeah.
Another
Like, come on.
I mean, like it's I wouldn't say it's bad. It just hurts my feelings. Like it really does. And when it happens, I try to just keep my composure and keep moving, but I've kind of gotten to the point recently, especially recently, where it's gotten so bad to where I think I have to call it out in this live stream.
Well, if you really want people to hear it, I don't think a random 51-minute mark in our modeling live stream is the place, but it's certainly going to tell 26 people. Is that what that little I means? 24. 2 people. Bailey, where have you gone? He's gone. He's left us behind, folks. This is a good teaching moment. See, right now, I'm worried that I said something that made him want to leave. In the same way that when I don't message back to somebody, they think they've done something wrong, which is why I didn't respond. But really, it's probably just Bailey's internet, and that's why he's left. See? Teachable moment. It's a teachable moment for all of us. Oh. Let me catch up on some of this. Guys, please treat Lemmy like a person. He's such a nice person. That's really nice, Sam. I'm really glad I could help. And then Taj being sweet as always. You're all so good. You're all such good people. Good job, all of you. There he is. There's Bailey. Where is he? Where did you go, Bailey, my good friend?
My phone had a stroke.
I'm sorry.
Guys, I heard what Lemmy said. You guys are really nice people, and I'm happy that you guys tune in to watch us just act like dummies and watch our shenanigans of Lemmy eating instead of modeling and me just talking. Or doing everything except what the stream is asking.
Okay, my breakfast should not have taken over an hour to eat. I realized if the stream's been going 53 minutes, I started this breakfast like 3 hours ago. How have I taken this long to eat a breakfast? It can't be the case.
Or
it can be.
I wanted to show you this. So, another problem with my old Tencent that was going on?
Yeah.
The phone was cracking.
Mm-hmm.
And it was doing it pretty bad. Like, I don't think you could see that. Can you see that crack line that's going on there? Like, the whole floor is falling out, literally falling.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It was pretty bad.
That. Well, do you have like a coat of Mod Podge over everything?
Yes, a ton of Mod Podge. I'm talking a buttload.
Is it mixed with the clay or is it over the clay?
It is a little bit of both.
Okay.
I mixed it with the clay.
I think there should be enough Mod Podge that it seals it in like a skin. And then you can peel it off like a present. A sad present.
A very sad present when it happens, trust me.
Yes. Lemmy, king of procrastinating on his breakfast, says reading 3460 Studios. Oh my god. Oh,
Me and
Justin
Lemmy.
Roy. Justin Roy asks, sorry, I've asked this a few times now, but how do you scale up, make the measurements for your model projects? So for me, it really helps. Not everyone has a big enough monitor to do this, but I for a lot of projects, I take a good reference picture, put it up on my computer screen, and size it. Like if I was making it 10 cents, right? I would make it size it up so it's 20 inches long on my screen, like in the physical world, and then and it wouldn't fit on the screen because my screen is bigger than that. So then I would, I would have to do it in sections where I'd hold a piece of cardboard up, carve it out based on that image, and then shift the screen over and then carve out the front of it. And then I'd have something exactly that size. I do that for a lot of stuff, especially wooden railway models. I do like a sketch from the side, and then I like cut out like the cab piece and then the boiler piece and all that. I like hold it up and get it precise. It's a lot quicker and easier. It's a little bit, it's kind of like cheating, but that's what I do. So that's part of it. But largely I just eyeball stuff. I might take a few measurements, like roughly when I make a tugs model, what I do is if I'm making like a hole for 10 cents, I just kind of periodically measure it. It's like, 21 inches. No, 10 cents is supposed to be 20 inches. And I snip off a little from the end and then I measure it again. Oh, too small. I add a little bit. I kind of keep measuring all the dimensions and slowly kind of make sure that it's growing in the right way. So that's pretty much how I do it. Yeah, I'm not a blueprint person. I don't have like a whole blueprint and then measure every single little thing. I just take rough measurements. And once I have the hole, I don't measure anything else because I know, okay, the hole is right. I just need to make everything else look right relative to this. So then from there, I do it by eye. So that's how I like to do it. But a lot of people like measurements and blueprints and that sort of thing. So that's a way to do it as well.
Yeah, like I kind of do the same thing, Lemmy. I don't have anything professional. I just look at it and make sure that it's rough because it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to convince your eyes that it looks close.
Exactly.
That's the key. You don't have to make it perfect. It's
never going to, even the best made replica is not going to be exactly the same as the original. The important thing is what Bailey just said. It's like, there's kind of a margin of error. You could make 10 cents a little too wide or a little too narrow, but as long as it's not too narrow, you won't be able to tell. Like within like a few millimeters difference, it's not going to matter. Maybe, even a little more than that.
Like this from the front, this from the side. This doesn't look out of like scale. I mean, it's a little bit too short, especially in the back, but it looks good. It looks convincing.
Yeah, and it's like there's a lot of you can really fudge the details a little bit if you really have to. Where it's like, sure, if you put it next to the real 10 cents and look at the difference, it's like, okay, you can tell. But most of the time, it's not going to be that way. It's going to be on its own, isolated, and that's all that matters. So the measurements don't need to be exact. Just eyeball it, get it, however you think is best. We're so close to finishing this breakfast. Look at how close this breakfast is. It's like really close.
Somebody has asked, any tips for model making? It really depends on what you're modeling with. Like me and Lemmy are broke, so we model with cardboard.
I'm not broke. I'm just cheap. That's all I am.
Yeah, I'm a cheapskate too. Like you could tell I have enough money to buy toys, but I don't have enough money to or at least enough in my mind to
It feels like an achievement to make something from nothing is the thing. I take a lot of pride in the fact that the models I make are made out of trash. Like that's cool. Like,
yeah. Yeah, like every time I tell people I make my crap out of cardboard, they're like, "That's cardboard, bro."
Yeah, I love that response. It's like I'll never get tired of it. Where people are like, "I that's cardboard, Jesus!" Like, whoa, like I love it. That's why I still use it. Otherwise, I'd use something else. But it's like, no, I love surprising people. Where it's like, yeah, I did it with that. It's an achievement. Wooden Railway Edward asks, Lemmy, can you accept my Skype invite? I've got so many messages piled up. When I go through those, yeah, I probably will. But I have no idea what I have in my Skype invite box right now. So I'll have to go through it at some point.
It takes Lemmy 2 weeks to even respond to my stuff.
Yeah. It feels like 3 days to me is like what that feels like, and it's not. that's just how my mind works.
I don't mind because when I was younger, not younger, like when I first met Lemmy, I was kind of frustrated that he didn't respond. But after time, I just got used to it. Like Lemmy not responding for 2 weeks, no, not expecting
Yeah.
anything to do.
It's give and take, and I appreciate that. Like I've witnessed you slowly grow accustomed to my habits, and I appreciate that because like seems like we've kind of sunken in better to the point where we kind of get each other more, and that works well because it's nothing personal if I wait a long time. It's just me. That's what I do. But yeah, but we're here today, and the thing is, when we do hang out, we hang out big. So we're an hour in. We'll see how long this goes for. There's a real danger, Bailey, that even when you have to go, the stream might keep going. It's really.
I won't have to go.
Okay.
I'll have to go when you go.
Okay.
We should make one of these days. We should make a record to have the longest running Thomas and Friends themed stream in Thomas's stream.
I wonder if I've already done that with the 14-hour stream. Do you think there's anything longer than my 14-hour stream?
No, that is probably if we can break that record.
Oh God, break the 14-hour record! Jesus Christ! I don't know. I feel bad because there's all these children watching who are like now like, oh, I'm gonna stay up all night. And it's like, don't do that.
Please don't. Please do not stay up all night to watch it.
And I'd like to think that I've made progress because lately I've been getting up in the morning. So there.
That is good, Lemon.
7:30 a.m. every day. Pretty good, except for the days when I don't. But the point being,
except the days when I don't.
So the last stream started at like 3 a.m. or no, it started at 1 a.m. This stream started at like 10 a.m. So, very different situation. I'm starting in the morning. I had to get up early today for this. It fixed my schedule, so I'm working smart. That's what I'm doing.
What you should do is, what was I going to say? What you should do, Lemmy, is like if you want to do a late night stream like that, just message me because my notifications are on. So if you message me saying, Bailey, we gotta do a stream at 1 o'clock in the morning, man. Okay, let me get ready.
Oh my God, see, this is exactly why I shouldn't, because it's like ruining everyone's schedules.
See, my schedule is so bad. Like I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning and didn't go back to sleep.
To me, that's good because it's like I can't even explain why that's good. I guess because if 6 a.m. is good, if 6 a.m. is better than noon, 2 a.m. must be better than 6 a.m.
Like the only reason I've been going to sleep is because my dear Maya told me to go to sleep. So the only reason I've gone to sleep is because my girlfriend told me to go to sleep.
You need to be surrounded by people who tell you to sleep, I think is a good thing for your life, for everyone's life. Child, you want to see a child? I'll show you a child. I'll show you child. What is a useful saying? What does that mean?
Here is my child, Uwu Gordon here.
I see. Sam says, Lenny, I'm dying inside. I spent 48 hours straight on my Kidman station. Sam, careful.
Lemmy, we need to have a 28-hour stream.
Oh my God, we'll die.
I wonder if it's possible. I wonder if it's actually possible. It would be so difficult.
I've stood up for like 36 hours before.
I have to.
I could definitely do that. We shouldn't. It's setting a bad example for everybody. I shouldn't do it.
Like my dad, he has an ability to stay up for like 2 days straight, literally, because he has to drive for his job a lot. And
right.
I guess that gene was passed on to me because I can stay up forever. Like the only reason I go to sleep is either if somebody tells me to, or if I literally say, "Okay, we got to go to sleep. We have school. Let's go."
Yeah.
Like, because one time
I can get up and stay up if I have to, if I have a motivation. But if it's just to stay on schedule, that's where I struggle because, like, what am I getting out of it? I feel better getting up earlier, but there's nothing making me. Whereas today, like I didn't get up quite on time, but we were up and going by like 8 for my time, which is pretty good considering I only slept like 4 hours. So pretty good. Pretty good.
Now, Lemmy, you want to hear the noise that we're about to start modeling?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's one
sound
hell of
never
a
gets
noise.
old.
You gotta love it.
That sound of that tape, that is AMSR right there. Straight up AMSR. Where is my toothpicks?
Looks like I'm drinking a really big water. Look.
How dare you get that expensive water, Lemmy? That is horrible. You know, it's so silly how we as humans put like $2 on something we can walk out in the street and get.
Yeah, it is. Perhaps a little bit worse than silly.
It's so ridiculous. And I mean, like, I live in Memphis, Tennessee. So where I live, the water's clean. You live over there in Hootville. I don't know.
Dougie says, "Everyone, how tough are you?" I'm not particularly tough. I'm not. Or maybe I am. I don't know. Have never had the chance to test it, and I don't wish to.
Lemmy, what is your favorite fan series and why? Please say LOTS and Tuxedover. Okay.
What is it? I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I maybe Sodor the Modern Years.
Well, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's really good. I think I'm forgetting a lot of them. I mean, I'm compelled to say my friend's series, but I think that's
Biased.
kind of cheating. I was watching James's Train King James's Enterprising Engines saga the other day. His series is getting really good. Ted's series is really good.
Okay, guys, don't do this. Do not put an X-Acto blade on your head like I am. I'm just doing it so I can not lose.
Wait, you're what?
I put my X-Acto blade on top of my head. Actually,
don't even use an X-Acto.
Oh, yeah, it was falling backwards, and I grabbed it like this before it could flip around and stab me.
Bailey, I swear to God, don't be an idiot. Okay?
I'm an idiot.
Put your fucking X-Acto blade down on the ground where it's safe. In fact, no. I would like you to throw it in the trash forever. Why does anyone don't do it? Don't be stupid. I will kick you from the stream if you keep doing that.
Okay, I'm not gonna be like that, Lovey. You know,
don't be like that. I fucking hate X-Acto knives. I'm sorry. They are so bad. So many people get injured with them. I use dull ass scissors. Okay, that's much better. Scissors. Just use scissors. And use easy to cut stuff that doesn't require an X-Acto knife. A knife.
Lemmy, the reason I'm using a knife is so I can smooth out some of the more rougher areas.
I don't care what the reason is, Bailey. It's dangerous. You gonna use a chainsaw next? Is it chainsaw time?
I actually have used a chainsaw.
My breakfast is done, Bailey. You know what that means? You know what it's time for?
That means it's time for modeling, Lemmy.
That's right. That is what it is. That's what it's time for. Well, actually, first it's time to clean my plate, but then it's time for modeling. All right, let me figure out how to do this. So I think I can just leave my computer unattended. It's not going to be easy to check the chat while I'm modeling. So you guys are all going to see the room I'm filming in for the first time. Well, not really the first time. It's the same room I filmed my series in, but the table it's a new table that's oriented differently now. And it's got a cool sky backdrop. It's really neat. But I've got to figure out how to read the chat. It's so small on my phone. God, I hate doing anything on a phone. Phones are just worse.
I do everything on a phone, bro, and it works perfectly fine.
I don't know how you do it. I
don't either, actually. I'll be honest with you.
Incredibly impossible. Started streaming 69 minutes ago. Nice. It says Rolling Duck
yeah.
Studios. Yeah, nice. Okay.
We are already at the 69 minutes mark.
All right. Okay. So
This is
I
interesting.
will see you all again downstairs.
While Emmy is dead, I am going to try to find some toothpicks. Which I know I have, but I'm being dumb and can't find them for some odd reason. Ooh. Where could those little boogers be? Okay, we're just gonna have to get these scrap toothpicks I have. The ones that have paint all over them, I use for painting, but we're gonna have to recycle those because I am broke in the terms of toothpicks. But, oh, there they are. Why did I put them right there? It's so dumb. Okay. Okay, guys. So, where is my X-Acto blade? There we go. Bailey has retrieved. Bailey, stop being cool. It's too cool. Well, I want to be cool. That is my goal. I do that a lot. I think. Hopefully. Okay, so guys, don't do what I'm doing. This is dumb. So what I do is I break the ends of these toothpicks off, so I just have some toothpicks, and then how do I show this? I get like this and line it up kind of in the middle, because the superstructure is, how do I describe this? It's a little bit more different from, I don't know how to describe it. Don't die, Bailey. I won't. Lemon says bad word. Yeah, he do that. I do too, actually. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So, hello, Wooden Railway Edward. Welcome. Whoa, there's 2 Wooden Railway Edwards. Holy moly, this is interesting. Lemmy, what do you think about him stuck to the floor? Yeah, I know. I'm not stuck to the floor, which is surprising. Usually I am. Okay, my children. So the way I do this is that I get some tape and I get the toothpick and then I put the tape over the toothpick. Oh, that's a little bit too low, actually. Okay, I'm gonna have to do the next one with you guys because I gotta get this centered. Because if I don't get it centered, then I'm gonna be screwed. And that won't be too fun. At all. Oh. Okay. Yep. So we kind of want to do like this the whole way around. We just get a little piece of tape and then cover it over this, and that will give us our 3D shape we want on the superstructure. And it's good because it isn't boxy. Because if you use normal cardboard, it kind of looks a little bit bad. No disrespect, but it looks kind of really bad. And on my bigger models, I used to do the same thing with straws, but toothpicks are what has been working for me on these little smaller ones. Let's look at the chat again. I'm 16. Want free sweets? Offer me a white face and I'll drive in you van. I have them in my van. Well, I do not have white face, but I have a whole bunch of other rare goodies. So I'm not that hip and cool. I know a guy who does have a white face. His name is Train Tank 10. Really awesome guy. You should check him out. He makes quality content unlike yours truly. And let's see if I can get this on here. Let's see. There we go. I'm trying to get that kind of edge on there that looks smooth, instead of it looking kind of like a little bit cruddy. Just kind of want that nice edge right there. keep working along these toothpicks. I've noticed that the main key with this is that just don't, when making models, don't ever, love how we're asking Lemmy questions even though he isn't here. Yeah, because Lemmy is big user apparently, so nobody asks me questions. It's just Bailey. Oh yeah, there's Bailey. I forgot he existed.
All right. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Lemmy.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm currently doing the side of the superstructure with my curve technique.
Also excellent. Very good. Very, very good.
Very spicy. As
You
a
could
friend
say
of mine
so, yes.
An old friend of mine used to say that was spicy. Not friends with us anymore.
A lot of people say spicy. Things are spicy. Why is everything so spicy?
Yeah, because things are spicy. I mean, have you ever went to?
Why is everything sweet? Sweet is better than spicy, I think.
Sweet and spicy though? That's the good stuff.
All right, fair enough.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck are you doing to me, Cardboard? What are you doing? Okay. Cardboard was bending stuff that I did not want to be bent. And I did not appreciate it. Welcome, Lemmy.
Okay, let's see if the lighting is. Oh, look at all those lines on me.
Yeah, you look like you're wearing a zebra shirt.
Yeah, I'm a zebra. Check it out. Check out the zebra, man. Right.
Lemmy is a zebra
I
now,
think
guys.
that'll work. I have propped this chair up just ridiculously. I'm so high up right now. Like, the table is... Like, if I stand...
Lemmy,
Sorry.
wouldn't you want that high?
What'd you say, Bailey?
I would want it up that high. Like, when I'm modeling, I like stuff real close to me. That's why I sit down on the floor, because when I sit down on the table, it annoys me.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it largely for the purposes of the stream. So that people can properly witness me. Bear witness to my existence.
I'm about to run out of toothpicks. I'm about to be screwed. Lemmy, I got my X-Acto blade.
Okay, well, be careful with it, Bailey.
I am being careful, Lemmy.
Be
If I cut myself,
with
I'll
it.
tell you.
Be careful with your X-Acto blade, please.
Lemmy, I live in
Take care.
Tennessee.
You might stick too.
Mr. Bubbles is my favorite character. When are we gonna do character gallery on Mr. Bubbles?
What'd you say?
When are you gonna do character gallery on Mr. Bubbles?
Probably I could see him being done in the next 20 episodes, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding? Mr. Bubbles has a lot of potential. That guy, this like insane clown magnate on the island that does whatever he wants. The Fat Controller would have like, I imagine he's like got hundreds of millions of dollars from the circus. So the Fat Controller wants to turn down his crazy initiatives, but he can't because this guy's loaded. So he just does whatever he wants. I need a bubble factory immediately. I'm not building you a goddamn bubble factory. But first, think of the children. Very well.
How does he blow all these bubbles? He was the one who made the bubble loader.
Yeah. I think he'd have to be. That would be amazing though. Like if they're like an actual huge bubble factory that's like a huge warehouse with like all these lines running through it and loading depots and stuff, but then it produces bubbles, would kind of be awesome in my mind. It's like that would kind of be a cool set to make. I mean, it'd be crazy, but a lot of things in the show are crazy. Knapford Station having lines that go out the back are crazy. No one complains about that. No, everyone's so focused. Oh, the bubble loader, bubble loader. What about the terminus not terminating? That's kind of insane. No one cares about that. No. Crazy old Lemmy just whining on about how the terminus doesn't terminate. The one thing it's supposed to do. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Why? Where is David Mitten? I know he's dead, but like, where? Please, I wish he was here so I could talk to him about this. And be like, hey, Dave, what's the answer to this? And he'd be like, oh, you're not going to like it.
I think the problem is that the way the fandom works is that we don't really respect somebody too much until they're gone. And that's so sad to say.
Yeah, it's like with Michael Angelis. Everyone was like, for years, for like 30 years, everyone was like, oh, the far way of the golden silver, and then they were like, oh, poor man. Oh, we loved him so much, and now he's gone. The poor man. Oh. And like, I don't understand it. Like, what the hell? Like, I always liked Michael Angelis. I always respected him. I never made fun of his voice, but like, everybody else did. Until he died. Now.
Well, I loved his voices. I did. I did poke fun of him, but I loved him.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat. To be fair, but it just kind of bugs me when people. For years, I would kind of be an apologist for the show, and then so I would be annoyed every time someone complained. But then JBS happened, and now I can't even be held like to that standard because I complain big time. And so I understand it, but I just find the double standard funny. It's like, I always felt like he was under attack whenever people would make those jokes. And it's like, it's not nice. I love Michael Brandon. I'm glad Michael Brandon is still with us. Let's be nice to Michael Brandon, please, until he dies. We can shit talk him all we want when he's dead, all right? But right now, let's just listen to I'm a great Western engine. I shouldn't have to shiver and think,
I'm a great Western engine.
Put some thought into it,
I shouldn't have to shiver.
Like, we're gonna miss that, boys, one day. I don't know how I'm gonna take it when Ringo Starr dies. It's a miracle he's still like Ringo looks like he's 50. I don't know how he does
it. He uses the 5G Wi-Fi protection from COVID.
I swear to God.
5G Wi-Fi spreading COVID, guys. Don't.
All right, I've got a lot of pictures here. I've got some pictures of Hercules from when I was building Hercules. Let's see, do these show up? Well, kinda. Yeah, they're showing up okay. Can people see these? Everyone, tell me, what is this picture? Someone tell me what this picture is.
I can't see that. I'm on a phone, so.
Well, I want to know what the audience thinks. Who is this? Who is this, and where are they?
It looks. That's water.
Okay, not a good sign.
I can't see, Lemmy. The light.
I can't see, said Gordon.
I can't see.
All right. So, today, I'm going to be working on the big engine sheds at the end of the line. I'm doing a lot of stuff in a TV series style lately. So, I'm working on a TV series, Tidmouth Sheds. And it's coming along pretty cool. I'm liking it.
It's pretty spicy.
Out of the way.
Lemmy, you know what's funny?
What?
That red and black thing that's in front of the camera, it looks like a buffer, and the blue in the back makes it look like Thomas, I swear. Like, from where I'm standing, that red thing in the camera.
Oh my God, that's terrifying. How did that... like, his tank is there, and... and like the fan is his face. Could somebody? I guess it's a live stream. It's gonna be saved. But somebody screen cap that. Ask Twitter. Ask Twitter. Oh, here, someone screen cap it. I'll give you a chance. Ask Twitter if that looks like Thomas or not.
That looks like Thomas.
Well, we need to know what the people think. Okay, you've had long enough, everyone. Should have done it by now. Come on. Is anyone telling me what the picture is yet? Birdie at the bus yard. It's next to Tidmouth Station, but I'll take it. Okay, so we can see what the picture is.
Well, I cannot. So this is a outrage.
Here's Thomas with his smoke box dangling off. Poor creature. I'm sorry, Thomas.
Oh, Lemmy, I'm sure you've heard about the reboot, right?
Oh yes. Honestly, I'm kind of excited for it because Thomas has already hit rock bottom in my mind, right? So at least we get to see something fresh, you know? Like rather than them dragging the old one through the dirt, at least they're finally being honest and saying, okay, look, what we want to do is nothing like the original. We're just gonna reboot the whole thing, right? Like, you know, I respect that at least. And I'm like, if they just get some of the characters right, if I don't care if they're a bunch of little kids running around on the playground Sodor, as long as James is a vain little kid, and Gordon is a pompous little kid, and Thomas is a smug little kid, and Percy is an energetic little kid, and all that is still true. And Emily's a little kid that wants to be a queen. If that was all true, I'd love the show, even if they're picking up telephones with their wheels. I could live with it, right? I'm not expecting it to be anything like what we're used to, but the characters, more than anything else, are what I love about Thomas. And if they endure, I think the show, I don't think it'll have much success, but I think it could be something I might enjoy. We'll see. We'll see. I'll be optimistic about it. We'll see. We'll see.
Get hit like a truck. Lemmy, can you just tell the chat some of your favorite quotes from me?
What?
Can you just tell the chat like some of your favorite quotes from me?
From quotes from what?
From me, like just my random wording and stuff.
Okay. Well, you describe being lambasted as being run over a lot. It's like, oh, I'll get totally run over for that. I don't want to do that. I'll get run over by the fandom. There's that, right? I imagine the fandom has like a large series of buses that they just run people over with when they don't like them.
That is literally the truth.
Yeah. There's also you'd call things tacky a lot. You say, "Oh, this is tacky. Oh, that's tacky." You know, when you say that, I think it would be synonymous with that's in poor taste. That's bad to do. That's that's shitty. That's tacky. You do that a lot. You use that term. Those are the two big ones, but there's a lot more, I'm sure, if I would think about it. Those are your catchphrases. Hold tight to them.
Retarded. That's one I use.
That one, a lot of people have that one, and they should lose it.
Yeah. Retarded is kind of disrespectful.
Let's see. What's the chat saying? I've been ignoring the chat now because I'm in here.
So I can't read it right now, Lenny. So it's your job to manage that.
My job is to build this Tidmouth. Let's see. I mean, Bailey, it would be really convenient if we had a third person to read the chat. But one, this is supposed to be a me and Bailey stream. And secondly, even if we brought someone in, I don't think they'd be reading the chat very much.
Yeah, we would just be conversating the whole time. And then we just... it's not good. It's just not good a plan. Why is this not working? Okay.
Well, where is the... Oh, there it is. Oh, this thing. Yeah, that's a cool piece. This Tidmouth thingamabob is pretty cool. I think people are going to like it. I don't know how well you guys can see it right now, but I'm making it Tidmouth sheds, and I need to make all the stuff that goes alongside it too, like the carriage shed that goes right here, the signal box that goes right there. Please, somebody tell me. Does everyone know? You know, in Bowled Out, when Bowler like slinks away into the distance in the final shot, and he passes by that like milk dock thing, and like when Duck is working like clockwork, and he like moves along the squirrely line, and he comes towards us, and he passes by that milk dock thing. It's like right next to the sheds, like on the outskirts. What is that? Someone please tell me. The fat controller's standing on it when Thomas brings James home in Breakdown Train. Please tell me.
That was the most that was a very sus voice.
Carl
Please.
Matthews asks, Lemmy, are you making a big wooden railway series Duncan? I thought I seen it in one of your videos. I did make a Duncan like that once. I don't remember it being in a video. Maybe it was. I made a lot of stuff though. I imagine I've attempted one of everything.
Yeah, me and Lemmy, especially Lemmy in particular, we've done so much crap that I can't even remember all the stuff I've made. I genuinely forget.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of stuff that like say that Duncan I started and I made a few coaches too, but then I was like, you know what, I want to do something else. And I just dropped it. So it's like there's a lot of stuff like that. I do want to I really love Railway Series Duncan though, and I guess real life Douglas, because they're just such cool. I love how he's so much taller and bigger and leaner than the other engines. He's really, he looks like an engine that came from a factory. He doesn't have all the nice, kind of trimmings that a normal engine would have. And I love that. He looks really built for purpose. He looks almost German in a way. He's a really cool looking engine. So I love Railway Series Duncan. I hate the CGI series Duncan. He's looks like you tried to take a bed frame and make an engine out of it. And there's something like that on the Skarloey Railway, and it's not Duncan. I just.
Yeah, that model does look pretty
too
good.
short and too wide. He's more like Percy than Duncan.
I don't know why they did that. I think when they were getting the measurements for the renders for the Skarloey Railway engines, I believe Douglas was out of service. So
okay. I guess because there's no reason they would have excluded him. Why? It's not. I get excluding Duke or characters like that, but why Duncan? He was there the whole time. He's always been a stalwart. Is that how you use that term?
And not to mention, he had the most narrow gauge episodes in the new series. So
yeah, Duncan was one they used all the time. That's a shame.
Duncan, he's my man.
It's nice we got him back though, even if he doesn't look great. It's nice that we got a lot of Duncan episodes because he's a character. It's just weird if he's not in the show. Duncan is such a Thomas character. He's one of those that if you made a list of most common favorite characters, I think Duncan would be on it. You'd have Duncan, James, Diesel 10, Donald and Douglas, maybe Gordon. There's a lot of fan favorites.
Duck and Oliver, yeah.
Yeah, we have 3,063 Oliver profiles in this community. There's a lot of people who want to be Oliver. I mean, that is, when you think about it though, that is the climax of the Railway series, is Oliver. He is the most triumphant moment in the whole series. That's why Escape is, even though they watered down Escape and took away all the context in the show, it still made an enormous impact on people because it's such a powerful story. Audrey spent the whole Railway series establishing all this realism and then broke it for one story where he just full out had an engine run away from scrap, just ran and just went signal box to signal box and broke every rule in the book. That's amazing. To build that discipline and realism and then crush it in an instant for a single character to get this cathartic moment is glorious. Of course, that made an impact on people.
Yeah, it is
wonderful.
I'd say that moment's way more grand than because I think if I was to watch the Magic Rare, because that was supposed to be kind of grand, and kind of epic.
Sorry, what did you say, Bailey? I was across the room.
I think if I was to watch the Magic Railroad chase scene versus Oliver's Escape, I'd rather watch Oliver's Escape. I think it's more.
They're amazing for different reasons. The chase scene isn't so much triumphant as it is technically amazing. The viaduct collapses, Diesel 10's claw is amazing. It's got all those technical things. It's the type of thing you want to play set of. But Oliver's Escape is the thing that makes you believe in the impossible. That speaks to your soul. The chase speaks to the kid in you. But the escape, that is a triumph. That is a powerful emotional moment. Would you like to be the number 12 engine, who would you like to be the number 12 engine, but it has to be a TV series exclusive character and not Emily? So firstly, it's weird that Emily's 12 because she's not the the steam engine that arrived after Oliver. Harvey should be 12, and he's not. And I know he came with the number 27, but most engines arrive with numbers. They change them and they put the new number on. So I think Harvey would be my answer, just because. Why? What's this weird favoritism where Emily gets to be 12 even though she didn't arrive 12? Like, I always love the fact that Gordon can say he's the best all he wants. He's still number 4 because he wasn't the first. It's as simple as that. First come, first serve. You know, no matter if it's a tank engine, a tender engine, a tram engine, whatever, we're going to number them all fairly based on when they arrived, and that's that. And I love that, right? And so it's like, same thing with Emily. That's the system that she has to abide by. Yes, it's weird that Toby is number 7 and Thomas is number 1, and yet they work on the same branch line. You'd think they'd number closer together, but that's not how it works on Soho. It's messy on purpose. And Emily should be 13, and Harvey should be 12. So that's what I think. But really, I'd prefer nobody had numbers because it's just such a confusing mess. Because there's got to be other engines on the island we haven't heard of, and those engines, where are their numbers? This implies that there were just, at some point, there were only 5 engines on the island, which could have been the case, but Jesus Christ, those poor souls. There's too much cardboard on this table.
We are slowing down multiplication by stealing cardboard from the recycling company.
I'm slowing down what?
We are making the recycling companies leave this.
True. God, is there a way to make my phone louder? This is the only problem with doing this down here. I swear to God. Too damn quiet. Is there a way I could plug it into some sort of speaker? No, not this one, because it's got the stupid... doesn't even have a headphone jack. Zero. Does anyone know a way I could make my phone much louder? Anyone got an idea?
Download one of those apps that destroy your speaker.
What'd you say, Bailey?
Download one of those apps that make your volume louder but destroy your speaker.
Yeah. All right. I'll the price I'm gonna have to pay. So I'm gonna have to figure out. Emily is one of those characters that just fits in so well with the main 7. Yeah, I agree with that. So, like, Cranky, I know Cranky is not in the Steam team. Don't get me wrong, but Cranky's another one of those. Salty's another one. There's some characters that just fit into the show like a glove, and Emily's one of those where she really does feel at home with the 8 famous engines, and she had to fight for that title. I mean, for years we were lambasting her because she was, replacing Duck. We never asked Duck's opinion. You know what Duck would say? Duck would be like, I was never really part of this Steam team in the first place. Oh, you live up in Orlesboro. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, she can live at Timoth if she wants. I don't really sleep there. You'd be confused, right? Toby, I don't think Toby even realizes he's on the Steam team. Like, they took him off it a year or two ago, and he wouldn't bat an eye. He'd just be like, oh, did they? Yeah. Oh, good. I was annoyed by it. I was constantly getting letters in the mail. Come to the Steam team meetings. Come to the Steam team meetings. I don't know what the Steam team is. I've never heard of the Steam team. Leave me alone. I just want to sleep in my shed at Harlesdale End. You wouldn't know.
Yeah. It's like everybody usually before they give stuff a chance, they just freak out.
And I understand our hesitation to accept change in this community, because that's literally the whole point of the show and the books. It's like, you realize the whole Railway series is about, no, we're not giving up steam engines, we're sticking with the past no matter what, even if it's not practical. Like, that's our whole big thing, right? That's what we've been taught. It's like, stick with tradition, no matter what. And there's something triumphant and beautiful about that, but it also means that we resist necessary change. And you know, we have to get over it sometimes. And other times, it's good that we stick to our guns. And I feel like we haven't stuck to our guns enough. I mean, I used to be so convinced that not only did the show have to go to CGI, but it had to start doing the more Hot Wheels-like stuff because, and stop treating the engines like engines. But practically, from a business perspective, they had to stop making Thomas the way we like it because that doesn't work. Kids don't want to see that. But I'm honestly not so sure because everything Mattel tries is a disaster. So maybe they don't know what they're talking about. Maybe we're right. Maybe it is a good idea to make the engines pull trains again and make train sets that are actually train sets. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe they just fixed something that wasn't broke, and that's the problem we're in right now. I don't like the Steam Team concept, says NWR Tank Engine 1924. I agree. It's because it's this weird elitist thing. It's like the big engines, right? The 3 big engines. Everyone rolls their eyes at those 3 because they made this weird exclusive clique. Everyone else on the railway just has the decency to view each other as equals. The reason the big engines are a laughing stock and the reason that, they're usually the butt of things is because who are they to make this exclusive club? It's ridiculous. And the Steam Team is an exclusive club. The Fat Controller breaks up exclusive clubs. He doesn't allow that sort of thing. He doesn't allow elitism on his railway. It's not the way he runs things. Everyone is equal, no matter what. And all of a sudden, oh no, but there's a Steam Team that gets, this different privileged status. It's just weird. Ideally, I think it would be better if, say, the engines that sleep at Tidmouth Sheds alternate. So it's not always the same engines. It's like, you generally see Gordon, Henry, and James there, but sometimes it's Boko or Donald or Douglas. It's not always those exact engines. I think that could be a good thing. Season 3 did that a lot, mostly by necessity, because the Railway series allocated those engines there. And so every time they did a story from the Railway series, suddenly Duck and Donald and Douglas and Boko all slept at Tidmouth, which was funny.
Well, what people don't realize is that everybody's like, okay, well, Tidmouth Sheds is sheds. Random engines go and come there. It's not like you have these engines that go there, because why would Thomas go from Farquhar all the way to Tidmouth just to sleep there? It makes no sense.
It wouldn't be practical from a realism perspective. But here's the other thing, is that I kind of like Thomas sleeping there. That's the other side, is the nostalgia. I know it's not realistic for him to sleep there. He wouldn't be allocated there. He'd either sleep at Ellsbridge, like the Junction, or he'd sleep at Farquhar. But I like Thomas and Tidmouth Sheds, though. And that's the other side to this, is I think there's a healthy balance. Don't turn Tidmouth into an exclusive club, but also anyone can sleep there if they want to. So if Thomas wants to sleep there, then I think he can. And I don't think you need to obsess too much about justifying it, because I did that for a long time. It's just a pain in the ass. All right. All right. We're ready to actually start some goddamn modeling.
Wow. You're actually getting somewhere.
I really wish this was louder. Is there any way to make this louder? I didn't listen to anybody's. If anyone suggested how to make it louder, then I did not hear it. Lemmy, what classic character is your least favorite, and who do you think is overrated? I don't really do least favorites, and I don't really do overrated. I think, well, I guess overrated. I don't have a least favorite, I think. I love them all, but overrated. I know that there are ones I think are overrated. I can't think of any right now, though.
Fergus.
I don't even think of him as classic. 6 and 7 don't feel like classic series to me. But Fergus isn't overrated. No, I don't think he's appreciated enough. Just because one guy really, really appreciates him doesn't make him overrated.
Yeah, well, you can't really allow anybody else to appreciate him because he steals everything that's Fergus on eBay.
Who wants to buy a wooden railway Fergus? The wooden railway Fergus is the single worst wooden railway model ever made. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's a heavy fall coming. Okay. So Tidmouth Shed's that big. I gotta hook the side of the shed back on.
one of us should really be reading the chat.
That is true. That's a problem.
Okay. I feel like I've got to properly lay out the track to do this right. How am I going to do this?
You could eat the models.
I could. I'm not going to. Sheds are very big. I don't think anyone realizes how. I'm sure a lot of people do. I didn't realize how the new series sheds are huge. The new series Tidna sheds go from 6 windows to 10. I mean, that happens in Magic Railroad, but like it's very noticeable in Calling All Engines onward. It's like insane.
That is huge,
How
though.
am I going to swing this? Because I need this gap in here for the turntable.
God, the chat is blowing up. Let me see some of these.
How am I going to do this? I'm sure that people are yelling answers at me in the chat, and I'm not checking it for some reason. This is a learning segment. I think we're in a learning segment right now. You ready to learn, Bailey?
I'm always ready to learn, Lemmy.
I'm glad to hear that.
Tell me your information. You would
I'm not ready to learn.
That is not good.
I'm never ready to learn. Ever. Okay, well maybe this. I don't know. I already assembled the thing. Okay, Birdie, move over there. Thank you.
How can you go wrong with Burtis?
That's hidden under there. Okay. I really wish I could hear you better. There's got to be a way around this.
How can you go wrong with Burtis?
Birdis.
Burtis.
Okay.
Okay, Lemmy.
Yes?
You dare me to make a huge replica of the parkour sign and bring it to the Magic Railway show?
No, I don't dare you to do that. I don't really do dares.
Not dare me, but do you think it'd be funny?
Not really. No, I think that's really played out.
I just feel like that'd be hilarious.
I mean, we keep beating on Sam for stealing the parkour sign. Yeah. I just wish his map would stop existing. I love how everybody hates Sam Wilkinson, but everybody's happy to acknowledge the existence of whatever the hell Haywood Lake is.
Oh God!
And all the branch lines he created. You realize the TV series map is Sam Wilkinson's fan fiction, right?
Yeah, I know. I hate his map, and I hate how he's been able to make it his own way. Without
I've resented Sam Wilkinson's art long before I resented his personality. Let's just say that much.
I think the amount of creative he took too much creative liberty with something that was already there, you know?
Yeah, he went way overboard in a lot of respects, I think, with that map. How am I gonna do this?
What do you need the help on? I can help you. depending on what it is.
I need to figure out how to make more room. I need room for the carriage sheds, but the sheds themselves are really big. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to lay this out. I guess I can move these boards out like this.
Well, you don't have to make a huge shed. All you have to do is make like the shed itself, and then depending on what angle you're doing, rebuild the set around.
Sorry, what'd you say, Bailey?
You don't have to like extend your set board. Just all you have to do is make that shed and then build around it depending on what your scene is, and then adapt on the angles.
But I only have room for the shed. I need the line that scrolls past the shed and also the carriage shed all in one shot.
Okay, that's hard now.
Yeah, so that's where I am right now. That's.
I don't even know how to do. I don't even. Just me thinking about that confuses me. I'm like,
I think I'll do something like this. I think we're getting somewhere. All right. Just kind of pulling it out a bit. More like this. Tinless sheds. The one on the Wikipedia article, Rolling Duck Studios. It should be up to interpretation, says Wooden Railway Edward. Yes, everything should be up to interpretation. However, I just find it funny that everybody takes Sam Wilkinson's map as gospel. Not everybody. Some people take it as gospel and don't realize it's his. Like, might think differently about it that way. I don't like the idea of canon, right? The show is a mess of different continuities. It's not consistent, and you decide what counts and what doesn't.
exactly. And I think that's the best part about Thomas. There's so much that's kind of cryptic and kind of messy that you can make it what you want to.
Yeah, there's something beautiful about that. Okay. I think I'm figuring this out. I think we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Wow, Lemmy.
Something like that, maybe. That could work. Oh yeah. That. Good right there. Now the only question is, where do the sheds themselves sit? That's just gotta go right there. The sheds. This is the thought process. I suppose I just put some risers down. Yeah, this riser.
Let me see what I have so far. So I've done the bottom.
Oh,
lip.
nice. That looks good with that lip.
Yeah, that lip looks kind of streamlined. Now I got to look at this and determine how big I need to make these doors. But I will do that after I go to the bathroom. Let me make sure nobody dies.
I am out of boards to put places. Unless, would this be too crazy? Well, that's could work weirdly enough. There's nothing like a tidmouth. Tidmouth is always the hardest one. By far. Anyone who dares to build a tidmouth is a daring fellow indeed. Ugh. The turntable is what makes this complicated, because it's got to drop down.
I am my children. Have you gotten past your technical difficulties, Lemmy?
I have not. Still trying to figure out. This is like trying to get a mattress out of a house, except much more annoying. Maybe if I flip this.
Okay, I'm about to look at side pictures of 10 cents so I can get the.
I haven't heard anyone say anything about what I'm actually doing on screen. Does anyone even know what I'm doing right now? Is anyone paying attention?
No. Let me tell me exactly blades are dangerous.
That'll work. Yes. That'll do, Brawley. Yes. And then that will go. Yes. That will fit there. Mm-hmm. What is the chat even saying?
Lemmy, what are you doing there? You go. Can I have a cookie now? I don't. It's up to you. Useful. Help. Just read muy comments. Sam, I'm trying my best. Not really. Bailey's frozen. You are frozen, Bailey. What happened to you? Whenever I make a Tidmouth shed set, I would love to get the Bachman Tidmouth, but it's so expensive. I think the Bachman Tidmouth.
Hello.
All right, I see you now.
Okay, I was frozen because I was looking at 10 cents pictures.
Oh, okay. But Useful says he'd like the Bachman Tidmouth. The Bachman Tidmouth is cool, but I think it's really overrated because it's not that close to the real one. It's got this horrible fan out shape. It's like really you can see both sides. Both sides are like flat on the camera if you have 7 berths, which is crazy. You want something that's more subtle. The sides are almost straight, but not quite. And then the lines, there's no distance between the turntable and the shed. It just goes straight into the turntable like an American roundhouse, which is not my cup of tea. But if that doesn't bug you, then it is really good. But it bugs me, let me tell you.
Anything bugs me.
That could work. Might work. Will work. Good work.
Watch it not work.
I'd rather not watch that. There's going to be no way to get around this except the camera side of things. Luckily, I won't be doing a lot of maneuvering.
Ah, crap.
What's the crap? You frozen, Bailey? I really can't tell. I wonder how entertaining this is. Probably not at all. But I am actually getting some work done right now. So that's why. I'm a lot more fun when I'm distracted, folks.
That is a fact about Lemmy. He is.
What's that, Bailey?
That is a fact about Lemmy. It is true. Because he is.
Fun fact. Pretty fun. Solid 9 out of 10 fact, I dare say.
Yep, 9 out of 10 Lemmy fact right there. Children.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now that goes there. I feel like I'm putting together a puzzle. So to explain to everyone what I'm doing right now, I have a bunch of boards made out of drywall boards that are broken up into different lengths and sizes. And I've got a tin of sheds right here, which is very large and halfway done. And I'm trying to figure out how to place it on the set so I can make all the smaller buildings and scale them with it. And I don't know how to. Well, I do know that, but I'm trying to figure out how to put the sheds in the middle of the set, have a turntable that actually sinks down into the set, and also have enough room for the carriage shed and the line that squirrels past the sheds, which is a lot of set. So I think I figured it out though. If I just put this right here. This right in here. This is like a Mr. Perkins segment.
Well, I just cut myself. Ow.
Bailey, are you okay?
Yes, That's why you don't be stupid, kids.
Cut yourself with what?
Exacto blade.
Yeah, of course you did. Fucking hell. Is everyone just going to die on the earth from Exacto blades except me, and I'll be the last person? And I'll be like, well, at least I have my books. No, that's not fair. That was time now. He didn't have a British accent.
Wait, was it that Futurama thing?
Yeah, that's where I first saw it, but it's from the Twilight Zone. They were parodying it. Futurama's a great show. Ooh, that looks cool. There's a lot of... Here, let me share this with all of you. Oh, okay. It's really expansive. I was not expecting it to feel so expansive, but let's see. Is that coming across on camera? All that room? That's really cool. If I didn't have so much space on the table, I would do it on the floor. And if I couldn't do it on the floor, I would do it outside. If I couldn't do it outside, I guess I'd make it smaller. But I would exhaust all those options if I had to. Look at that. Look at all the... That's pretty neat. That's the beginning. Rudy Productions. Oh, there's Dustin. Myself opened much worse with a box cutter. Okay. Everyone, be careful with box cutters. Be careful with X-Acto knives. Please, I'm begging you. If you can avoid an X-Acto knife, please avoid it. I am declaring a war on X-Acto knives. If I was president, a lot of presidents declare a war on drugs or a war on crime or a war on poverty or a war, period. I would declare a war on X-Acto knives, and I would rid our schools of them so that our children would be safe.
Man, that's a brilliant marketing idea right there. Wow, I just got blood all over my 10 cents.
God,
you guys, why
did you disinfect the cut? God, Jesus Christ, did you go disinfect it, clean it?
It's fine. It's fine.
Bailey, disinfect it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you will be right back. Good. I cut myself at I think it was Shining Time
whatever the last one was, 2019, when I was trying to show Will how to cut off the chassis from an engine, and I slipped and cut myself. It was like a pressure cut. It wasn't like a slice. It was like just so much pressure. And I immediately went over and used all the wipes and cleaned it out and everything. Immediately. Please do that. Okay, if you cut yourself, don't let it get infected. Go clean it, please. Look out for yourself, all of you. No matter how bad you think the cut is, take it seriously. Let's see. Let me have the carriage shed a half model so it splits into two to fit on the set. That's a great. I should have known that. I didn't read who wrote that, but I should have known it was you, Sam. It sounds like something you'd come up with. And yeah, I'm gonna do that for like Knapford Station. I think I'll have it in 2 parts so it can do that. But the carriage shed, I think I will. I think I might do that because I want it to go back really far. I want to make it longer than in the show so it can actually fit trains in it. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. I'll put like a backdrop so you can like look back there and see, oh, it goes back further, but it doesn't. I'm just a liar. Lemmy, that timber sheds looks awesome. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Will people join the stream? Asks Flying Scotsman Productions. Nah, this one's just me and Bailey. We're just gonna do the 2 of us. It's really hectic. I'll probably do another one soon though. That I might add people to. We'll see. But yeah, so today it's just me and Bailey. So if you guys want to tag along in the chat, that's great. If not, I guess me and Bailey will sit in silence. If it doesn't, either way is good with us. Would you like to start my video of mine as MWR number 4 and PFC? Says Rolling Duck Studios. I'd love to say yes, but I don't think I should say yes to any more voice acting commitments. I'm not good at keeping up with them. What are your opinions on Pip and Emma? Asks Will Thomas 199. Pip and Emma are really cool. They're like, I'm so glad that the Railway series got just far enough where it could have I don't know if they count as high-speed trains, but they I count them as that. That's so cool. And the fact that they replaced Gordon, I would love to see a book after that where Gordon's like mentoring them, and he's like kind of coming to terms with the fact that he's not the express engine anymore. There's like 3 big moments for Gordon. There's Gordon the big engine when he pulls the Queen and when he goes into disgrace for the first time. There is Tenders for Henry when Gordon loses his whole family to dieselization. And then there is Thomas and his friends, where Gordon gets taken off the Express and loses the Express. Those are his 3 big moments. And the first 2 were handled very well. The third was an amazing concept. Like, there's so much. You could write a whole series about Gordon dealing with coming off the Express. Christopher didn't do much with it, but at least he did it. At least before he signed off and said peace and left, at least he threw that concept in there so we can use it. At least there's that. We need to establish an impartial board of people to decide when the Fat Controller dies and who the next one is, because we're going to have that problem very soon. How old is Steven? How old is he? He's not in his 80s, is he? Do we need the 4th one by now? Is that where we're at? Oh, God. It's on us now. We have to decide. What are your thoughts, Bailey? Please talk.
I have done the deed.
What's the deed?
I have used hydrogen peroxide.
Very good. Thank you.
Because we don't have Band-Aids, I just got some tissue and wrapped it around with tape.
At least you disinfected it. That's what's important. Well done, Bailey. Very well done. Well done. So the community is lacking a Sprite cranberry enthusiast. What? When are you going to do a character gallery on Sir Lohan, Pat? I will probably. I mean, I probably before 100. I mean, he's definitely like. We got to talk about him at some point. He's this weird situation where we got to talk about if the Fat Controller has any brothers. Where the hell are his kids? His grandkids are here. Where are his kids? Is the Fat Controller in the show the first one or the second one or the third one? Why is Glenn back to life all of a sudden? And why is the Fat Controller claiming he built him when that happened like 100 years ago and he couldn't have possibly done that? Is he just immortal? those are the kinds of questions that a Sir Loham Hat episode is going to unleash, which I think are very important questions to unleash. I think Big World, Big Adventures could have been done in a more realistic way. Also, what for you think was wrong with the formula of having half of the episodes in foreign countries? Okay, these are two great questions. So, yeah, Big World, Big Adventures could have been done in a realistic way. Just have Scotsman come to Sodor and talk about being famous and traveling the world, and then Thomas says, I want to do that. I want to travel the world. I mean, I am the #1 blue engine. It makes sense. And then he tells the Fat Controller. The Fat Controller's like, all right, Thomas, if you're sure, hopefully this will be straightforward. And of course, the tour is wacky and crazy, and Thomas is constantly like, making things more complicated on the Fat Controller, and he's constantly, having to deal with his bullshit. Like that's, it would still have it wouldn't go to plan, but there would be a plan, right? It's like it would be the Fat Controller decided to take Thomas on tour across the world. And then Thomas, and this is the other part to this, I don't think there is a problem with putting half the episodes in foreign countries. If you choose the right places, don't have Thomas running with zebras or whatever. What the hell does Thomas have to do with zebras? But if you send Henry to Africa and have him meet an elephant, that's funny. That has something to do with Henry, doesn't it? It's about connections. You can't just do something random. You have to make connections. There's you could do something that's relevant to Thomas in Africa. Have him meet a bus in Africa and have him race that bus like Birdie. And then maybe Birdie hears about it and is jealous back home. Do stuff like that. That actually is relevant to Thomas. You could do that all over the world, but just don't make him hang out with monkeys. What the hell does Thomas have to do with monkeys? Choose something that is relevant to him. It can be something that hasn't been in the show before, but tie it in a relevant way. And there's a lot of avenues for that, but they don't seize those avenues. Instead, it's like on paper they want to go around the world with Thomas, but they at the same time are treating it like an obligation, like, oh well, this is what we got to do to be politically correct. And it's like, no, shut up, embrace it. Be excited for it. And I'm speaking like I'm talking to the show right now, but it's like, be excited for it. Go into it and say, yeah, Thomas in Africa, what can we do here that would be really interesting? Thomas in France, how do we, make this interesting? Thomas in China, how do we tie this in with Thomas? What would he like about this place? What would he dislike? It's like, use his character. Don't just make him a prop representing Mattel, going around the world, shaking hands with all the people in all the different countries. You're not the goddamn queen on the Commonwealth tour just trying to keep everybody in line. It's Thomas as a visitor in these countries. He wouldn't agree with all these engines. He wouldn't get along with all of them. And he wouldn't dislike all of them either. He'd get along with some and not with others. And, I don't know. Just tie it in a way that makes sense for Thomas.
Look how much blood I got on my pen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so
I can't get it off. I can't get it off. It is literally stuck on there.
You're gonna have to paint over it, and now that model is gonna come to life. It's cursed now. You've brought life to it. Like
I literally have put my blood, sweat, and tears into it.
Yeah, literally. Jesus Christ. I'm sure that's where the phrase comes from. God, I gotta get to work. I can't answer all these big adventures questions all day.
I cannot. Now I can't show a picture of this on Twitter because now everybody's gonna be like, "Why is there blood on it, dude? Is this a murder scene?"
Yeah. You don't even say anything. You're just like, here's my 10 cents I'm working on, all smiling, and they're just like, there's blood on that.
No, it's just red paint. Red paint. Human red paint.
I decided to paint the funnel first. That doesn't seem right to me when it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. Look, I can just say this. I was painting this halfway. I was halfway done, and I accidentally spilled some.
Jesus Christ.
That is my that's what happened.
Injuries from model making are kind of inevitable, but serious injuries are not. That's my thinking.
I mean, what injuries have you encountered?
Mostly scissor cuts. This is gonna go back and this go that way. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Ugh. There we go. All right. But yeah, I like to say I've got this
scar. It's like a V shape. I have that from when I sliced right into my hand. That was when I was like 13. Cutting something. I don't remember what. But and I've got a few like that. I've got kind of this scar that you see those like parallel lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that was another one. It's mostly scissor cuts. But I rarely use knives, and if I do, it's a dull knife. But it's funny because scissors probably leave more noticeable scars because they have a distinct shape.
Yeah. Like an X-Acto blade, it's so fine. It hurts like crazy, but it recovers more easy.
Yeah, you can hide the bruises from your abusive hobby.
You can hide the suffering.
Yeah. I think you guys are really gonna like what I have planned. If it gets out, I have a lot of ideas for a TV series styled. It's not a series. I guess it is. I shouldn't say series because that's not really. It's more like I think about making short films that all take place in the same world. But I've got a story I'm cooking up right now that I would really like to get produced. We'll see if it happens, but it is. I'm doing a lot of new, exciting kind of methods in making it, and I think people will like it. But it's hard as hell to actually reach across this set. I'll say that much. Jesus Christ.
I wonder if anybody like really likes these live streams. Like,
I think a lot of people like them. Otherwise, they wouldn't tune in. I mean. Say what you will. People are still in the chat, even though half the time we're just working. I think people like the company, even if it's not particularly, involved company. I understand that. I mean, before I came to the community, I'd listen to live streams all the time. Before I even had any friends to talk to. I did have one XL5 fan who. I really should keep up with more. I do miss talking to him. I'm very bad about keeping up with people. But I had him and no one else. And in those days, I would listen to live streams all day. And they're a nice substitute for talking to somebody directly. It sounds sad when you describe it that way, but I don't think it is. I think it's nice.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. All right. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. No room in this room to move around, but it's worth it.
Okay, Lemmy. So I think I'm gonna start doing something a bit new here.
What are you gonna do?
Instead of making the doors clay, I'm going to make them like. How do I describe this? I'm going to make them out of cardboard. Just use cardboard sheets and then cut.
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I did on Big Mac and Blue Nose, I guess. I think that's because it's like layers on top.
Yeah, like I think if I make it layers and just make it a nice thickness, for every door.
Yeah.
It's way better than just having either just a flat piece or having a thick piece, because the thicker pieces have in between it, and it's hard to conceal. It's hard to cover up.
Sorry,
I know that seems so weird, but you kind of know what I mean. Like, I know that sounds weird, but
I didn't hear what you said in the last sentence.
So, how thicker cardboard has like a gap in between it, and it's really.
I know
really
exactly
hard.
what you're talking about. That's why I tape over the edges, is so you can give the illusion of it not being cardboard.
Yeah, 'cause I hate those gaps, man. They're the worst.
Yeah, I think that's the mark of. I think right there is why people don't have faith in cardboard. Is because they're like, hey, imagine all those zigzaggy gaps, and it's like, well, but if you use it the way I use it and the way that you use it, you don't see those gaps. You cover them up.
to the point where you can't tell that it's cardboard. And that's kind of the whole point of it.
You know, I just realized something, Lemmy.
What's that?
We could make our models out of balsa wood since it's very similar to cardboard.
No, we couldn't, because wood doesn't bend.
Yeah, it does. If you get sheets of really thin sheets of balsa wood, you can bend that stuff.
Yeah, but there's a difference between bending and folding. You can't fold balsa wood. It gets to a point where it snaps, and I like that snap.
That's true. That's true. Because it gets to a point where it's under too much pressure and it just gives way.
Yeah, and that's good for a lot of applications, but for something like a hull, which is fluid, it's not so good. Good lord, how do I want to do this? I guess I'm starting with the carriage shed. I'm gonna lay out the track. So this is what this is kind of almost like people are seeing in real time how I build buildings. So I'm building a carriage shed. The first thing I do is I lay out all the track to figure out where everything's going to go. Like I've already done this once before, where I laid out all the track, and that's how I built the sheds and figured out how big to make them. Now I'm laying it out again to figure out how I want to build the carriage sheds.
So, I don't know if you know this, Lemmy, but usually when I'm making models of stuff, I have like this one piece of cardboard I use as like a base tool for like the door. So like I copy and paste, and I'm like, okay, I need to make the door this big, and then I cut out that around.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Template. You make a template. I do that all the time. Like I do it for wheels. I do it for so many different things.
Yeah, it's just easier,
Yeah, way easier. Otherwise, you gotta like eyeball it, and it never ends up the same. And yeah, no, I totally get that.
I mean, like sometimes eyeballing is the best, but other times it's just.
Yeah, if you're trying to match something exactly, that's when eyeballing doesn't work. But a lot of the time it does. It doesn't need to be precise.
Yeah, like I think making hulls kind of takes a lot of eyeballing and just knowing the material.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But like the superstructure takes a lot of exactness because that's the main part everybody looks at, the colorfulness at the top.
Yeah.
If you make a
And the
mistake,
thing is, you can make a lot more mistakes on the whole because it's black, so you can't see as much. It's harder to see the details. Whereas, like with the superstructure, it's a lot clearer to see. It's a bright yellow, so if you mess up, it's a lot more obvious.
Exactly. So, how do you do the name on the side of your character? I've been thinking about printing that, but the problem is I want
I must thank you for getting me up on time today, Bailey. My schedule had been badly slipping. I almost got up after noon yesterday, which was a lot further in. Like usually, I've been trying to get up at like 7:30 a.m. Today, I got up at like 7 a.m. So I'm back on schedule. So very good. Very good.
That is wonderful.
It is wonderful. It's a wonderful life. When do you start feeling in the Christmas spirit, Bailey? About what time?
I start feeling the Christmas spirit around the second week in December. And I know that sounds so weird, but I really don't feel Christmassy until like December the 1st or something.
I get that though. As for me, I do it really early. For me, I got into the Christmas spirit in the middle of November. Like I couldn't avoid it.
Like, and it's not the fact that I just feel like people rush Christmas a little bit too much. Like, I like to just take it slow and be like, "Yep, it's Christmas. That's wonderful."
Yeah. There's a point to be made for that. Like when they start playing Christmas music in the convenience stores and stuff so early, it's like, it is a little crazy.
It just kind of makes me feel like Christmas is more industrialized and streamlined to make money more than just being wholesome.
Right. Like they're choosing the most advantageous time to play the music.
Wow,
Fun time.
this is not good. I just broke my X-Acto blade.
Good. Throw it in the
No.
trash.
Dude, I need this for my 10 cents, at least for these
You
doors.
don't need it. You're addicted to it. Throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash.
I'm
Throw it
reusing
in the
it.
trash. Throw it in the trash.
I'm reusing it, Lemmy, no matter what you say. We're hopefully it'll check in.
In the trash where it
Oh,
lives.
oh,
in the
look at it. It's working again, Lemmy. Ooh.
I swear to God. It should break. I hope it breaks. I will pray that it breaks.
Nope, it's on there, nice and tight now. Don't break.
God damn it. Okay, so pictures. Let's take a look at some pictures, eh? All right. So, Ranger. Lovely. Birdie, the bus. We all know him, don't we?
Oh, Bertus?
Birdis. Yes,
Bertus. I've never heard of Birdie. I've heard of Bertus.
Birdis. Birdis the bus. I have so many goddamn pictures of Tidmouth sheds. It's insane. Oh,
You should have seen me when I was making Warrior. I downloaded so many Warrior images, I think my phone exploded.
Yeah.
Because when I was making Warrior, I was really self-conscious and I wanted it to be perfect. But I realized that while making these models, I just do it now. I just, if it's not perfect, I don't care as long as I enjoy it.
Yeah, no, that's the right way to think. It really is. Hey, okay, so what is your favorite, and this I extend this to the audience too. What is your favorite season for Tidmouth sheds? Like which track plan, kind of shed style, all that. Which season got it the best, do you think?
In my opinion, it was season 1 because of its size, but I really do like the newer sheds because it was huge. Like the sheds were huge after they added those new doors.
The second one feels like a huge motive power depot, whereas the first one feels like home. It's like when I think of Tidmouth sheds, I think of season 1 through 3. That's kind of where I picture. But yeah, they're both good for different reasons. But I gotta agree. If I was gonna say, I think season 2 or 3. It's season 2, I think. Oh, TC Tugs is here. As long as TC is that TC? I think it's TC. TC.
Yeah.
Before it was TC a Tugs replica. As long as your model makes you happy, that's what's important. Yeah, I fully agree with that. And that's.
So I cut out the slots. I cut out the slots for the doors. What do you think? I cut out the areas.
Oh, that's.
Don't mind the blood on the side.
Oh my God! Oh, that's awesome. That's just reminding me more and more. At the Star Tugs Trust where they've got the molds of 10 Sense's superstructure, that's all yellow. That thing.
Yeah.
That's that. There's something really cool about seeing you cut those notches out because it's taking shape. It looks like the component that will become that piece. It's just very neat.
It is.
It's making me want to work on Tugs. I will stay vigilant though. I will stick around on this instead.
Let me.
Yeah.
How do you do portholes? I cannot do it for the life of me. I've been trying to figure that out.
You're not gonna like this, Bailey. You're not gonna like this. The portholes are the hardest part.
They are. I can't get them down, bro.
So even on Blue Nose, they say they're one of the worst parts of him in terms of quality. I make a little tiny cardboard ring, and then I make a cardboard, a little strip that I roll into a very, very stout cylinder and put that on top of the ring. And then I meticulously take little strips of tape and tape it on all the way around, weaving it.
Oh my.
And then I flatten it with pliers around the edges to make it flat and make the tape flush. Then I sand it down on the table a lot so it goes flat. Then I trim off the excess. And then I glue it onto the model. So it's a nightmare. Okay. If you have to do that 20 times, you'll die. And I did die.
Oh my God.
Now there's other ways. I'm sure you can come up with another way that is better.
I could make a wax cast of them.
Yeah,
and just
do that, please. For the love of God, do that. Don't do what I'm suggesting.
But the only problem with the wax cast is that I'm gonna have to sand it and meticulously try to.
no matter what, it's going to be incredibly difficult. No, I am not him, says Sidekick Jason did a perfect Tidmouth layout. So what's his like? What would you say is the closest season to what he did? Oliver Ducks is better, says Rolling Duck Studios. Well, they're two very different types of Tidmouth. Like, this is what bugs me. Does it bug anyone else that on the wiki, when you look up Knapford, you've got Knapford Station, and then you've got like Knapford Station in the Railway series. Knapford in the Railway series is Elsbridge in the TV series. Like, those are the same. The names are switched, but like Knapford Station in the show is Tidmouth Station in the books, and Elsbridge Station in the show is Knapford Station in the books. Yet they're on each other's pages, and it's like they don't have anything to do with each other except the name. God damn it, Dave! Dave, please! I'm begging you, Dave.
Ow! My hairy legs. I had to rip off a piece of tape.
I'm sorry. I know the pain. I know the pain very well.
I love masking tape, man, but holy crap, when you gotta rip it off. Ooh, it sucks.
Oh, TC Tugs says, Bailey, if you want to use the same portholes as the model, I put them on my Twitter. Otherwise, washers might save you some work. That's good thinking.
Well, the only problem is, my chappy, I'm working with something this micro.
Yeah.
If I was making a larger model, I may consider it, but the thing is about me and Lemmy, because people ask, why don't you use like resin and cast stuff and use plastic, and it's just kind of nice using cardboard. It's cheap, it works, and
it's like something you can totally wrap your head around without learning any new processes. It's good to learn new processes, but ultimately, like, I can pick up cardboard. It may take a while, but I can build anything from scratch if I just put in the time. And there is something very gratifying about that. It's like, there's probably faster ways to do it, better ways to do it, but this is a way that I get, and that I can just get in there on the ground floor and make it happen. But it probably is a lot faster to like cast it or like use washers or something. So then you don't have to cut out all those little rings. It's like a washer would be better. But yeah, I mean, there's 1,000 different ways to do this, as I always say. Don't you just love Gordon's little buffers in the show? Here, let's appreciate it's appreciating Gordon moment. Look at his buffers. Look how far inward they are. Don't you love that?
Yeah, I actually do like Gordon's buffers. I think he has the best buffers out of the entire show. Everybody else has buffers.
I think so too. It's such a distinct thing. I love him. Okay, so let's see. What else is there? So this shot, I like in the Deputation when it's got this huge, like, all these lines leading in. 4 lines leading straight into the carriage sheds. It's truly gorgeous. I love it. So I think season 2 is my answer. Now there's one line that leads directly to the turntable. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I will help later. But we need your help now.
But we need your help now.
Why is that line even in there? Why? Like, it didn't move anything forward. He was just like, he agreed to help, but like later. Like, what the fuck?
Later. As Thomas said, we need his help now.
Yeah. That we do. Like, fast. Come on.
That is literally the whole fandom about Mattel. I'll help you guys later, but we need your help now.
Yeah. My God.
No, that's literally voting. Oh, I'll vote later, but we need your vote now.
Yeah, really. My God.
Somebody should have done that. That was a waste of potential right there.
I need the little small tracks. Where are they? Oh, where are they?
Oh, speaking of, I wanted to show TC types this, he's probably not watching anymore. But I have done this hole that
You've done what?
I was showing TC Tugs this. I thought he'd find it interesting. I've done this hole out of cardboard.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's cool.
It looks really shiny with like flash rails. It just looks smooth. It just
I
looks,
love the shininess and smoothness of it. That's the coolest
Mhm.
part of making like a hole. I mean, like, I love it.
I know it's just so crisp. I swear,
Yeah,
so crisp.
the crispness of it is great.
Oh, crisp is another one of my quotes I use a lot. It's very crisp.
Crisp, yeah. That's a little bit more. I hear at least more people use it than you do, so it doesn't totally stick as a Bailey thing. I think sheds. These goddamn sheds. I don't know how to. The problem is, in the first 2 seasons, the sheds are not centered on the turntable. The kind of middle line on the turntable leads to the far right berth. It doesn't lead to the middle of the sheds. So the sheds are off at an angle. Problem is, I'm doing the new series sheds, but I'm trying to incorporate the classic series, the season 2 track plan. So the carriage shed is now going to be a lot further than I would like it to be, which I guess doesn't really matter all that much.
So, are you trying to like do a kind of a miniature compromise between the two?
A mini what?
A mini compromise of sorts.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of compromises here. Like the way I see it, like if I do a story that's like before the 70s, say, it's gonna be like the season 2 Tidma sheds, but then calling all engines happens sometime in the 70s, and then it becomes the big sheds. And the story I'm doing right now is in the 80s, so I'm gonna do the big sheds. But the track plan is gonna stay the same this whole time, unlike the show. So I'm trying to figure out which one that should be. See, hello, Lemmy. I would like to know one thing. Will you be continuing your series with the Thomas and Friends characters? Your stories are interesting. You have a lot of details. Thank you. I definitely want to. I've been trying the last 3 years. I'm hoping to get something out this year. That's what I'm working on right now. I've changed style a lot. Like I've gone back and forth between full railway series, full TV series, Roblox, a ton of different mediums. And right now, I'm thinking about doing wooden railway TV series style. Just going back to basics, the thing that I like to think about, the thing that I grew up with in my childhood. So hopefully I get to do some stories in this TV series style, but I never stick in the same style forever. So we'll see where I end up. Let's see. More strings. We need more strings.
Here. If you don't want to see, it's fine. But
What's that, Bailey?
would you like to see my door so far? Here's kind of what I have. I've gotten them, or gotten some of them lined up.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's looking really good.
So
It's
do you?
so satisfying to carve out the part where it's gonna go, then cut out the door, then like put it in place, then like you're like putting all these pieces together, like you're assembling
Exactly.
something.
Oh, it feels so good.
I know, so great. I love it.
So, do you think that's the right thickness for the door? Or do you think I should make it a little bit thicker?
Hold it up real close.
Like, I gotta try to put this door on here flush though, so it look even. But like, do you think that's?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Now, how should I do the windows? Should I try to attempt to make them 3D, or should I paint them on painstakingly? Wow.
Painstakingly.
Painstakingly.
I think painting them would be easier than 3D.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna do the middle of the door 3D, like the little strip in between the door. If you get my meaning.
Whatever you think is best. I'm gonna leave the ball in your court.
Yes. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom again.
All right. God, where are the switches I'm looking for? Oh, there you are. that's not quite level, but that's okay. That's okay. We're all going to accept it. Together. Oh, let me close up, says TC. I have Turtles and Thomas style shelves, says Steam Engine United 345. I love that that's become like the nickname for that type of shelf. It's like, God, he has such influence. Okay. Oh, there isn't really. There should be more. The problem is the turntable, because of what I mentioned earlier, the shed should be off like that, and the track should be running right by the turntable, but they can't because. I don't. It's not a big deal. I shouldn't obsess over this.
So Lemmy, you asked me why do I like X-Acto blades, and
I imagine it's because you like pain and suffering.
no, Lemmy, I've experienced that enough just living, and the real reason I like it is because.
So why do you like X-Acto blades?
The main reason I like X-Acto blades a lot, in my opinion anyway, is because you can get very precise cuts with the scissors. Kind of wobble a little bit in my case, anyway.
Yeah, I mean you have to use the scissors right, and also, like, the amount of precision you can get with the scissors is very contingent on how close to the axle, the pivot point, the blade tips are. So I have another set of scissors in my Leatherman, if I can find it, that are much more precise. I'm going to go looking for that, in fact. I think it's upstairs. It's an essential tool.
I'm right now Mod Podging all the doors, guys. Need that Mod Podge. Shit.
All right, so I use the my Leatherman that has these little tiny scissors on it. Notice how close to the tips this pivot point is. So that gives you like way more torque when you're trying to actually snip something. So that allows a lot more precision. But if you try to use big scissors for everything, then yeah, it is a huge pain in the ass.
Well, I only have big scissors, so I'm kind of limited there.
Yeah, I guess you'll just slice all your fingers off. It's
Yep.
a shame. It's a pity, but yeah, it's the only option, really. I mean, when you think about it, when you hash it out.
It's tragic, but you know what else that really annoys me?
I know I'm very lucky to have so much track, but I really wish I had even more traction rail track. Because I only have so much. For a set like this, it demands a lot of track.
There's probably people out there that are begging to have clickety clack. So
Yeah. I always thought I had tons of clickety clack track, but I don't. I only have about as much as came in the sets, and I didn't get like a whole lot of sets. So that's kind of crazy to think about. The track is the one thing. I guess it's not true. I was gonna say it's the one thing I don't build from scratch, but even then, like I've got this router track piece I've built, and there's gonna be raised pieces on this that create the rails, but it's all marked out as you can see. And this router takes the tracks where they need to go into the sheds so that they can go in properly.
oh, that's brilliant.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm very pleased with it. Lemmy, I have a playlist of copyright-free Thomas themes that you can play on stream. Want it? That's a nice idea, actually. Maybe on our stream, Sam.
Wow, Lemmy, don't play my music.
Well, it was his idea. All right, Dale. You could have shamelessly plugged your music. I wasn't stopping you.
Ah, okay. This guy work hard on. It's always Tugster, never Legospaceman. Yeah.
I never realized this until I started researching the TV series Kid in the Sheds recently. But they like that place. I always loved how there's all those straight lines somewhere in the yard where all the engines hang out, like in Deputation and in Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree, where they're like now you can go and enjoy the cows, and then they all leave past the signal box. That's right here. That's you can't see it. That's right here. That's the lines that lead into the carriage shed, which is really cool. I love that section that they use every part of the yard. They don't always put the engines in the shed. I miss that kind of variety. They don't do that anymore in the CGI series. You know why? Because there is no CGI series. The show's over. But also because even in the later model series, they didn't put engines in the carriage sheds anymore, except when Gordon went to the works that one time, but then the works didn't exist, so they just put it in the carriage shed. That sort of thing. That was really cool when they would actually use the carriage sheds as much as they use the main sheds. I don't know why there were engines in there, but to each their own.
By the way, they actually use the shed in the hidden area as repair sheds for some reason.
What?
They actually use those sheds in the hid area as the repair sheds. Don't know why.
I don't know why either. Perhaps I don't want to know why. Perhaps it's dangerous to know why. Knowledge is dangerous.
Perhaps we've spoken too much. Perhaps we know too much, Lemmy.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Looks like you've got some of the bad cove. Or you can send collect some fresh cove from the mainland. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Looks like you've got some of the bad cove. Or you can send to collect some fresh cove from the mainland. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Looks like you've got some of the bad cove. Or you've been sent to collect some fresh cove from the mainland. Oh dear.
Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yar, diddly dee. Pirate is alright with me.
God. I'm so nostalgic for that song. Not only because I watched Lazy Town as a kid and loved it, but also because of the music video with Sea Rogue or Zoran, I can't remember which. There was some music video that did that, and I was like, there's another music video that played Witch Doctor over Top Hat clips for some reason, and it was really great. I sang it in front of my elementary school class. My God, what a time!
When the life is young and better.
What was that, Bailey?
When life was young and prosperous. My life
I
is
was
anything but
young and green, and I was green.
I am very unprosperous. Prosperous, I'll say. Prosperous is the
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Yar,
Yar, fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is alright with me. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
you are a pirate.
I remembered a lot more of that than I expected.
You got us a map.
Okay. It's tricky because I also want the line to swoop somebody.
I got a jar, dude. Guess what's inside it? I got a jar, dude.
God damn it. That song.
Pirates of the Caribbean is coming.
I hate descending tracks. I always look at them and think they're straights and they're not.
I do too, especially at an angle, and you're like, oh, okay. Why are you looking at these tracks?
I haven't looked at the chat in a really long time.
Yeah, probably.
World. I didn't miss that one. I did not mean to do caps, says Dougie. What did you do, Dougie? Hashtag do the Lemmy challenge. What is the Lemmy challenge? Did I miss something? Oh, streaming for 14 hours. That's the Lemmy challenge.
Oh, God.
No, please no one do that. Okay? Unless it's in the day. Here, start at 6 a.m. Stream until 8 p.m. when you have no obligations that day. That's something you can do. Kind of sounds like a waste of a day, actually. Maybe not do that either. Don't do anything for 14 hours straight, okay? Except breathe. And hopefully for more than that also.
I actually read for 5 hours straight, and my brain was so fried, I legit just couldn't even read for like a week now.
In high school, I had to read, I would leave, sometimes I would read novels to the last day, and then I would have to read the entire thing, all the way through the last day, for 12 hours straight. It was a nightmare.
Oh, God.
No, sir.
You want to talk about painful? Takes it to a whole new level. So how do you do the slots on your characters, like the bridge between the superstructure, kind of the stream? That's actually the aerodynamics of the boat that keeps the wind from tearing it away. Those streamline it, like those little indents. How do you
indents? Wait. What are you talking about?
Not like indents, but
oh, he's muted himself. Oh well. Lemmy, says Colgate Man 91. Hello. Where did you get the soundtrack for the Fat Controllers Railway? I made I think I made all the music. I don't think there's any music that was pre-existing that I can think of. I used Audio Sauna. It's an online program.
I make music. I wanted to ask you this. Am I allowed to revamp your soundtracks you made?
You're allowed to do whatever you want with it. My series is in the public domain as far as I see it.
So can I just make my own version of your series if I really wanted to?
Yeah, sure. You can remake it if you wanted. I mean, I don't see why you would. But yeah, I don't think, in my mind, it's like this. I'm not trying to make any money off of it. I'm at no financial risk if somebody rips me off or tries to remake it or whatever. I don't own those concepts. I just put them in a certain, art is art, and if you come up with a cool idea, share it with people. And if you're secure in your artistry, you will always be able to come up with something new that others, it's not like you can only come up with 5 ideas. And then if everyone takes them, you're out of ideas. If you're a good artist, you can keep creating and creating and creating, no matter how many ideas are used by other people. That's how I see it. So, yeah, anything that I make, I'm fine with people drawing from if they want to. Especially character gallery, because that's the whole point of it. But also my series. If someone wanted to take concepts from it, I see no problem with that. That's how we move forward, as a community. I influence other people and give them, an idea of what they want to do. I mean, that's amazing. So if you wanted to remake the soundtrack or something, would be more than welcome to it. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so how am I going to do the big curvy thing? You know, the one that goes woo, woo, woo. It's probably a lot of little things that go and curve. That's what I'm going to do.
That is the craziest way I've ever heard anybody describe those.
I mean, I think that's the proper terminology. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not lying. Also, am I the only one that thinks the scene of Thomas going over the hill and Thomas in the trucks and just his whistle blowing is like the most satisfying thing?
Wait, what did you say, Billy? Okay.
I just think it's brilliant. I really do.
Are you just commenting on that music? Because if so, I agree.
I'm currently smoothing out my body. Not literally.
Okay.
Do not take that audio.
Do whatever you want to do. It's fine. No rules.
I am not doing what I just said.
Okay. Smooth out your body if you want to. No judgment here.
I'm actually smoothing out my superstructure. Not literally, just.
Well, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound nearly as unusual. Terrible shame. All right. Let's see. Well, you're going to be able to see over
I
there.
realized too soon that my thing I said was not really the smartest way of saying that.
All right. I'm going to do a magic trick, okay? Is everyone ready for me to do a magic trick? I'm over here right now, okay? I'm over here. I'm about to do my magic trick. Is everyone ready for my magic trick?
Yep.
Good. Is everyone in the chat ready for my magic trick? I'm going to take that as a unanimous yes. Okay.
Let's see what his magic trick he has available.
Whoa! How'd he do it?
Well done.
How did I pull that one off?
Man, I have no idea.
Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna do the curvy thing around the sheds. You know, I did an auditory demonstration of it earlier for you. Oh, you know that should. Is there enough room over here? Oh no. Oh no. I have to delay. I have to distract you. It's the old teapot. Smash him.
Diesel 10 is dead. Okay. They had to cut filming of the movie after that. He died.
Oh my God.
It was tragic.
Truly. All right. This is what I'm going to do. How many people do this this big cheat where they do the they put a bunch of straights together, but small straights, and turn them into a curve. I do that all the time.
I have done that before when I.
It is the saving grace of everything.
Grove Street, home.
You got my head down.
Speed it up. You
Oh, that's pretty cool. I always loved how it. Okay, I'm gonna give away a little bit about how I'm doing Tidmus Sheds. I want to save it for whatever video this is shown in, but I will admit the way this is going to be laid out, these lines that Bowler goes down are. I always thought they went down Duck's branch line, which was very upsetting. The way that I'm orienting Tidmus Sheds, the shed front is going to face the north, meaning that these lines are the main line. So that's why engines are constantly back and forth down this line, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Ah,
Oh, yes. Soak it in.
Okay. I'll be honest, I didn't fully have to. Okay, I do have to do my magic trick. Okay, I'm going to do my magic trick again. Okay, everybody, don't freak out. Okay? Okay.
whoa, whoa, oh my!
Calm down, Bailey. It's okay. Just my magic trick. We've been over this.
Oh my goodness! This is incredible.
It's okay. See, I'm right here. I'm right here. It's okay. It's okay. I'm right here. My magic trick did not kill me. I'm fine.
That is good.
Yeah, very good. I got to take a proper track inventory. Probably missing a lot of track without even realizing it.
Well, I mean, we should do.
What?
We do a review or something. The whole skit should just be about how X-Acto blades are cancerous.
Oh my god, yeah, really.
That'd
It'd be really fun if the two of us were to do some sort of crossover review together. Like, that'd be great.
I don't even know what we'd review. What do we both have?
I don't know. I don't know.
I guess something Tugs related.
I wonder if I did another review what my character would be. Because I probably wouldn't reprise what I did with Percy number 6. I liked how that turned out, but I'd like to do something, maybe something closer to my normal personality next time. Would be interesting.
Yeah, like when I write scripts, I usually make it based off our personalities. I don't really make it like over the top. And if the person needs to edit it, I let them edit it. Like, yeah, you're free to do that. Like,
right. Okay, this should do it. Hopefully.
Thomas slept with my wife. Yay! I'm actually working on the cover of the Mail Train.
What'd you say, Bailey?
I'm actually working on the cover of the Mail Train theme.
Oh, cool.
Night
It's a great theme.
Call it. I'm having such difficulty trying to get this one part smooth. Because, like, I do something weird with my superstructures now that I don't add a layer of clay to my superstructures because the clay is way too crumbly and it gets all over the place. Especially if it flex a little bit to get on and off,
Right.
So I just do a heavy layer of Mod Podge and then paint.
Put the tracks in wrong. Wait, did I? Yeah.
I put the tracks in wrong.
I did. How do I? Okay. Well. Yeah. No, I didn't.
Do you guys hear that it's raining outside for me?
What?
You guys hear that rain outside? Probably
I
don't.
don't.
Really loud. Really soothing, actually.
That's good. Yeah, I like rain. I like hearing rain in the background. I like that. I've started on Character Gallery. I don't know if you've been watching, but I started putting sound effects in the background a lot, and they're very soothing to do that sort of thing. Yes, I think. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
I like Hartshorn music better. Don't shoot me.
What's that, Bailey?
I like Hartshorn's music better. Don't shoot me.
Like whose music?
Hartshorn. I think he's the best composer Thomas and Friends has ever had.
I could see that. I mean, it's also hard for me to judge a composer, though. I don't really. I mean, it's like I do like. I guess if I think about music in general, I really like. Say The Adventure Begins, how they take a lot of the original themes, but they feel a lot more grown up and orchestral, which, I think they're a lot more complicated, and I like that.
Yeah, like I think I like Hartshorn's music because he kind of does more complex orchestral stuff, while Michael Donovan Campbell kind of stayed with more simple synths, which isn't bad. But,
Yeah, it's a very different type of music. It's almost hard to compare them.
Yeah, they're so different.
Okay. So that will become 3 lines right there. Yes. Yes. I need more straights.
I was imagining something not being fun right there.
I'm very glad that I'm young and spry, because if I wasn't, I couldn't crawl under the table over and over again. Oh, so I spoiled how the magic trick works.
Oh no, Lemmy's lying. You lied.
I'm so sorry.
You ruined the magic, man. Magic is so powerful in it. Not even fathom how much you ruined the magic.
Okay, I can reach over there. Nice. No, not. I put the track in backwards. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm going to slowly flip this around. If this was Trackmaster, this wouldn't be a problem.
Now, see, if this was Taken Play.
Honestly, if I didn't find the Wooden Railway community and I had to choose like a brand to film with that wasn't Bachman or Hornby or anything, I'd probably choose either Take Along or Trackmaster. Because I think they both look better than Wooden Railway. Like, Wooden Railway isn't my favorite brand. It's just that I needed a simpler medium to tell my stories and fast, because I was getting burnout. And then I just happened to stumble upon this community that's really fun to be in. But, like, I didn't really come to Wooden Railway for this style. I just came to it by coincidence. And, now that I do this style, I try to do it all the way. So, I do embrace, I don't try to, like, make super detailed models on Wooden Railway track. I do fudge the boundaries sometimes, but largely I try to stick to the Wooden Railway look. But that's just because I want it to be consistent. It's not because I inherently love the look of Wooden Railway. It's just because it was so much easier. I had so much more stuff to work with, and so much more, accessible than like Bachman. Running out of track fast. Good lord. How much of this track layout is actually visible? Let's see. It's right about here. Did Bailey just disappear? Well, that's very convenient because now I can see the whole thing much clearer. But it also means that I'm gonna have to go upstairs and add him back in here. Oh dear! Can't even read what everyone's saying. What's the? I don't know. I can't read it. I'm sure Bailey's waiting. All right. Okay, I'm gonna do my magic trick. Because I have to. All right, everyone, stay there. I'm gonna go and let Bailey back in. Or I guess I can do it here, but it's not the same. Oh dear. Still with us, folks? All right, let's let Bailey in. There he is. Add to stream.
Hello, guys. Sorry about that.
All right.
Very sorry about that.
Are you back in?
Yes, I am back in.
Excellent. Did you see my great tumble?
I did not. It probably was pretty funny.
Oh, you are very laggy.
Very laggy?
Let me try to set this back up where it was. Are you there, Bailey?
I am. Sam, I
You're
am.
very laggy. You're like.
I'm here.
All right. I think I hear you now.
Okay,
All right.
hope you
Yeah, that's better. Yes, indeed. It's interesting how, like, here you can see like the wall and stuff. You can see the end of the sky, but if you just pivot it like this, then that's really cool.
Yeah. It's crazy how simple stuff can be, but how effective it looks, you know.
Yeah. My whole tripod thing is all squirrely.
Lemmy, don't you just hate when you have a whole bunch of Mod Podge in your hand and you can't get all of it off?
What?
Don't you just hate when you have a whole bunch of Mod Podge on your fingers and you can't get it off?
I hate it, but I also like it because it's fun to peel off.
It is kind of fun to peel off, I'm not gonna lie. It just goes like, you know.
Let's see. The new storyteller asks, "What's the material do you have for the sky behind you called?" Mine's just paper and a blue towel. It's really expensive. I mean, maybe not. I don't know how much people pay for these things, but it's felt really expensive for me as I spent $40 for a stretch of, I believe it was 21 feet by 42 inches of, I believe it was fleece from Joann's. Yeah, and it was. I don't recall the color of this. It was like aquamarine blue or something. It was like it looked something like that. But it looks really good. But the clouds I painted on myself, so it's for that part you're on your own. But it's a really nice plush fabric. It doesn't show wrinkles nearly as easily as a lot of other things do. It wrinkles differently. It wrinkles in large, shadowy blotches. It doesn't wrinkle in wrinkles. It's more like a blanket. I put it off for a really long time because it just kills me to spend that much money on something rather than making it myself. But I needed like this big sky backdrop. I think makes a big difference, and so that's why I got it. But yeah, I believe it was $40. Yeah, it was. But yeah, I got it at Joann's. I think it was it was fleece. I'm pretty sure. Boko was made the same way. Same way as what? Not again, Lemmy. Stop knocking the camera. You're making me laugh. Oh, God. Someone's behind. You like Sodor Fallout? It's kind of niche. It's a written story. Yeah. No, I watched a few videos of it recently. I wish everybody would stop remaking the same Edward story.
I know.
10 different ones. Write some new stuff, right? This world of like a nuclear power plant meltdown at Brendan. I love that it's Brendan. That feels too real to me. Like, because Brendan has those big weird towers in the background, the cylindrical ones, and it has like all these warehouses, and it's like not. You would expect it's like at Knapford. It's like the Knapford power plant explosion. But no, it's Brendan. Like, it's too real. It's like not the place you would choose if you had an option. Which is just so like, it's like, yeah, accidents, you don't know where they're going to happen. And so it's a cool idea. It's a very loose framework to play around with. You can change the rules a little bit. Maybe it doesn't need to be this kind of, it's kind of mixed between radiation and disease. It seems to kind of spread around, but also be about radiation poisoning. But I would like it more if you leaned more into the engine angle. Because right now it seems like it's just something happens to the face. But what about the rest of the body? Like, the face is just a tiny part of the engine. What really matters is the body. What's happening to the body, right? Is anything happening to the wheels, to the cab? I think there's a lot more you could do with the Sodor Fallout concept. I think it's a really cool idea. I just wish people would go further with it, write new stuff for it, expand on it. Write more stories in this world and add new stuff in. And maybe throw out everything that exists already and start your own canon of Sodor Fallout that uses those concepts. That's what I would do. Start with the basics, like the power plant explosion and everything, but maybe it plays out differently. But it's cool. I like it.
I'm actually making the music for Tankington Studios series, Sodor Fallout.
Oh, cool.
And it's kind of like yours, where like he's done the same Edward story, but he's planning on doing his own original content for it.
Yeah, that's neat. That is neat.
So you know what I'm doing for these doors on Tencent? So you know how these doors like have like a lip that connects to the line thing, like this like lip.
Yeah.
I've recreated that with toothpicks and just lined it up around, on the door.
Right.
Now, I don't know how I'm going to make, like, the frame for the door. I think I may just make that skinny piece of cardboard. And
yeah.
work from there.
I have not made any buildings yet. You can't get anything done in the live stream. You really can't.
I usually get a lot of work done in these live streams.
Yes, well, fair enough. I can't get a lot of work done in the live stream. I have to tend to the audience a lot more than I would perhaps like to. But that's what a live stream is all about. So I bring it upon myself.
Trying to get these all straight before they get hard. I really like how this 10 cents is coming out. It's definitely my best model.
Yeah, that's awesome. Nice. He's looking great.
It's way more streamlined, you know?
Ever think about how the assortment of engines in the Deputation is kind of weird? It's like Donald and Douglas, of course, but then it's Gordon, Henry, Percy, and Duck. James isn't there for a lot of it. Thomas is nowhere to be seen. It's kind of those two being absent from such a big event is kind of interesting. James especially, like he's not there like in the very end with the, or maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe I'm just forgetting him.
I don't remember him being there.
He was there when he's like, and all this nonsense about a spiteful brakeman. Good riddance. Like, I remember that part, but I don't remember him being at the very end, where they actually come up with the Deputation.
Yeah.
You say, tell Sir Topham Hatt. There was a long silence.
Diddle-doo. 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 I love Thomas. Okay, now I will say, I like Hartshorn's music better, but I do think some of the classic series ditties are pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's all great.
And I really do like the sing-alongs.
Yeah, those are great as well.
Crazy, because most people would think that doing this out of cardboard would be annoying, but it's actually really easy. You get your head wrapped around it, you know?
Sorry, what'd you say? Yeah, what'd you say, Bailey?
Most people think that modeling with cardboard must be hard, but you get your head wrapped around it, it's honestly fun and easy.
Yeah, certainly. Like anything, really.
Yeah. Like, when I first learned how to drive a stick shift, I thought it was going to be the hardest thing ever to do. No? It's pretty easy.
Yes, indeed. That'll work.
Okay, I gotta look at another reference picture. 10 some.
The thing about modeling a wooden railway is the tracks are just obscenely wide. And so as a result, you have to pick between the engines being the right distance apart and the tracks being the right distance apart. Gordon should be like almost touching Henry right now, but he's not because he's so small on his tracks. But I want to make the track look right too. I can't make track, side by side by side that close. So, this is the compromise. It works. I think that works. And then the shed will be right back there.
You think Do you think I should do the doors kind of like this? Or like I have a toothpick at the bottom and then at the top it's really skinny pieces of cardboard? Or do you think I should put some skinny pieces of cardboard in the middle and for the frame?
I think skinny cardboard. You need to do like the paneling sort of thing.
Kind of like the frame around the door.
Yeah, I would say cardboard for that.
Okay.
Because it gives you more control over the size and the shape.
That is true. Because problem with the toothpick is that you kind of have to cover up that the cut isn't too clean.
Yeah. Dougie says, technically there's no problem with shipping a fictional characters, but most people just don't like it, including me. And then Edward Bachman says, same with me, it defeats the purpose that they're trains. I don't think so. I mean, in my mind, if that's true, then, I agree with what Dougie says, is like, there's nothing technically wrong with it, but I like the concept. I think train shipping is an interesting avenue to explore. That doesn't mean it's always something I would want to do, but I'd love to explore it. Like, it's something that when you make that choice, it sets your universe apart from a lot of other universes. So it's kind of has some gravity to it. But once you do it, I think that there's a lot of potential in it. I mean, if trains can be friends, why can't they be in love with each other? Like, I mean, it's already strange that we put a human face on a train and made it friends with another train. That's the weird part. So now it's not okay if they say "I love you" to each other. Like look at Toby and Henrietta. I mean, can you really say that they're not an old married couple? Really? You're gonna deny that? Like, I don't know. It seems to me like that's very clearly who they are. And you don't have to call it a romantic relationship. It's not about, it doesn't have to be vulgar. It doesn't have to be explicit. It could just be as simple as them sharing the general, tone and theme of a romantic relationship. The idea of Toby and Henrietta going out on an evening journey through the countryside together, and it's kind of like a date for them. It's like that sort of thing. I think that's sweet. I don't think it's all that foreign to what Thomas already does. You just have to write it in a way. It can't be, it can be explicit if you want it to be, but most of the time, if I were to do it, I would focus on the emotional aspect of it and the relationship aspect of it. In the same way that you might have a, drama might arise from a romantic relationship between characters. And so long as those characters make sense together, then, that works. If they don't, I do not understand people's tendency to try to marry off every female engine on the island. Like, a lot of people, when they do ship, they're like, okay, I'll find a mate for every female character. And it's like, why is that the approach? Like, if you're gonna ship Gordon with somebody, right? Like, and you're thinking, okay, who do I ship Gordon with? Do I ship him with Emily? Do I ship him with Molly? Do I ship him with Caitlin? Do I ship him with? It's like, ship him with Henry. I know that sounds weird to a lot of people, but just like, those two are a lot closer and have a lot more to do with each other than like Gordon and Emily, right? Who barely talk to each other. So bullet points. I think shipping can work really well as long as you don't explicitly, as long as you don't make it cringy, as long as you don't go too far to the point where the audience can't relate to it. But furthermore, I think it's not as simple as just pairing a bunch of characters that don't go together. They kind of have to have chemistry. They have to work with each other. And I honestly don't think trains even have, I don't think they have sexuality or gender even. I don't think that really is part of their lives. It's just like, they're people. There are a lot of characters on this railway. And some of them know each other, and some of them don't, and some of them are friends, and some of them aren't, and some of them have profound relationships. And Toby and Henrietta are one of those. And I think there's a lot of others that could work that way if you wanted to write them that way. So, it doesn't have to be explicit. But also, if somebody wants to write something that is graphic, they can do that too. I would support that. But I probably wouldn't be super interested in it. But if someone wants to do it, I think every avenue should be explored artistically, no matter how unusual it seems. Because Thomas is unusual in the first place.
I mean, I'm friends with a guy who writes, not a guy, it's a gal actually. I'm friends with a gal who writes hentai. So
yeah, you should. I think all artistic expression should be supported. Even if it seems, really out there, and even if it makes some people uncomfortable, as long as you're not shoving it in people's faces, I think it's okay to put it out there. And I think it's okay to make something that maybe most people won't like or will be uncomfortable with. God,
Like-
character gallery on Trevor. I think Scrapyard Studios has said that like 7 times. Yes. Okay. Look, me and Matt have hundreds of characters to get through. Yes, of course we'll do Trevor at some point. Yeah, maybe not soon. I'm sorry to say.
So what about the children?
What about the children?
But he likes children.
True.
They'll protect you from the ECU copyright system.
Character gallery onto floorboards.
You actually should do that, please. I would love it, Lenny, if you did that, please.
That's the one I don't think it could do, because that's not a character. Like, I don't think. Oh, no, here's the thing: no one would want us to do that, and I'll tell you why. Because if we can personify floorboards, we can personify anything: toasters, mailboxes, doors, your sofa. All of those can now have faces and talk in the Thomas universe. So we're not going to open that can of worms. We're not going to do that. Not going to do it.
What is this? What's the matter, Martha? Thomas edition?
Yeah.
What's the matter? What's the matter, Martha? Did you order 1 hot cup of Martha?
Oh my God. All right. That's gonna go there.
Look at the doors again.
Very good. I feel like there should be another line there. Oh, Dr. Beeching, what have you done? There once were lots of trains to catch, but soon there will be none. What's the rest of the song, Bailey? Come on.
Take me back to London as quickly as you can. Oh, Mr. Porter, what a silly man I am.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, yes. Oh, Dr. Beeching, what have you done? There once were lots of trains to catch, but soon there will be none. I'll have to buy a bike because I can't afford a car. Oh, Dr. Beeching, what a naughty man you are. Oh, Dr. Beeching, what have you done?
Thomas Kenton says, "Oh my God, I love Dr. Beeching." Was there an O in there? Is it O Dr. Beeching or is it Dr. Beeching? Because
Dr. Beeching is a good show. It's good. It's pretty
character
historical.
gallery on Gordon's winch. When? Gordon's winch. I could honestly maybe see Gordon's. God, what did I just do? I clicked something. How do I get rid of that? Put something up on the screen. Do you see that, Bailey? How do I fix it? Ugh. For Christ's sake.
Yeah, we can see all the chat now if I happen to be looking at it.
Character gallery on Alicia Mouse. Okay, it's asking me if I want to put user in timeout or block user. No, I don't want to block Dougie. How do I?
Let's not block people. So let me. I think Lemmy died. Huh. Yeah, I think Lemmy has died, everybody. So, I'm the new host of this channel since Lemmy has sadly been lost to the time. He exploded. There was too many episodes of Character Gallery, guys. He exploded. He couldn't handle it. So. Welcome.
All right, I'm back. My internet died for some reason, so I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this thing. How do I? Is it end? I don't want to click end. That looks like it ends the stream.
Yeah, let's not do that because it will actually end the stream. So don't.
Hmm.
You need to make this
How do I get rid of this goddamn icon? I've like pinned it by accident.
You just click on the comment where it is, and then click unpin, I believe.
But it's so far gone by now.
Well, that's what you get for pinning in the first place.
I swear to God. Christ. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank God. All right. Good. Let's not do that again.
I kind of liked there being a huge icon on the screen. It was trying.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Bailey, because you'll never get to experience it again.
No.
Yeah. Go
It's
crack
terrible.
the river.
It's an outrage.
He did it to us. We'll do it to him. I never knew what that line meant until like a few years ago.
He did it to us. We'll do it to him. Like they were talking about when Percy and Duck takes charge. You know, when Duck stopped on the turntable and wouldn't let them in. And they're like, yeah, okay, to deal with this problem, we'll use one of his old tricks. And everyone take care of yourselves, says Thomas Kenton. Thank you. Are you leaving? If you are, goodbye. Thank you for attending. Lemmy looks like an old guy when their phone is ringing full blast in public. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's so tragic.
It's Bailey has shown incredible restraint in not using the term boomer. That's another one of his catchphrases.
Boomer. Yeah, I actually have been. I've been backing off of that for Lemmy.
Yes.
Okay, Boomer. Try your engine now.
You could put Gordon inside of Boomer as a new engine. Like he's a steam engine. That's what's inside of it. You could just take Gordon's boiler, smoke box, cylinders,
okay, guys.
firebox, put that inside of Boomer.
Guys.
And would he become Boomer's soul and now Boomer would be Gordon? Or would they now be like some disgusting fusion of two characters that can both talk to each other? Probably the former, I think. I think that you take Boomer's engine out and now he's a lifeless husk. And now you have to put Gordon inside and then that will bring him back to life again as Gordon. Fair? Fair.
So it's like the Cars universe where you take the engine out and you can switch the mind. You put my engine
Bailey, I have yet to build anything.
Welcome to the club, man. I'm over here looking like an idiot.
Oh, single tier. Once a year.
Lots of O's and deers, man. Lots of O's and deers.
Okay, this is working out. I like it. I'm liking it. This is pretty good. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. I feel like there should be a line that leads. I don't know. I've just been looking at this single picture. It's a lot messier in season 1, the way the lines are all laid out. One of you just take a massive chomp out of a piece of cardboard. I would do it, honestly. I have no problem with it, except that could be unhealthy. I've stepped on all this cardboard. It's not a good idea.
Okay, this is going to be challenging.
What'd you say, Bailey?
What I'm about to do is about to be extremely challenging.
It was about to. Oh, are you gonna munch the cardboard?
What?
What are you about to do?
I'm trying to get these toothpicks lined up here, and it's really, really tedious. Lemmy?
Yes.
Somebody needs to make a tweet and put on the tweet, if this tweet gets to like 5,000 likes, Lemmy and Bailey have to make a Vienna.
Have to make a what?
A Vienna.
Piano?
A Vienna. Vienna. The vote.
Vienna. Okay. I was hearing a B sound. Well, I don't think we should sign ourselves up for that at all. That's quite a dangerous thing.
That sounds like a fun idea. Let's do it.
God, it would be really amazing to build a Vienna together. That would be really cool. But it'd be a nightmare. You realize how many individual lifeboats we would have to craft?
Yeah, I know. We'd just be working around the clock, bro.
We would. It's like there's going to be so much repetition on that ocean liner. Oh. If we were going to do that, I'd like to extend the back out a little bit. The stern is very squished on Vienna.
Yeah, that's true though.
See the sheds up close. Asks Trains. All right. Just this once.
If we were to make a Vienna, I would really want to make it a good size for the tugboat so it doesn't look kind of bizarrely squashed, you know?
Yeah, I agree. But a Titanic would be like 20 feet long. So before we even use that as like a benchmark. Let's think about the fact that real ocean liners would be like 20 feet long.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Really, really scary. Okay. So, there we have that. Hold on to teaching, what have you done? There once were lots of trains to catch, soon there will be none. Can't hit that note. Trains. There once were lots of trains. Trains. I can't hit that one.
There once was lots of trains, but now there will be none.
That's better. There once were lots of trains to catch, There once were lots of trains to catch, but soon there will be none. I'll have to buy a bike because I can't afford a car. Oh, Dr. Beeching, what a naughty man you are. There's no way I'm going to be able to do the whole set with traction rail. I barely have enough track in general for all this. Oh well.
We live and learn.
Just use that beautiful clickety clack, smack you back track.
Okay. I think that's just barely enough track.
Don't you love barely having enough track?
Character gallery on Lemmy's gallery on Lemmy's Roblox models when? I don't know. I don't know what that even means.
It's not a character. That's a thing.
It's weird because I did all that work, and I think a lot of it's fairly impressive work. But it's sad to look at that stuff because I'm never gonna use it. Like, I mean, maybe one day, but I realized it was too much work to do all the Roblox stuff. It was just too. Then again, though, I mean, I've fallen from grace to the point where I'm willing to do anything just to get my stories out there. So, I mean, the whole reason I abandoned Roblox was because I couldn't do the facial animations effectively. But I guess I could just do it without facial animations.
You could release your Roblox models to the public.
I wouldn't want to do that. They're so personal, right? It would be like, to me, it's almost like a bunch of people making videos using my self-portrait. Like, it's with ideas. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is like if something's out there in the public, I consider it public domain. But if I've kept it to myself, then I don't feel that way about it. And so it's like, say the Fat Controllers are always out there. People can do whatever they want to it. But my models aren't. And that's for the reason that they're just so close to me. It's like, it's not just a Railway Series Thomas. It's not even Railway Series. It's like my Thomas. It's my vision for Thomas, my very personal vision for him. And it would be sad for people to use that weren't me, because it's like they don't understand why I made every little decision and detail on him, and they wouldn't fully appreciate it, and that would be sad. So I'm not likely to release those for that reason. I can't stop people mimicking them because they've seen the models, and so if they want to mimic them, there's nothing I can do to stop them. But the actual physical models, I don't think I'm gonna release.
What if somebody made exact replicas of your Roblox models? Like, it was so close, it was scary.
What?
What if somebody made models so close to yours that it was scary in terms of your...
That would be kind of upsetting, but that would be their right, I think, because if I didn't want people doing that, I shouldn't have revealed them in the first place. I kind of put the burden on myself. Lenny, have you ever seen my series? I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, I don't think so though. Flying Scotsman Productions. Where are you? Like, what happened to the camera? What happened to the camera? That seemed like an interesting question. What happened to the camera falling 2 times? There's a lot of stock filling up. What? Like, what happened to the camera falling 2 times? There's a lot of stock filling up. I don't know what that means. Any tips for making buildings out of cardboard and masking tape?
Well, I'm time to give you your tips from Lego Spaceman instead. So first of all, when you're building buildings, I learned this the hard way, do not use flimsy cardboard for the sides, because if you put clay on it, it's going to warp and crack.
It depends on the size of your building. Like, if you were making like a Knapford station, I would use really thick cardboard. Like, not too thick that and you never use anything that's too hard to cut with scissors. Like, is what I would suggest for cardboard building, because that's the whole point of building with cardboard in my mind. But I'd say the bigger the thing you're building is, the thicker the cardboard should be. I would also say put masking tape all over everything. Like, any edge, but you shouldn't see any of the zigzaggy lines, in my opinion. You should like cover up every edge of the cardboard to the point where you can't even tell it's cardboard anymore. That's the best way to build with cardboard, is to use masking tape and cover everything. So I mean that's how I tend to build. You also want to make sure that you, like, when you put walls together, like you tape on the inside and the outside so it's really strong. You can't over tape. The more tape you put on there, the stronger the thing is going to be. And you want it to be strong. This is looking pretty solid. Okay. I like that turntable. That's pretty cool. Come on, dude. Come on.
I want to go for the other line. But the track piece is in my way.
Yeah, I know it is.
Sorry if you hear me. I'm trying to scrape out this hole so I can drop the superstructure in there.
Yeah. You gotta love a turntable with a well. There's nothing like it.
Very much so, my happy chappy. Very much so.
Can you please sud to me? I expect you're saying sub. Scarlo, the old engine, no problem. Happy to help. So, what was I reading before? Yeah. I don't see why people care so much about subs. Like,
I really don't care either. Like, as long as I enjoy my work. It's like, I mean, it's cool and all to get to that milestone, but it's like, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really, because most of those people probably don't watch you anymore anyway. I mean, especially if you get to like a big benchmark, it's like, how do you know all of them are still active watchers? I don't know. I care more about relationships than I do, the numbers, right? It's like, if I constantly see somebody in the comment section, I consider that someone I've made a connection with. But the number doesn't matter as much to me, and I don't think subscribing to somebody, commenting on somebody's videos shows that they're, you've reached out to them and made a connection. But subbing to them, not so much.
And likes and comments.
Yeah. Mostly comments though. So Will Thomas 199 asked, how did I make my Rally Series Tidmouth? Basically just a big out of cardboard and masking tape, as you might expect. For the floor, I basically put down rectangular strips, taped down with masking tape, and then taped over with masking tape to adhere them to the floor. And then around those, I put triangular pieces. So imagine triangle, rectangle, triangle, rectangle, triangle, rectangle, all around the turntable. And then the space between those triangles and rectangles forms the rails. It turns into grooves, essentially. So you put down a flat piece of cardboard, and then over that, you then put down the raised bits, and then just the grooves are the parts you don't fill in. And as for the roof, I used plastic. What I tend to use these days is either Scotch display pockets, which you'll find at Walmart, but they're kind of pricey. So I've been getting these graphics sheets. It's very important that you get 0.020 thickness. If you get like 0.007, then that's way too thin. It's got to be 0.020. But that's the best plastic to use for roofs and stuff. I really like it. It comes in packs of like 25 from Graphics with an X. I originally I got it for like $21. Then it went up to $27. Now it's in the 30s of dollars. It's getting more expensive for some reason. I hope it goes back down. But that's what I tend to use. If you can get that for a price under, if you can get it for less than like a, I'd say if you get it for less than $2 a sheet, then I think it's worth it, because like the Scotch display pockets are just a pocket that you put like a diploma in or something. And I just snip off the edges and it turns into two 8x11 sheets. And so each of those sheets, it's $4. So each of those sheets is $2. And so that's 8.5 by 11. The graphics sheets are a square foot. And those are like $1.20 or something per sheet, based on the current price, which is a lot better. It's more for your money and it's less money. But it's still a lot of money to get a bunch of plastic. But that's what I use for clear plastic. And that's what I'd use for like the sheds of the roof. You could also get plexiglass. I think that's what Ted used, but it's a lot thicker.
What I usually do for the roof is I just get like boxes like this, like really, really thin cereal boxes, and then cut them in squares.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, I do like the plastic stuff because I have used it before when I made a barn-like building. Like, I got some folders, vanilla folders.
I love how dubious that is. Barn-like building. Like, it's not a barn. It's a barn-like building. It's kind of, we're not quite sure what it is.
I really didn't know what it was when I made it. I was like, it's something.
Okay, I think this is probably the layout I'm gonna go with.
I'm trying to make sure that I have your line ready to go. Time to get my pieces of cardboard out.
What did you say, Bailey?
Time to get my thick pieces of cardboard out.
Oh, yes. Break out the big guy.
When Bailey pulls out his thick pieces of cardboard, it's over.
So it's time to declare your surrender.
Prepare yourself. Off the line. I was trying to make a reference to Pokemon. Prepare yourself for trouble. Make it.
I need like a curve that isn't the radius that wooden railway curves are.
I kind of noticed something, Lemmy.
Yeah.
The more and more models I've done, the more and more kind of delicate and the more time it takes me to do stuff because I'm more.
Yeah, it's the same thing with me. It's like, it takes longer and longer to make models because I know exactly how, like, to make them perfect.
Yeah, and like I think especially like now. Ooh, crap! Hope that doesn't damage my doors on this side. Yeah, it's kind of gotten to the point where I like. Honestly, how to describe this? I just really know how to do stuff really well, and it's kind of freaky. Because it's crazy how much I've learned how to do this in only the span of what, 6 months?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not, can't underestimate yourself.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
While I'm trying to desperately figure out a way to do this with wooden railway track.
I really actually wanted the doors to like light up on this, and I really want to add an eye mechanism, but I am not a brilliant genius on that. So
What'd you say?
I really wanted to add an eye mechanism to this, but I'm not much of a.
Yeah, that would be great. Tricky, given the size.
Well, it'd be better because I made a full hole instead of a half hole, so it probably makes some room for it, you know.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna put an eye mechanism in Warrior, but when I was done, I was like, nah, this doesn't deserve an eye mechanism. I'm gonna save it for something a bit more up there.
Yeah.
It's funny because even though I've talked to you, I still go back and watch your Zorn video for inspiration.
Yeah. And I never made a proper video for Blue Nose.
Yeah, I should do that actually.
Yeah, it's a little late for that. It feels. And I know other people wouldn't think that, but
A lot of people they
for me, it's
probably haven't seen
kind
it.
of got to strike while the iron's hot.
Yes.
Here's where all the tiny straights are.
I told you that's where they were, Lemmy. Totally did. Ah, crap.
Maybe if it really is like a problem-solving game. I always make sure to take a lot of pictures of my track plans. They're very hard to replicate from memory.
One door down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go.
Isn't that our life though? It's like I've got, there's 4 supports in this shed, and it still needs 2 middle ones, and it still is waiting for them. And it will wait for quite some time.
This is literally our life, guys.
Yeah.
It's what we do on a daily basis.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of people ask me, like, it get annoying doing cardboard, especially boats, because they don't float. And I showed them the video of your blue nose floating, and they were like, "That's not real. It's edited." And I'm like, "No, it's real."
Wait, what?
A lot of people don't believe that my cardboard boats could float and can float. So I either have to show them or I show them the video, the blue nose video.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean so that's the other thing though, is like of course it can float. The question is does it destroy the boat by floating? And it's like it's not perfect, right? Like say Blue Nose did leak a little bit, but it was enough that it didn't do any long-term damage, and he could float for like 20 or 30 minutes and it would work just fine. So it's like, it limits how long. It's almost like running an RC car on a charge. You understand you're not going to be able to do it for hours and hours and hours at a time, but that's part of the process. And so likewise, that's kind of how I see Blue Nose. Like, he's not as waterproof as like a $500 RC boat, but he's waterproof enough for my purposes, and that is really all that matters. And he's just a hell of a lot cheaper. So ultimately, it wouldn't be worth it to make it truly government stamp waterproof. So where is the?
They should have hired us for D-Day. We would have made some great landing crafts.
Yes. Where are my buffers?
Where are my buffers?
Yeah.
That is like the most random thing you've ever
Where
said.
are they? Like, they're lost. Who lost my buffers? Said Thomas the Tank
How do you lose your own buffers, mate? Like,
Engine.
they're literally strapped onto you.
There's my buffers.
It's like losing your identity, mate.
I think that's probably sufficiently messy for this set. Kind of like a weird little unwarranted siding right there. I feel like that looks right for this. Yeah. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with grease.
I am so close to getting this one door done. And then we will be on to 4 doors. Oh, yeah. I kind of noticed, like, once I start getting in the mood of something, I start thinking a little bit quicker after I've done, like, 3.
What'd you say, Bailey?
After I do, like, 3 of the same thing, like doors, I kind of move a little bit quicker because I kind of got it down,
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. At the same time, though, I also slow down sometimes just because it's so annoying and slow.
Yeah, like, in the case of me, don't know about you, but in the case of me, I'll get so slow on model making that it takes me an hour to do one thing, and I'm like, wow, it really took me that much time.
Yeah, I relate to that. But it's what we do.
Yes, it is what we do. I wonder, like, if we're long gone off of YouTube, if anybody will ever remember me. I've always wondered, like, if people will ever remember what I've contributed to the fandom, which is nothing. But
Some people will, and some people won't, like any of us.
I've always wondered. I probably won't for a lot of people, but no, I guess I'm just happy to be here, more or less.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy your time here, and that's really all that matters. Like you can waffle back and forth about whether you're contributing what you want to or whatever, or whether you're making the impact you want to, but it's all rather pretentious. At the end of the day, what matters is, are you having fun or not? If you are, that's really all that, all that matters. Yeah, dear, oh dear. 4 hours of sleep.
Man, we're already at 4 hours here. So.
No, 4 hours of, oh yeah, we are.
Oh my goodness, we were at 4 hours.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't even notice. We were just talking, just normally. It's time flew by at like 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. I wonder if I should keep the stream going because I have to leave for 40 minutes to have a Zoom call with my family. Extended family, grandparents and stuff. I wonder if I should, because I have to leave at like 5 my time. So maybe I should, if we're still going by then, maybe I'll leave it running and come back. Or maybe I'll end there. We'll see.
If it's popular enough.
I don't even know if it's popular right now. I don't have to look at the chat. 1 minute and 41 seconds. Stream what? Make more videos of the Fat Controllers Railway. Thank you for not calling it the Fat Controllers Engines for a start. Because it is indeed called the Fat Controllers Railway. But secondly, I'm not going to make any more episodes under that title, but I'm definitely going to make more stories, and I think everybody will like them. They're all going to be my same creative ilk. They're all going to have the same things that people loved about the Fat Controllers Railway will appear in what I do going forward. Your favorite Thomas song? Maybe Toby. I really love, there's some lines in that. It's just like, now they're part of his family forever. It's like just such a sweet line. It's like part of his family. It's like, and then there's like the triumphant part where it's like, Toby, oh Toby, show them what you can do. It's like, that's pretty good. I do really love It's Great to Be an Engine, just for one single line. I'm not a huge fan of the rest of the song. I like it, but it's not one of my favorites, except for one line, and that's the line that goes, we're all so proud to be famous engines. It's like, that's just so cool. Like, they almost never bring up the Engine's fame in the show, but every now and then they bring it up, where Gordon's like, dirty or clean, I'm a famous machine. And it's like, you gotta love that. Like, they just casually drop. Like, yeah, we know we're famous engines. There's books about us. There's a show about us. We get it. You gotta love that self-awareness. I wonder if I should throw something in kind of in the middle to... I don't really know what the entrance is like.
You don't go to McDonald's to get the Egg McMuffin. I'm going to scrap you. You can't scrap me, sir. I am you. Without me, you're nothing. You're just a fat man.
Swear to God, Bailey, sometimes you sound a lot like Lego Lover. Like your voice. Like
my voice sounds a lot like what?
Like Lego Lover. Every now and then.
A lot of people have said that to me. A lot of people.
I've never noticed it until today. But you sound a lot like Garrett. Like sometimes. Other times you don't sound like him at all. But like, you do kind of roll into that sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of people say I sound just like him. Like, it's kind of freaky, supposedly.
You should impersonate him and destroy his reputation.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
I have to get harassed because of my dumbness. This is why in the fandom.
And no wonder they don't show, like, in season 1, like, where the set, like, how it connects to the rest of the yard. Because it doesn't. It just ends. Like, there's nothing past the signal box.
Yeah, like, after that signal box, it's just dead zone.
I guess then it's probably wise for me to not look for reference pictures of that area in season 1.
Yeah, because it didn't exist.
Yeah, I'll look in season 2 instead. Tracks leading out that way.
That's pretty nifty. So, I don't know.
I'm gonna cheat and add another line that doesn't exist. I'm gonna just make it a reality right now. What's nifty, Barely?
Have you watched a movie or heard of a movie called Schindler's List?
Yeah, it's like one of the classics. I haven't watched it, but every time I have to say it's kind of like when you say this isn't rocket science. I would say that about a movie and say, well, this isn't Schindler's List, right? But I don't know anything about it except for that it's about the Holocaust, I think.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. I've watched it. It's rated R, so if you're young, don't watch it. But
yeah, it is a classic. I have heard. I have no way of actually being sure of that because I have not seen it. But I'm just going to make a irresponsible and unwarranted claim that it is good.
that is good of you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I need one of those smaller straights. Bailey, be a doll and pass me a smaller straight.
No problem.
Thank you. All kinds.
There we go.
Excellent.
I just threw it at the screen.
My layout is now complete, thanks to you.
I am happy to help, Lenny.
Getting close. Oh, I need another one of those. Let's see. Okay, I think that does it for the track plan. I think I'm satisfied with that. I suppose I don't have to. See, the sheds are known for having like 3 lines that come off the turntable. One forward, left, and right at an angle.
Yeah.
But it would look better here, I think, if I just include the ones closest to me. Can I just take off because there would be more distance? I don't know. I'll think about it. Okay. Yeah, that's hot. I like it. It's pretty hot.
Man, let me. If you think that's hot, I do not want to see what your women look like. They're just maps of the island of Sodor. I need a girlfriend. Maps of the island.
All right. What are people saying? Oh, there's no light on me. It's dark, and I'm sad.
Let's make a new Timus Shetson now for.
That provides a little bit of light. Okay, let's see. Have you seen my film of the little engine that could models? Well, I haven't, but that sounds really cool. I wish people would do more stuff with the little engine that could. Thoughts on the fandom going from a right-leaning to left-leaning? Does it have anything to do with Big World Big Adventures? Interesting. You mean like politically? You think that's happening?
I feel like it is.
I haven't been paying enough attention to Twitter and stuff to know what's happening with the community, but it'd be nice if it was going left. That less racism probably.
Yeah,
I choked on my own spit. God isn't happy.
I finished some doors. Would you like to see?
Yes, I would like to see.
I made the bottoms thicker because they seem to be on the rulers, so I made those out of toothpicks.
Yeah, that looks awesome. All the detail. Put all the detail on.
I don't know why I'm over detailing this mini model because it really does not deserve to have as much detail as we're making it have.
Yeah, well, you gotta love detail though.
That
It's just-
that crisp detail, man.
yeah, crisp. It's
Mm,
crisp.
tasty, bro.
Lemmy, do you have any Tomy or Ertl stuff? Yeah, I have a lot in every brand. I always see it like the four main brands are Tomy, Ertl, Take Along, and Wooden Railway. Like those are the big four. And I think I have about an equal amount of all of them, except Ertl. I have very little Ertl, but everything else I have a lot of. I think my favorite is either Trackmaster or Take Along. I think Trackmaster is probably my favorite brand. I love how the engines are just the right size. In your hands, they just feel so plasticky and mechanical, and just like all these parts. And if you squeeze them, they like parts shift around. And like a Wooden Railway model is too solid. It doesn't feel like a big, heavy steam engine that's just barely staying together under its own weight, right? Whereas a Trackmaster engine feels like a machine. They put it on the track, it makes clicking noises, and gears turn. It's the best. I love it. The trucks are great too. Trackmaster and Tomy knew how to do their rolling stock. Empty trucks, lots of gray ones. Decent amount of coaches. That's the best. Like I said earlier, I'm with Wooden Railway because I found the Wooden Railway community, and I fell in love with this place. I don't know if culture is the right word, but I fell in love with this place's culture and the people here. But if I was going to choose from scratch, I'd probably build with Trackmaster instead of Wooden Railway because I love Trackmaster. This is looking pretty decent, I have to say. One thing I do have to think about, of course, is how the sheds are going to look when there's not the berth on the far left of the sheds in the early days.
Oh,
I think that'll look just fine. I think that'll look good. 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 Probably best not to overthink it either. I think the track plan's figured out. I think I can now use the remaining track to kind of corner off the empty section and turn that into some sort of road area. Somehow Duck ended up over here all alone. It's just gonna stay over there, I guess. Discovered a perfectly good piece of traction rail just sitting in there. How unfortunate.
That's crisp. I know that sounds so weird out of context, but I love how these doors are turning out.
Wait, what'd you say?
I love how well these doors are coming out. My doors are either way too 3D or way too kind of artificial. I got them down to a T, and I'm so happy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Let me play Rusty's theme. Time to move Bert out of the way.
Okay. Finally, I have the track all laid out. Now that I've done that, I can last. Well done, Bill. You are on it. I just realized this is pretty cool because this whole live stream is kind of a time lapse of me building this layout. Mostly the same angle. You can just speed it up.
You know what? Yeah, you actually could. Like after done the live stream, you could speed it up and put it on Twitter.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Can we start a political party and let me be the president and Bailey be the vice president? Henry Train Nathan asks.
Yes,
that would be dangerous. Maybe. Scarlowy, the old engine, says, I love the set, Lemmy. I need to make a Tidmouth Sheds and a Knapford Station. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, those are like the two essential locations, I think. Kind of the big station and the big sheds. Those are like the key ones. I think that the new series really helped to establish that. You notice that in the classic series, they didn't draw attention to the locations quite as much. Like, there was a lot more variety about where things took place. Like, you could use Tidmouth and Kirk Ronan and Knapford all interchangeably, kind of. It wasn't a huge deal. Whereas in the CGI series, if you did something that was meant to take place at Knapford at like another station, everyone would be like, "What the hell's going on? Like, why here?" So it was like a lot more cemented in the CGI series. This is the big sheds, this is the big station, and and this is the docks. These three places, you do everything here, and you don't go and do it at some random dockside. You do it here, right? And it's like it became a much bigger deal in that era. Tug's Progressive Political Party 2024. God.
Our political party is that no more trains models, all cardboard, all modeling. No
Jesus
more
Christ,
trains.
that sounds scary and fascist. We're gonna take away everybody's trains models. Jesus. Make
3D
the
models.
turntable for Train King James's. Did you make the turntable for Crane King James? Did you make the turntable for Train King James turntable? My dad's brother is making me one. Yeah, I did make James's turntable. That was fun. Yeah, that was some of my better work. I did a very clean job on that. Usually when it's for a friend, I spend a lot more time on it. Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, yes. So the tables have turned.
Literally,
Why?
and
I'm not surprised.
Okay. So now I know where everything is. Signal box, milk dock thing, goods ship.
let's be real here, guys. Me and Lemmy would make a great political party.
We would need to know more about each other's politics first. I know a decent amount, but I don't think.
I think we're pretty similar.
Yeah, I do think we are.
I'm not gonna say one is better than the other, but I do think me and Lemmy's political views are very similar.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're far off. Yes, indeed. Community getting more left leaning. I didn't really think of it that way.
It really is though. There's a whole new movement going on Twitter about it.
About what?
About political parties. It's getting pretty intense. And
Interesting. I would
As long
caution people against taking up causes and taking up names. Like, I don't think calling yourself like a leftist or calling yourself a socialist even, or calling yourself all these things, I don't think calling yourself anything does much good. I think in fact, it might do harm because it brands you as something and then might drive certain people away. I would say that the most important thing is that we all talk to each other and leave the names at the door. But in terms of values, I think it's good to give people agency. Give individuals as much agency as they can have. Protect them. The only time that a law should prohibit something, the only time a law should prohibit you from doing something is if it affects another person. But you should be allowed to do absolutely anything at all on your own terms. If you want to skydive out of the plane with no parachute, then you can. You shouldn't. I would recommend it, but you could. If you want to paint your house a vibrant red to your house, then again, I suppose that could affect other people's view. But you get my meaning. And if you want to ship trains, you should 100% be allowed to ship trains because as long as you're not actively trying to make other people uncomfortable with it. If you like run ads constantly on YouTube,
oh god,
showing Thomas and Percy making out with each other, then like, okay, well, maybe don't do that. Some people will be, some people won't like that, right? I'm not one of those people. I don't really care. But some people will be very perturbed by that. But no one's doing that, right? They're just minding their own business, drawing and writing whatever they want to on DeviantArt or wherever else, or maybe Twitter. But you have control over who's tweets and art you see, really. So ultimately, I think people should be encouraged to do anything artistic, no matter how much it pushes the boundaries, no matter how unusual it is. I think people should have personal freedom. They should be allowed to do whatever they want unless it interferes with another person's safety or happiness. And that's kind of my view of all politics. And I don't think it's a controversial one. I just think that the way that we all get there is different, whether you're conservative or liberal or more left-leaning or whatever. It's just that I think most of us want the exact same thing. We want everyone to be happy and safe. And we don't all agree on how to do that. But that's okay, and we got to talk to each other about it. That's the only way to get anything done. It's not, not to take up a name and just, insult other people or look down upon them or say, oh, can you believe they believe that? It's like, well, convince them otherwise then. Or have a conversation with them and figure out why they're right. Or tell them why they're wrong, but in a polite way or whatever. But the point being, patience and openness and a lack of titles and a lack of tribalism is the key to good politics, I believe. But I'm sure you can get all that in a bumper sticker.
I agree with you, Lemmy, but the problem is with trying to communicate with some people in that regard is that they're so in tune with quote unquote real stuff, even though it's theories and kind of bogusness flying around.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's difficult to some people require immense patience. You build trust over time, and eventually they start listening to you, and they're like, "Oh, well, maybe there's a point to this." Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. It's complicated, but it's never a waste to have conversations, so long as those conversations can be handled delicately and don't end in firefights. Conversations are always a good thing, no matter what the subject matter. More important to fight for peace than to fight for what you think is right, says No, I Am Not Him. That's honestly kind of a controversial opinion, I think, and that's a good one. More important to fight for peace than to fight for what you think is right is a good phrase. It's like, yeah, because peace is right. More right than anything else. Then again, the question is what type of peace. Some peace is not worth preserving. If it's a totalitarian peace where you're controlled by other people and you don't have freedom, then it's not really peace. It's just a very quiet violence. But I get the meaning. It's very, very, very good phrase. What do you think of SIF? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Will Thomas 199. I know a lot of those same people who are on SIF form the trust, and everyone hates a lot of them, and I get it, right? But let me put you in my shoes. I idolized SIF. I loved SIF. I kind of still love SIF. That site gave us so much back in the day when, there was so much information on there. All the interviews, so many interviews on SIF. Please go back on the Wayback Machine to SIF in those days. And go back to SIF around 2010, 2012. Read the interviews. They're phenomenal. They tell you so much. A lot of the original behind the scenes pictures that we have come from SIF. They got us those. And they've done a lot for us, a hell of a lot for us. And I kind of view them like not quite an abusive parent, but like a parent that isn't perfect and has a lot of obvious problems. But they gave us a lot. We're grown up now, and we realize they're just people who are power hungry and can be obsessive and can make mistakes. But they did give us a lot, and I respect that deeply, and I'm grateful for it. I don't agree with everything they do. In fact, I disagree with a lot of what they do. But I can't help but have a lot of love in my heart for SIF, even after everything. Because I go back to just being that 8-year-old kid, just seeing their fan site, seeing the Magic Railroad mini site and all the stuff, and it just inspired me beyond belief with all those pictures and interviews, and the parody pack was great. I don't know if anyone remembers that. But it just that site was a dream back then, and it was a hub for Thomas fans, not to interact necessarily. I could never get on the forums, but to look at, to get information, to get inspired. That's what SIF was to me, and it's kind of what it still is to me. And I don't know much about what the people involved in. I don't even know who was truly involved in it. I know I could throw around a few names, but I couldn't give you a comprehensive list. But what it stood for, and what it accomplished and what it gave us, I think was incredibly valuable. And they have a lot of biases, and they don't necessarily always lift the community up. And there's a lot of problems with the people who are involved, especially the ones that went on to form the trust. But I can't discount that excitement and joy I got from a lot of the things that they did that I never even asked them to do. Same thing with the trust. I feel the same way about the trust. I know that they're shattering the models or whatever. I get it, okay? But I thought they were crushed in a dump for years. And then all of a sudden, these people came out of the woodwork and bought all of them and rescued them and stopped them from being split up. I know they're not being treated well right now, but I mean, what was the alternative, right? I don't know. There are a lot bigger things to worry about, I think. So I'm not really, I can't help but be grateful for a lot of what they've done. And ultimately, I just, I don't deny a lot of their shortcomings, but I'm grateful to them. And I probably always will be. So that's kind of where I stand. People aren't perfect, but you forgive. You forgive on Sodor. Everyone gets forgiven. Everyone gets a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth chance. And maybe at some point you got to throw somebody out, but they're all part of the family. They're part of the Thomas family, and they may be Gordons and Jameses instead of Edwards and Ducks, but Gordon and James are part of the family too. I don't know. Yeah, that's my thinking. Anyhow, Lego Spaceman's gone. Are you gone, Lego Spaceman?
I'm looking at pictures of 10 cents.
That's what I figured.
Everybody thinks I'm gone in these streams, I swear. They're like,
Rolling Duck Studios asks, what do you think of Drayton Manor? They treat it's very stressful. They treat the models absolutely terribly. Cracks in them, taking lamp irons and putting them on other engines. It's atrocious. So it's sickening. But I also don't think that the positive alternative to it is to just never run the models and put them behind glass. I like what Hara does. Sure, a few axle boxes are going to break off here and there. Like Drayton Manor is it's like Drayton Manor is the parent that beats their kids. So they're like a terrible parent, right? And then the tank merch guys are the helicopter mom that preserves their kids' health at all costs, and perhaps deprives them of a few experiences that they deserve, but ultimately keeps their kids safe, and you have to respect that. Whereas Hara is, I think, the happy medium. They run their engines, and they get a few scrapes and scratches. You're gonna, as a kid, you're gonna fall down a hill now and then and fall off your scooter and scrape up and that sort of thing.
your scooter.
Yeah, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you're okay. You get up and you dust yourself off. And so, yeah, the engines are losing a few axle boxes here and there at Hara, but they can be put back on, and ultimately they're kept in good nick, and they still get to run. I mean, would we really argue that Tallylin and Dalgach, and I know that's not how it's pronounced, it's like Tallylin and Dalgach, but like, would we really argue that those engines should be put in a museum and never run again? Would we really argue that? Scarlotti and Renee's, take them out of service. Really? I don't think so. That's the magic of it. They keep going. They keep going on forever, and they run down and they replace the parts, and they keep doing that over and over and over again. Because they're not show engines, they're engines, and they count, and they're real, and they do work, and that's wonderful. And so the models on the show weren't meant to be behind glass, they were meant to run. And sure, I don't care if the motors burn out, because I don't know what the motor looks like in Edward. Do any of you? I don't know. I care about the outside. Is the shell okay? Are the wheels okay? Is all that okay? If it is, keep running it as long as you want. Replace the motor 1,000 times. I mean, that's my perspective, right? Now, my whole thing isn't preserving models. I'm sure somebody who spends their life preserving models would be horrified at that. But as the casual Thomas fan, probably more than a casual Thomas fan,
My perspective is
that's how I feel. But
it's like
Drayton's awful. Drayton's an abusive parent to the models.
my perspective is kind of like Lemmy. Like the models, like now, unless they're like stop motion animation puppets or like a building, they should be used. Like they should be used. I mean, they were designed to be used. Like cars, trains, stuff that's supposed to move forward and was designed to do so should be able to do so.
Yeah.
I mean, like puppets, you can't really do anything with those. I mean, they were kind of designed to be not mess with and be put on display and mess with later. But with trains and cars and boats, they're supposed to be used. They're supposed to move.
Yeah. Otherwise, like what? It's kind of funny. It's like the VHS tape paradox. You don't want to watch your VHS tapes because you'll wear them out, and if you wear them out, they'll be bad quality when you watch them. It's like, well, okay, but if you never watch them because you're afraid of them being worn out when you next watch them, how are you even going to know that they're worn out? That doesn't even matter, right? And so likewise, what's the point of preserving James's motor if that motor is never going to be used anyway, or barely ever going to be used? And I guess I get it if you're trying to like run it very slowly so that you can, for 50 years James's motor can last because you only run it like once a month or something. But is it really that important to preserve a motor? Like, I don't think so. I don't know what it looks like, and the Trust must have replaced a lot of wiring in the heads of the tugs to get the eyes working again, which I'm glad they did it, honestly. That's the happy medium. Don't repaint OJ no matter what you do. That would be atrocious because then you don't have anything. At least right now we have Lakesider 3. If you repaint him back to OJ, you don't have OJ. You have a custom of OJ made out of Lakesider 3. The old OJ's gone underneath that paint. You can't, your new yellow paint, you lose information at that point, You can't look at it and say, this is the shade of yellow he had in the show. No, it's not. It's just what they think it is. Like, make a new one. Don't repaint the old one, right? I go that far. But if you want to tear out the old wires and put new ones in so that the IMAX work again, yeah, I'm down with that. I mean, I don't even know, they're probably degraded anyway. So, there's a happy medium, I think, to preserving models but still running them.
Yeah, like I think it's good to preserve a model's integrity. Like you got to keep its character because the outside is its character, and that goes for even trains. Like when you look at a train, you don't really think about what's going on inside. You look at its beautifulness. You look at its steam. You look at its everything outside of it. That's what you pay attention to.
Bailey, big moment here. Big moment. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna start making a model.
Okay. That is incredible. Actually, we haven't done that. We haven't done that for 4 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah, no, I haven't. No, I spent the first hour eating breakfast, and then I spent the rest of the time. I suppose this is an accomplishment: is to lay out all the tracking exactly the way I want it. Am I gonna have to make a purpose-built switch that crosses these lines? Probably. Oh, Jesus Christ! What a world! What a world!
So, I just finished all the doors, and I'm working on small detail like pipe work in the back. This little pipe.
Oh, cool.
This is always the funnest part, doing the external details.
Think the Trust knows about Top Hat, where he is? I don't think so. I think we're, we like to demonize them, but I don't think they would find Top Hat and then not tell anyone about it. And how could they keep it?
Oh, do you know how much stuff they haven't told anybody about for
Top
years?
Hat, really? You think they could hide that?
They've done it with models. They own Faces for years. Didn't say anything about it.
But why? Yeah, Faces are nothing. Top Hat, why would they hide that, right? And maybe, sure, they're doing private viewings where they're like, oh, you want to see something amazing? We won't tell you what it is unless we show you. And then they show Top Hat. that would get out. We'd all know by now. Like that, no one would. Somebody would blab about that. It just no. They don't have top hat. There's no way. They might get off on the illusion that they have top hat and can hide it from us. I could see that maybe being the case, but I don't think they have top hat. I don't think. I think it's possible nobody has top hat really.
Okay, I'm gonna have to die again so I can look at Tencent's pictures, but I can still hear you.
Yes. Does anyone know if Grandpa's model is just a top half, or does he have the whole body? Thank you. This is something I always wondered as a kid. I wondered this for years. What is under the waterline of Grampus? Like, he's such a weird shape. Does he have this big bulbous thing underneath? And the answer is, yeah, he's a full thing. Like, it's gray underneath the, I mean, it might be black, actually. We only have a behind-the-scenes picture. But we have two, actually. We have one from a magazine. Go to the wiki page for Grampus. We have one from a magazine and one of him on the stand being worked on. And he's got this big bulbous thing underneath. It's great. I always wanted to I really wanted to know what was under there. Now I do.
So, I gotta ask. So, you know all that detail on the side of Tencent's, right?
Yeah.
What exactly goes right here on the body? Because there's a little, like, bump right there, something, but I can't figure out what it is.
I don't know. Do I happen to have 10 cents in the background of any of these images? No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I know what you're talking about vaguely, though.
So weird.
It would be really weird for me to make it 10 cents. Because, like, he's one I never think of because he's the main character. But if I built him, I think I'd stare at him and just be like, oh my god. How... this is something I never knew I needed. Like... Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm just gonna attempt to try to figure out what it is.
Attempt to try. Attempt to attempt.
Attempt to try to figure it out.
Attempt to.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm gonna roll with it. It's a car, it's a small car, small car driving. What I could use here.
Here we go. Okay, I am too high up in this chair. There we are. This is the thickness of cardboard I shall use.
Lemmy is using very skinny cardboard, actually.
What?
Lemmy is using that skinny cardboard.
I did not hear you.
Lemmy is using the skinny cardboard.
It's not that skinny. It's pretty thick, all things considered.
True.
Here we go, go. No.
If this tweet gets 500 likes, Lemmy and Bailey have to make Bailey and Lemmy have to. If a tweet gets to 500 likes, Bailey and Lemmy have to construct a exact replica of the buoy, the danger buoy, Filford buoy, the red one. Filford.
Buoy now.
Yeah, we're on buoys.
Buoys are something that would be really cool to make once you had like an enormous tugs tank and characters and docks and stuff. But or something I would never have any interest in making until I was to that point. Like they're a really small thing.
I'll be honest with you. I kind of think the same way. Like, I don't really see the point of it.
Pointless. Who would make that?
That's literally how it'd be.
Fools! I'm sorry. I've lost my temper. Can you forgive me?
Let me handle it. It's too much pressure for him.
I've got it. Oh no, there it is. I didn't have the picture for a second. I was going to be enraged. Okay, so it's on that straight piece, kind of.
Lemmy, when you're singing like that, you sound extremely feminine. I swore, like, for a second you were a woman singing. I was...
Well, it's not inaccurate. Let's see. There's nothing over there, so I have nowhere to put the milk thing. I need like a flat thing to go over that thing. You know what I'm talking about.
Idea.
Yes.
Okay, so you see this superstructure, right?
Right.
You see this piece, this Lego piece right here, right?
What piece?
This Lego stud piece.
Right.
It's like the perfect porthole, bro. For the scale.
Oh, you're right.
And it's
That's
the
perfect.
same shape.
If you just shaved
shape.
off the bottom of it and then painted the middle black, that would be like actually perfect.
Yeah, dude. All I gotta do is get a whole bunch of either yellow, or I could just paint them gold.
That's actually genius.
Oh my gosh, I've just streamlined the porthole process. Thank Lord, thank.
You're a brilliant man with a brilliant plan.
Bailey's the name, Tugs and Bertha is my game.
Those are two games.
That is one game in my eyes.
Okay. Yeah. Gotta say, I'm incredibly more chill. I'm usually such an anxious person, but when I'm operating on a little sleep, I behave the same. I behave a lot more casually, and in a weird way, I think I'm even more articulate. I'm not getting that way.
Yeah, like I don't know. If I get minimal sleep, I'm kind of the same way. I'm more philosophical about things.
Yes. I guess because it frees up the mind. Pencil. Pencil, please.
Let me just die, coughs at the end.
Gordon, I need you to go to the other line.
No, I won't. I won't do it. No. All right, fine.
That's cool. I got him all the way over there without even having to move, like take him off the track. Like all the track connects. That's so good.
Spicy.
All right. Here we go, here we go, here we go, go, go. No, we don't, no, we don't, no, we don't, go, go. So, how long is this compared to Gordon? Really? I'll say it's like I wish I could have multiple up at once. Oh, what? They didn't have the guts to photograph it from every angle? I see how it is. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hey guys, I'm back. So it's Flying Scotsman Productions. Hello.
20 people watching. That can't be right. 20 people watching this. If you were to make JBS how it should be again, what would you do differently? Jesus, that's a can of worms. I wouldn't make it. The only reason we made that movie was to convince everyone to hate the actual movie. Like, that's the only reason it exists. I'm glad it made so many people happy and entertained them. That's great. But it was driven by hatred of the real movie. So there's no answer to that, really. I wouldn't do it. If I were to do it again, I would not do it. Because I would have spent my time making something else that wasn't driven by hatred.
Everybody disses that project, but I honestly enjoyed it. I don't know. Everybody disses that project, but I honestly enjoyed it.
I know. I think most people enjoyed it, honestly, but just a lot more people hated it than I was prepared for. Because I'm not used to being hated. And there, I took a very political stance on Thomas, and I paid dearly for it.
Oh god.
Maybe something like that.
See Lady Invisible over there as Gordon. Gordon chilling.
You don't understand how brilliant this stud discovery is. This is streamlining me by 1000%.
Well, I understand how brilliant it is, Bailey. I used studs on the JBS models for funnels. They have a lot of uses.
Yeah, they're also worth currency in my country. Legoland.
Mercies put upon, put upon, put upon. Mercies put upon poor old Percy.
I feel so bad for Percy. Why is he put upon?
I think it's just how things are for him.
So sad.
Mercies put upon, put upon, put upon. Mercies put upon poor old Percy.
Be quiet.
Alright, let's see. So that. Roughly, I think that's about right. I can't wait to have a bunch of TV series style buildings to draw from. I love all the generic ones, all the ones you can just kind of throw in the background. Those are the best. Henry, get over here.
Henry, get over here. No.
I won't do it.
Henry
I
could-
refuse. Get made. It doesn't get made.
The rain will spoil his paint.
Yeah, that it will. And he's not having any of that shit.
Percy's been put upon poor old Percy.
Indeed. I wonder how many people have come and went, and I didn't even know they were here. Like, they were like, hey, Lemmy, and I just didn't say anything. And they're like, oh, and they left. Probably, like, everyone I care about. Now none of them wanted to talk to me anymore. They're like, oh, you ignored me? It's going to be interesting to see it turn to night in here. Right now, there's still a decent amount of light on my face, but it won't remain this way. Not forever. Now, I have school tomorrow, Lemmy, you're a really good YouTuber. Bye. See you, Trains. What happened to the Fergus you started with a U? The Gauge 1 it still exists. I got to the point where I actually got an eye mechanism working in it. That was one of the proudest days of my life, honestly. But then I realized that I'd made the face like too shallow, like it was too flat. It needed to come out more, and I felt like I had to resculpt it, but I didn't feel like doing that, so I just kind of put the project aside. But I'll probably go back to him at some point and make a new face that's more like Fergus. Because I was looking at him, squinting at him, like, what's wrong with this? And I realized I think the problem was just the face was too flat and it needed to come out more. But yeah, let me pop a squat. Both of you, pop a squat. Why, Dougie? What are you about to unleash on us? Hello from Australia. Hello, Luke's Locomotives. Hello from California. Why are we popping a squat, Dougie? Come on. Explain why we need to pop a squat.
And hello from Tennessee. Sorry that was so delayed.
Excellent. Okay. Henry, the Green Engine. What's your favorite character, Bailey?
I really like Fergus and Trevor because I've worked with traction engines before, so I have a lot of kind of emotional attachment to those two, and I know how they work. And I know how they drive. It's like it's weird.
That's cool. That's a neat reason. That's the type of reason that the Reverend would approve of.
Yep.
For me, it's definitely Gordon. He's just the finest engine in the world. Muscular, fast, strong, pompous.
He's essentially a Greek god.
That's what Gordon is.
Yes, though.
You take a look at this, Henry. I'm a Greek god.
I thought you were a rusty piece of scrap iron.
God. He just cries and runs out of the room. He's like, "You're mean." No.
See what you've done, Edward. You hurt his feelings. Go apologize.
No, I'm sensitive.
God damn it. Gordon would so totally think he is a Greek god at some point or another. Yeah, I think so. What is your favorite season like? I'd like to extend this question to the audience. What is your favorite season? But mine is, I've gone back and forth on this for a long time. For years, I said season 3 or season 5. Now, I honestly think season 2. Because all my favorite Railway series stories were adapted in season 2. Like, all the ones that were my favorites from the Railway series appear in that. Like, Mainline Engines is my favorite Railway series book. And that's all in season 2. And except for, like, Buzz. But, like, you know. The point being, Wrong Roads in season 2. The Diseasels in season 2. What's the other one? What else is in Mainline Engines? There's the Diseasel. There's Wrong Road. Edward's Exploit. That's in season 2 as well. And so, you know, I love all those. And I love how in season 2, the backgrounds really give the engines a chance to shine. Like, the backgrounds are so dull and brown and gray, and it really makes James pop. Donald and Douglas pop. Thomas pops. They all, like, are so vibrant against their backgrounds. I love that. Not everything has to be a good color. Not everything has to be vibrant. in the when you get to I love season 3, and it's probably a close second for me. But season 3 gets a little too vibrant. The grass gets really bright. Everything gets really bright. And it's like, well, I think it's better to have duller backgrounds a lot of the time so you can let the engines kind of pop. So they look, everything looks kind of dusty in season 2, and I like that. And it looks a bit messy too, which I also like. It just captures the railway feel, I think, really nicely. So season 2, I think, is my favorite. Season 3 is a close second. After that, probably season 5. I love season 4, but there's something a little too yellow about it. It's a little too golden. It's almost like when a kid gets into a candy store and at first it seems great, but then you make yourself sick with all the candy. I feel like season 4 almost overdoes it just a little bit with all the golden, beautiful lighting. Like, it's a little too much. But I still adore it. It's still a masterpiece. But I think I like season 3. I like subtlety more. Season 2 is very subtle, and I like that. Favorite model prop from all the model series. Mine is Spencer or Hank. Probably Diesel 10. It's got to be Diesel 10. Diesel 10's amazing. Like, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store, but the merriest sight to see is the heart that'll be on your own front door. Is Bailey looking at 10 cents again? I bet he is. Let me sing Break My Stride in your Diesel 10 voice. What even is my Diesel 10 voice? I don't know what people think that is. Like, if I'm to do Diesel 10, I do it something like this, where he's got this, like, kind of close to the Magic Railroad one, but as close as I can make it without really doing the proper, like, Brooklyn accent or whatever he has. I don't even know Break My Stride well enough to do it. What characters do they need to bring back to CGI, and what characters need to go away forever? I don't think any characters need to go away forever. I think they need writers who... Characters are like little children that need proper parents. They need proper guiding figures, right? Don't send Billy away forever because he's bad. It's that he's had bad writers, and it's not his fault. It's theirs, And likewise, it's our responsibility, I think, to make Billy into something, wonderful. And I think he has a lot of potential. I mean, he's built to be annoying. So make him annoying on purpose. Make him a villain of sorts. You could do that. I mean, I think he could really shine. A lot of characters could. So I don't want anyone to go away forever. But I do, in terms of coming back, assuming we were still in the season 19 type era, I would say, who would I want to come back? Boko would be the first one I'd want to come back. I don't think, it's a shame how people see Boko. Like, a lot of people think he just has no character. And it's like, well, that's because you cut out all the context in the show. In the Railway series, Boko was coming from a railway that is the enemy of the Northwestern in the middle of the most tense period of dieselization ever. Boko arrives in 1965. And that's before dieselization is complete. It's in the heat of it. Gordon hasn't even lost his brothers yet, but he's terrified about it. James is terrified. Everybody's terrified of diesels. Everyone hates diesels. And then Boko walks into this mess. And what does he do? When engines are cruel to him, when Duck looks at him and doesn't trust him at first, when James comes in and literally says, I don't need some buzzbox diesel telling me what to do. Just utter hatred in his voice. What does Boko do? He just grits his teeth and bears it. He's just like, he just rolls his eyes. Doesn't say anything. He doesn't fight back. He just tolerates it because he understands. These engines have been through a lot. The other railway is putting them in a lot of danger right now. They're scared of me, but it's irrational. I'm just going to have patience. I'm going to have calm. I am going to bear the brunt of this because it will be over eventually. And by doing that, he sets such an important precedent for the Diesels that come after him. Boko arrives and fixes Diesel's mess because Diesel left a hot mess on the island with what he did. Boko comes along and restores order and shows everybody what a good Diesel can do. Daisy arrives in 1960 and she does all right, but she's localized to Thomas's branch line, which Thomas is more worried about the beaching axe than he is worried about, what's happening on British main lines with steam engines. So Daisy is kind of isolated from it, and even then she didn't make a great impression. But Boko, day one, comes to the island, shows incredible patience, tolerance, and just grits his teeth and bears all the vitriol that he gets from the engines. And, then eventually, they all grow to really respect him because of that. But Boko just plays the waiting game. He's just peaceful, and he's respectful. And even though he gets he's bullied a lot in the early days, he just kind of sits there like a rock and just handles it. And he sets a really important precedent. So when Bear arrives, it's a lot easier for Bear to be accepted. When all the Diesels in the TV series arrive, they don't have nearly the hill to climb that Boko did. Derek arrives is not a big deal. A lot of engines arrive and they can have a good life on Sodor because Boko handled that incredibly difficult transition period. You get a lot of good scenes with Boko in the Railway series you don't get in the show. They butchered mainline engines like with Buzz. They have just Duck and Boko chatting like they've been friends for years. In the Railway series, that's the first time they meet each other. Boko approaches Duck and he approaches the mainline sheds. This comes right after the Diesel, and Boko says, "May I come in?" Being very, very careful not to tread on any boundaries. And Duck looks at him. He's like, "Oh, well, And, at first he's really suspicious of him, right? And even Duck, even kind and reasonable Duck is suspicious of Diesels. But by the end of that conversation, they're laughing like old friends. He manages to kind of, through his respect and patience, which Boko shouldn't have to do. Boko didn't do anything to these guys. He shouldn't have to have that restraint, but he does. And that restraint is what characterizes him and what makes him such an impactful and powerful character. But of course, they sliced dieselization out of the show. So without that concept, Boko is nothing, right? So, he's just the Bill and Ben guy, which is not what he is at all. You know how many times Boko talks to the twins in the Railway series? I think it's like once in the Diesel. The rest of the time he spends at Tidmouth. He's talking to Gordon and Henry and James and all that. Boko is a very different engine if you actually give him the proper context. There's this great scene in Old Stuck Up in the Railway series, in James and the Diesel Engines, where Boko is talking to Old Stuck Up, and Old Stuck Up is just bragging. He's just like, "Oh, well, these steam kettles will be out sooner or later, won't they?" And Boko, is gritting his teeth, and he's just like, "Oh, will they? All right, yeah, that's right." Like he's kind of rolling his eyes, like just trying to kind of show this guy around. But this guy's just a total jerk, right? And finally, Old Stuck Up goes too far. It says something really bitter, and Boko snaps, and he's just like, "Well, then just stay outside the sheds if you're so proud about it. I'm going to go and join my friends." And he just leaves and goes into the sheds and leaves Old Stuck Up out in the cold. And I love him in that moment. Like, that's Boko. Immense integrity from him. That's who he is. And, so there's a lot you could do with Boko. He's one of my favorite characters. Crushes me to see the way that people see him because there's so much that he would add to the dynamic and to the Railway. And the TV series really shafted him because, if you read the books, he has a lot more going for him, I think, if you kind of look into the greater context of things. But that's every character, right? That's the thing. So I would want Boko to return to the CGI series. But only if they did him the way I described. But there's a lot of characters like that. I could go on a spiel about any character like that, where I think they all have immense value and potential. And I don't think there's anybody I don't want to return, honestly. Unless things get overpopulated. That's the only problem. Is like we don't have room for everybody. So the show kind of has to have a focus. But I would like to see everybody get back into the show sooner or later. And have their chance. Anyway.
Lemmy, do you have a picture of 10 cents from his? Okay, so this is left. From his right side.
His right or the viewer's right? I don't even know what that means.
Okay, so looking at the front of 10 cents, I'm talking about his left side,
There's
his right
some really good ones that came out recently on Twitter of Sunshine and 10 cents that seemed like the ones that the Ertl models were based off of.
Yeah, I was involved in those. But anyway,
wait, why don't you have access to them then?
because I have so much crap on my phone, I can't find them. It's like frustrating.
Right.
Can you please send them over?
Bailey, I want you to take a look at where is even is this it?
By the way, these holes are brilliant. I mean, look at these, dude. They're like the perfect size. Literally.
If only I could find the. Is this it? This doesn't look like it. Have I ruined it? Did I?
What'd you ruined?
I'm so confused. If anyone's been paying attention, does anyone know what the hell happened to the platform I was cutting?
It was on the table last time I saw it.
Is this it? Did I cut part of this off? So I shouldn't have. I've been talking so long that I've just totally. That doesn't. Well, if that doesn't take the biscuit. Okay, this doesn't seem right. I'm gonna cut out another one. Jesus Christ. I'm tragically gonna have to put my foot down, Bailey, and say, no, I've got to work on this.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine, dude.
All right.
I'll have to look through my files because I have 1,000 files on my phone.
Yeah, I don't understand how people can store so much on their phones. Like, I would be nerve-wracked that if I misplace it, like, all of a sudden it's just gone, all that. It's like, makes me nervous.
Yeah, doing everything on a phone is a little bit nerve-wracking, not going to lie.
Okay. Really, does it matter to you, Bailey, whether you go perpendicular to or parallel to the corrugation on the cardboard?
It kind of does, like, depending on what I'm making.
Right. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, it's kind of like, I think it's stronger if it's perpendicular to whatever the longest side of what you're cutting is. Because then it's like, because otherwise, like, I'm doing the thing where I'm like, you end up cutting along the channel, which isn't good. It's like, it's just kind of, it like kind of folds in at the sides because it dampens the support. It's a bit annoying. Yeah. Yes, it matters to me. Oh, yes, sirree.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, my camera's probably just frozen. My wonderfully frozen camera.
Guys, can you stop asking the same things over and over? Guys, can you stop asking the same things over and over? Dougie's clever. I like that.
No, it's brilliant. So how on 10 cents there's usually like a yellow box that's covering, like on one of his sides, like a little yellow box looking thing?
Yeah.
That's actually a switch for something that I'm looking at these pictures. I don't know what it's a switch for, but it's a switch for something. It's interesting.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Let's see how many windows I need. 1, 2, 3. Yep, just 3. Perfect.
Lemmy, your piece is on the floor. Is it?
Oh yeah, it is because you moved it out of the way.
Wait, what?
I feel like I remember you moving out of the way. Moving it out of the way.
Not sure. Why would it be on the floor, though, is my question.
Because you were moving around and doing something, I believe.
wish it was, but I'm not seeing it.
Oh, that's a shame.
I think it's gone forever. Never to be seen or heard from again. Okay. Oh, I really gotta plug in my iPad. Getting quite dire.
That is me every day.
Plug them both into the same. No, I can't. I'm gonna have to sacrifice my phone just for a while. I'm sure it'll be able to handle this on the charge it has left. Gonna have to be very crafty here.
Man, I thank God I made this at a good enough scale to make these,
Oh,
make this
yes.
possible. Studs. That is a lever.
I'm not convinced that this is my cardboard. I think I need to make it wider. Don't you just hate when you have to cut out the same piece like 3 times because you cut it out and it's still not the right size?
Yeah. What I usually do with that, unless it's something like outside, if it's just internal like structuring, I'm just like, you know what, screw it. I get another piece and I tape it so hard.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that's, if I try to, for each like kind of surface of a building or anything, I try to make it all one piece because it's cleaner that way. There's no seams. But sometimes it's inevitable that you're gonna have to tape 2 pieces together.
With my scale tugs, the only way to really do it is to use big post boxes, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially for the holes. The hole, you almost always have to put 2 boxes together.
Yeah. And my warrior, I didn't have to put 2 boxes together, but I'm talking, it was just barely making it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, that looks more like what I'm supposed to have. Jesus Christ, it's taking me forever because I keep rambling about Boko. If Ronnie were here, he would have a heart attack. Let's see. What is your least favorite character on Character Gallery? What would you second choice for a character to return to CGI? Second choice for a character to return to CGI. I feel like there's another obvious choice. Maybe Duke. I feel like Duke is about as important to the Skarloey Railway as Boko is to the Northwestern Railway. I feel like I might be missing someone really obvious, though.
His Grace.
His Grace, yeah. I'd like him to return from the dead.
His Grace is made to return.
I saw something else too. It was besides who's your second choice. It's what characters do you not like on Character Gallery? I've loved every character that we've talked about. I guess my least favorite would probably be like Bill and Ben, just because there's like nothing like I like a kind of deep, complex, dramatic character to sink my teeth into, and we have a lot of comedy and laughter on Character Gallery, but it doesn't stem from the character itself being a funny character so much. Because I feel like there needs to be kind of some more substance for me. I want there to be stakes. I want there to be drama. And Bill and Ben just don't have that because it's kind of counter to their nature as characters. They are built to be lighthearted, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not really my thing. So that's how I feel about that. But they are of course awesome characters. But it's also the fact that Bill and Ben are kind of isolated. Like it's hard for me to do anything with them. Like I don't, because like there's never any conflict on Edward's branch line because it's all the most calm, casual characters. Edward, Boko, Salty, you know, uh, maybe Derek. Cranky is grumpy, but he doesn't cause any conflict really. Porter and Bill and Ben are surrounded by all those boring nice guys, and they're boring by design. And the thing is, you put Edward around Gordon or James, you put Boko around Gordon or James. You put them with characters that are going to force them to deal with conflict and to clean up their messes. That's kind of what Boko and Edward are for. That's why the show doesn't know what to do with Henry, Edward, and like Toby. It's because Toby is supposed to be putting up with Thomas's bullshit. Henry's supposed to be putting up with Gordon and James's bullshit, and Edward is supposed to be handling everybody's bullshit. But they don't understand characters that exist in conjunction with other characters. Edward doesn't work on his own. He's not going to carry a story. He can carry a story, but he can't be the one who initiates the conflict because he's kind and wise and he's brilliant. And so, of course, he's not going to cause the problem. He can occasionally, but usually he can't. An Edward episode should be about him fixing someone else's mess and how he runs himself ragged doing it and isn't fair to himself. That's really what an Edward story should be about. It shouldn't be about him doing something wrong. But they don't get that. Same thing with Henry. Henry should be kind of the comic relief to Gordon and James doing a ridiculous plan. And Henry's just like, not that I'm not on board, but you sure this is the best idea? Like, that's him, right? He's a very unfortunate character. Bad luck all the way. And he's kind of constantly the butt of the joke. And, but the point being, how did I get on this?
He's a tosser.
And Edward are characters that work in conjunction with other characters. Oh, and Bill and Ben. So Edward and Boko they can deal with Bill and Ben's pranks, but only so much, right? Bill and Ben need to be somewhere, because Edward would just be like, not funny, you two, and that's it. Like, it's not enough. Boko will just be like, cut it out. That's it, right? But Gordon, like, if Bill and Ben play a prank on Gordon, Gordon will try to get back at them, and it will descend into madness at Tidmouth, or Knapford, or wherever the hell your big station is. But the point being, you need someone who's going to take the bait. Edward and Boko don't take the bait, and so Bill and Ben are trapped in this part of the island that isn't all that interesting. And so even though they have a lot of potential, they're not in the right place. They are in the right place in terms of, like, if you wanted the railway to run well, you put them there because they're not going to cause any trouble. But, say Mavis is in a similar position, but at least with Mavis, Thomas's branch line isn't as peaceful as Edward's. Thomas is kind of a drama queen, and he's kind of entitled, and, he kind of, will throw a fit now and then, and so is Daisy. And Mavis can put up with that stuff. And Toby's very stubborn, and so they get into their own arguments. And ultimately, that's just that's kind of their. It's Mavis has the opportunity to be interesting for those reasons. But Bill and Ben are kind of restricted, and that's the way that I write, is through connections, right? So I make connections between characters, and no matter what connections I make between Bill and Ben and other characters, it always ends up being kind of boring. It's like, okay, I could just move them to Knapford, but like that kind of, feels like a cheat, right? That's not something I would do naturally. Why would I take two characters and move them way out of their environment when I can tell great stories with characters who work fine in their current environment, right? I'm much more likely to tell a story about Percy or Thomas causing trouble for the big engines than I am Bill and Ben, because Bill and Ben have to be moved all the way out of their home to even enter the story in the first place.
I have a brilliant idea for a story.
Yes.
So Bill and Ben are privately owned, correct?
Yes, by the SEC.
They should be the Duke and Duchess's private engines at first, before Spencer. And they drove everybody so crazy on that part of the island. The Fat Controller just said, you know what? sell them to the China clay pits and get them away from here. Just bring them away from this problem.
That would be amazing. Like the origin story of how they ended up there. Like they're not built for it. They're like built somewhere else, and then it's like they're just such a like that. Like Bill and Ben had like 10 other jobs on the island, and then they finally like get like like being sent to the clay pits is almost like being sent to like the farm in the middle of nowhere where you can kind of where a rambunctious team can kind of finally work out their problems. It's like that's kind of what Bill and Ben. It's like an exile almost, but a kind exile with their kind of aunt and uncle who know how to actually get them in line. Like,
Yeah,
that
it's like
would be pretty good.
they probably sent them with both. They probably sent them with Edward because they're like, okay, well, Edward's the only one who could do something about this.
Yeah, really.
I think that'd just be so funny. I just love to just see a compilation, like of just them working for the Duke and Duchess, and then just shunting a truck into like a siding, and just smash into the
It
coach.
just takes out their garage, and they're like, "God damn it! Son,
It's just like the coach goes flying into like their flower bed or something.
yeah. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah, Bill and Ben are fantastic. It's just the way I write. It's like say that's a great idea, but it's an idea that requires taking them out of the clay pits, which is always what you have to do with Bill and Ben in order to make them interesting. And I love that idea. And if I were going to do a Bill and Ben story, that's what I would do. But I tend to write stories for engines based on where they live, and not really move them around too much. And so, Bill and Ben, in that respect, they are not treated well by me. What are people saying? Derek and Timothy can't hold a story on their own. They're at their best when bouncing off Bill and Ben, vice versa. Why characters like Derek and Timothy are so needed? They give Bill and Ben people they can bounce off and play off of. I don't know though. I don't see Timothy and Bill and Ben's dynamic as particularly interesting. I like it, but Timothy, what's better? Timothy saying, "Stop making fun of me, you guys," or Gordon saying, "How dare you disrespect me, Henry? Get my express." It's like they're very, I think one is a lot more entertaining than the other. Like I think Timothy and like Derek, I guess Bill and Ben, I guess I like scale, right? I like it to be larger scale. And Bill and Ben can't do the big prank if they're gonna do it in the tiny clay pits. They kind of need to go to the big station or somewhere else. But yeah, no, I see the point there. You can certainly tell good stories, but it's more about telling the type of stories I want to tell. And that's why, for me, they're not, I'm not a huge fan of Bill and Ben's because they don't lend themselves well to my type of stories.
Okay, so I got a brilliant idea to build on the one I just had. So Bill and Ben originally were bought by the Duke and Duchess to work for them. Duke and Duchess sold them to the Fat Controller. The Fat Controller sold them to the Docks. The Docks sold them to Thomas's Quarry. Thomas's Quarry sold them to the China Clay Pits, and the China Clay Pits finally took them.
My God, that would add up.
And the only reason they took them is because they rescued those workmen. Story.
I see. Yeah, that's great. That's one hell of a timeline.
I would just love to make that just like a 10-minute episode. Just Bill, just
yeah. Just Bill
I think that'd be so comedically beautiful.
That'd be good. Lemmy, do you think the Brendan branch has more engines than we know of? I mean, it's the biggest harbor on the island. Well, that's the thing. If you do subscribe to the idea that Brendan is the biggest harbor, I think that there's like a T-switch at the entrance to the bridge. So I think there's a line going this way as well as this way. Looks reversed on my end. But the point being, there's a line that there's a line that, like you can enter from Barrow or you can enter from Tidmouth. Or you can enter from Knapford or you can enter from Vickerstown for the TV series folk. That's how I see it, is that if Brendan is the biggest harbor, then it kind of has that status of being, it's accessible from the main line. And Gordon can go down the main line or the branch line. Any engine can go down the branch line. Like it's strong enough. And I think maybe there are days when Gordon takes big, fast passenger trains to the harbor for the ocean liners. And I think that it is, not a stop on the express, because that wouldn't be an express really then. But, it does. I think that there's just a lot more engines using the branch. I wouldn't say there are engines we don't know about. I would say Donald and Douglas probably spend a lot of time on the Brendan branch. I'd say Derek is permanently allocated there. Boko, I would say, spends a lot of his time there, maybe 60% there and 40% on the main line. I would say there's Edward, of course. And maybe a few others occasionally, like Arthur or, whoever else. I don't know why Arthur comes to mind. But it's like, I could see a lot more engines. And of course, in the show, we see Thomas and Percy constantly. We see Gordon and James constantly. So I think that, like, a lot of the mainline engines and even some of Thomas's branch are dipping into this branch. So I think it's just that, when we think about who's allocated. But if we're thinking in strictly Railway Series terms, well, I think there's probably like 30 engines on the network that we're not even aware of that are, just different British classes that we haven't seen before, but they're painted in Northwestern colors, and they're, there's just a lot of it. I imagine that's probably the case. If we're thinking in Railway Series terms, it's probably that.
Favorite character in character gallery. Let's see. First thing to say, Stepney the Bluebell Engine says telling them off. Does that make wrong road just wrong? Asked so in Railway Edward. I don't know. I don't think so, because Gordon, there's very specific circumstances where Gordon would go down the branch line. And perhaps that comes later. Like Brendan gets developed in the 70s, and so back then it wouldn't make sense. But anyway. Overhaul, so the Fat Controller. Oh, there's a lot of things going on.
Would you like to see
the idea? Oh, what's that, Bailey?
Would you like to see 10 Boy?
Yes, I would. That's great. That's looking really good. Do you like the idea of multiple of the same type of engine working on the island? Like, I imagine there are 3 other Black Fives we don't know about. Not really. Like, it's kind of like when people include Eagle in their series. Like they have like another, like they have one of James's brothers, but like only one. It's a little weird. Like, I don't like another Red Class 28. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't really like that. I kind of like it feels a little bit too like the traditional type of OC where it's literally just a repainted Thomas or something. Like Black Fives, there's a lot of, so it would make sense more would end up there. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I feel about there being any Black Fives other than Henry. Because then Henry, there are engines on the railway that are more Black Five-y than Henry is. Because Henry is not even a Black Five. He's just a rebuilt whatever he was that looks like a Black Five. And so ultimately, he doesn't give up. He would kind of be, his role would be taken away by other engines that are more like what he's supposed to represent than he is. So I don't know how I feel about it. But it is a good point. Like, I always found it weird how we call Donald and Douglas twins. Like, it's not that they're twins. It's that the other 100 aren't here. They're gone. That's why we look at it that way. But like, if Donald and Douglas are just the only remaining ones, right? Gordon has tons of brothers, and I guess a lot of them you could call twins. And it's weird. It's just like there's this whole twin thing where it's like the show and the way we react to the show, we treat it like a foreign concept that an engine would have an identical brother. But it's like that's how engines are built. They're built in the dozens. Like, of course that happens. Has anyone ever thought of making the austerity that was meant to come to the railway after? Yes, a lot of people have, Dougie. I have to say, I don't want to discourage that idea because it's a good one. But for me,
it feels a little. I've seen so many people do that to the point like the wiki even says the austerity engine and like describes like has a page for it as if it's a real character. It's not a character. It's a hypothetical. It's an abstract concept. Like the Fat Controller, we don't even know that the Fat Controller bought this engine. We don't know that he actually followed through. I never thought he did. I thought it was something he flirted with, and then he just never went through with it. But yeah, I mean, the point being, it's like it's kind of like Christopher was like, "Hey, here you go, fill in the blank," and then we do. It's like I'm not so interested in fill in the blank characters. Like it's kind of it feels like that concept is watered down by filling that gap, right? It's like no longer like not every hypothetical has to come to fruition. Surely not every single plan the Fat Controller comes up with actually happens. Like some of them have to fail, some of them have to not happen. So I don't know. It's kind of the same feeling I get off of when, like, say, bringing Glyn back to the railway, like in the show, where like Glyn survives to the present day. Like it kind of that is supposed to be that character. The coffee pots are supposed to represent an era, a bygone era. They're supposed to be, a product of their time. And now Glyn is no longer because he still runs and exists. And, it's like, is there nothing that is tied to a specific time? Is there nothing that is there nothing you can get in the past that you can't get now? Like, it seems like everything that ever was on Sodor still is. And that's not how time works. Some stuff is gone forever. And I kind of like that idea. But they won't do that. Instead, anything that has ever happened on Sodor is true forever. If Class 40 comes to Sodor, then he must be able to come back to Sodor whenever he wants. If, it's that sort of thing where it's like some stuff is relegated to its time period. Smudger is gone. Godred is gone. Bulstrode, is on the beach, right? Bulgy is in the field. Those things have happened. The past has happened and has affected the present, and that's permanent, and it's not going to change. That's how I see it, and I like it that way. It's like something happens, and then there are permanent effects. And so, likewise, I don't like how what is this? So I was comparing this to what happened with the austerity engine, and how I don't like how they brought like Glyn back when Glyn is really supposed to kind of be Bailey's gone again. But I don't like how they brought Glyn back when Glyn is kind of supposed to be a product of Zera. And likewise, with the austerity engine, I feel like in the same way that if you bring Glyn back, you're kind of missing the point of Glyn because he's supposed to be an old lost engine that never is gone and has been scrapped and is just it's a shame that that's happened. I feel the same way about the austerity engine. The austerity engine is a hypothetical. It's an example of how the Fat Controller brings engines to his railway, trials them. It's an example of what his thought process is in getting engines. That's what it's for. But it's not to actually get an austerity. That's not how I see it as a narrative tool. Like he's never gonna get an austerity. So that's kind of how I see it.
I hate my internet. It's bad.
Well, considering you've only dropped out like 2 times, not that bad. Oh God, my mouth is dry. I could talk forever. Imagine me in Congress. I could filibuster for 7 weeks. Good Lord.
But I think my 10 cents is looking pretty good.
Oh
I
yeah.
think I got the tape and I think I've gotten the details.
Okay, you want to see what I've made so far today, Bailey?
Sure, let me, my guy.
It's a box.
There's a box that you cut out of another box. Let me.
Right.
My God.
Oh my goodness, let me.
Yeah.
I have gotten this whole superstructure almost done, and you're still on a box.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'll cut you some slack. You did do the layout and everything first, and
That's true. That is true.
so I mean there is some justification there.
Still, it is not as much as I was expecting to get done, but that's what happens when I have a bunch of people who I assume are listening to me, but quite possibly are not. Yes, that's a good size for that, I think. I dare say. It really is magical to like be able to build and recreate all the things you see in the show and on Sodor. That's why the model series is so amazing. I look at it and I'm like, I can do that. Let me do that. Let me build a station. Let me build a shed. Let me build all that stuff. You know, I can make models. Models exist. They're real. You don't need to know how to code. You don't need to know how computers work. You don't need to know anything. You just need to know how to build a thing. Just put it together. It's like, it's lovely.
Exactly.
In my canon, the S&M engines are scrapped in 1936 to pay for Henry's rebuild. Jesus Christ.
Holy crap.
That's intense. God. Interesting. That's a really good idea. That's also really, God, very morally gray. Tugs and Thomas aren't in the same universe, so he can't beat the same Big Mickey. Says Dougie. Thank you, Dougie. I know a lot of people like the idea of Thomas and Tugs being in the same universe. But,
Look. I don't like the TV shows, but if you're making an adaptation and you do some modifications to both universes, it's okay. But in the
right.
actual canon, no.
Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, that's true. An important distinction is to be made between what is factually like the intention of the shows and what I prefer. So personally, I don't prefer to mix them, but I also don't think the show's intention was to mix them. So like, just look at them. Look at the difference. So like, you know, the Tugs can turn their heads. They wear hats. Their skin is a flesh tone. They don't have drivers. We barely see any. We don't see any humans. We can only assume that they exist. They earn wages. Meanwhile, in Thomas, all the faces are gray. Everything's kind of a complex metaphor. See a Tank Engine Fan 01 game. Take care. But you know, the faces are all gray. We can assume like the whole thing is kind of metaphorical in nature, with all the puffing sounds symbolizing talking and that sort of thing. That's kind of the whole point of it, is that they're real trains. They're not people. And you can write them like people, but at the end of the day, the faces are just kind of an elaborate allegory for human behavior. But the trains are trains. In Tugs, the Tugs are like people who happen to be boats. It's a very different vibe for both universes. And I think you lose a lot if all of a sudden the Tugs are just machines, because they're more than that. They do a lot more than that. They are agents in their world. In Thomas, the whole point of it is that they're not really like that. They don't have that much control. I mean, and if they do, the way they have a lot of control, but in the way a steam engine would. Steam engines break down against the wishes of humans all the time. That's a thing that happens in the real world. And in that way, an engine does have a lot of agency and can piss a lot of people off. But it's in an engine way. In Tugs, though, like when's the last time that you saw a bunch of tugboats join in a parade together and then pass by a submarine waiting to be blown up and rescue him with nothing but their own willpower? That's not something real boats would do. Like, that's just something humans would do. Humans go to parades. Humans rescue people. Humans do those things. Meanwhile, Douglas, when he saves Oliver, he goes to Barrow with a scheduled goods train and then takes Oliver back with him. That's the most daring thing they ever do with the metaphor of it. And he takes Oliver and couples up to him and pulls him back to their works.
But even then, it's a kind of implied that it's the driver and fireman's choice. Like,
yeah,
exactly. So it's like it's the people's.
Yeah.
Like the Tugs had a choice to go save Grampus.
Right, and there was no intervention from really anybody. I don't think even Captain Star. I don't know if Captain Star was even aware. But that's kind of the whole point. Is like in tugs, they have that agency, and that's kind of that's a big part of it. So I think that gets washed away when you try to mix them together. Now, I would love like a crossover where like the tugs go through some sort of interdimensional portal and then into the Thomas universe. That would be amazing. That would be really cool. But make it very clear they're not in the same universe, but you could cross over into the other universe. But then it would be kind of weird and kind of funny because the tugs are literally alive. Like they literally have faces on their front of them. But the Thomas characters, the faces aren't nearly as literal as that. They're more like a metaphorical representation of the way that the engines behave. Like all the things that the engines do. The tugs do a lot of things that only humans could do. Like they could only do if they are totally conscious. But the engines, everything they do to advance the plot is something an engine could do. So like if you took away the faces, it wouldn't really change anything for the most part in terms of the plot. And it's funny because you've got characters who are literally alive and characters who are metaphorically alive. So it'd be kind of weird. It's like the tugs, in a way, would relate more to the drivers and to the Fat Controller than they would to the engines, because the engines are just machines. They're kind of like lifeless barges to them in a way. Like Warrior might get really attached to like a specific barge that doesn't have a face, but it's still not alive. It's a barge. And it's the same thing with like Gordon. It's like, he's not actually a living thing. Now, if you do if I had to choose whether, make all the tugs' faces gray and move them down and make the cab windows visible and get rid of the turning mechanism and stop giving them wages and all that, I wouldn't do that. I would do the opposite, which is I would give the engines wages and I would make them literally alive and get rid of the drivers and everything. If I had to make them mesh with each other, I think I would take the tugs version over the Thomas version because that's a lot more fun and cool. I like Thomas the way it is. I like the drivers, but if I had to choose one universe framework, I would choose the tugs one. I think is how I would do it. But yeah. Actually, I just remembered. I didn't explain a theory I had. There are many tugs, Big Mickey. My proof? Says Dougie. Let me remember Sodor 30 years later. The thing you voice acted in? Yes, I remember. That was ages ago. Let's see. Henry Train. What if Captain Star is a retired tugboat? Please don't make me think about this. Please don't.
Yeah, in the back of the building.
He's a human man. Please. Please. I've had this suspicion for a long time that maybe the reason that tugs never showed humans was because David Mitton wanted to do them in live action. Like, what if that was the reason? Like, he didn't have the means to do it at that point, but if he was ever going to show them, like with just the realism and just the way tugs was done, I almost wonder if he would have wanted live action people. And some of that spirit kind of got poured into Magic Railroad later down the road. Like, that could have very well been the reason we never saw any people. It's because he didn't want to lock himself into this weird situation Magic Railroad got themselves into, where the humans, like the Fat Controller, can't appear on screen because he'd be next to Alec Baldwin, and that would be like disgusting. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it is kind of a hard card to play, because kind of no matter what you do, it's going to be kind of weird.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a compromise. A junction malfunction says, "What are you working on, Lemmy?" I'm working on. I can just show you the picture. This shed, the one that the one that's like next to the curvy track that goes past Tidmus Sheds. I'm working on this like milk dock thing. I think it is a milk dock. There's like milk churns on it. That says something, doesn't it? But yeah, that's what I'm working on. Tugs using human models would make the models too cluttered. Well, I mean, I don't think there would be humans on the boat. Even if there were like humans visible in tugs, I don't think they would ever be on the tugboats. I think the tugboats totally control themselves. Like they don't even have, like they're somehow throwing the ropes out themselves through some force of nature. Like, it's, I don't think there are any humans on board the boats. I think it'd be kind of weird if they were. And I think the answer is just not to think about it. Like, the tugs mastering the art of not showing us the things that would fuck with our heads. Like, like when Zebedee goes and gets Johnny Cuba some coal. He throws a rope out, latches onto it, takes it, brings it to him. What we don't see is how he actually gets the coal into his firebox or his furnace or whatever you want to call it. But like, that part isn't really important. It's like when Coast Guard comes up to Johnny Cuba and he's like, "I'm coming aboard." What the hell does that mean? We don't ever see it. We don't know what that means. But somehow he's able to search the whole deck and figure out what's in there and if there's contraband. But we don't know what that looks like, and we can't really know because there is no answer to that question. But Tugs knew when to cut its losses, and I appreciate that. I respect that. Let's see. What are the big ships like Princess Alice? Are they alive, literally? I hope they are. I really wish everything in Tugs had a face, the same as the tugboats. I wish the ocean liners did. Though I guess there is something kind of special about the ocean liners being these big mystical, it's kind of like how the Titanic doesn't even need a face because it's just got such power and energy to it that it's undeniably like a living creature, just the way it roams through the waves. I think that's what Tugs was going for, is like the ocean liners didn't need faces to come alive. They were already undeniably these big living beasts. I think that was kind of the point. So I would say, are they alive? In the Thomas way, I think, where they're kind of, it's like a metaphor. It's like, this is like a big, amazing animal, creature, sort of thing. One more question. Is Princess Alice a man or a woman with a very hefty voice? I think that was Princess Alice's captain. It's like, this is the Princess Alice. It's like, I think that's the captain of the Princess Alice who's talking. So we've never heard any of the ships talk, I don't think. Yes. And there's something that probably puts a hole in my theory. Big Mickey is named in High Tide and even speaks. For one, the voice being the same as... I'm sorry, your theory... There's too many parts to your theory. I have a shed to build. I'm terribly sorry, Dougie. I'm sure it's a good theory. God, I am in very desperate need of water. Talk too much.
Duke needs water, quickly! Quickly! Duke is dying, quickly, get him some water! It's too late. He's dead.
Meanie, says Dougie. Bailey gone. Oh, God. Bailey gone indeed.
I hate internet.
Favorite TV series, Scarlowi Engine. The Railway series are all good to... Where did that go? Good to count. Duncan or Sir Handel? Or maybe Rheneas. I think Rheneas is brimming with potential. The show made it seem as if Rheneas just did one really heroic thing one time and then that was that. Like he got that train home and that's all he did. It's like, no. He got thousands of trains home for several years and he never had a break. Like that's what that's supposed to be representing. The show has this habit of watering down things. They take a single story and say this, they take a whole concept and crunch it into a single story and say it was this event. And it's like, no, this event represents thousands of events. Imagine that Rheneas is the brother shouldering all of this burden. He is the one who's taking train after train after train while Scarlowi rests. and he's sheltering him from this harsh reality of the world that they're living in. And he's putting in immense effort every single day. And if Rheneas fails once, if he can't get the train there once, the railway will shut down. If he fails once in those thousands of runs, that's it. The whole railway, it's resting on his bunker. And that's incredible. The fact that it's all up to him. And he didn't fail. He kept going no matter what. And the way they describe it, it's like, he swayed along. His vision blurred. His wheels ached. But he kept going. It's like he's in immense pain and he still won't give up. Like, just such... It's always the unsung heroes who always get shafted in the show. The ones who don't constantly sing their own praises are the ones the show doesn't realize are so important. Boko is like that. Edward's like that. Rheneas is like that. They're all characters that make a lot of sacrifice or compromise or do a lot of day-to-day sacrifice for other people without ever really getting appreciated for it. And the show doesn't realize that that's what they're doing. Everyone looks at Edward's finest moment as Edward's exploit because he did a physical task. But it's like, that's not impressive. What's impressive is that Edward, being so kind and wise, has guided the railway with his own wisdom through so many years. He listens to the engine's problems when they need him. They come to him instantly when they are, when they're clueless and they don't know how to proceed. That day to day, that is his greatest act, is Edward propping the whole railway up, diffusing conflict, providing emotional support. That is his role. That is what makes him amazing. It's not just him pulling a train once. Edward can handle physical pain, but the burden of having to be the one everyone relies on for the answers, that is his sacrifice. And that's true for a lot of characters. Where it's like, Boko's, patience and integrity are, immensely important in, introducing diesels to the Northwestern Railway, and making it safe for all the diesels that come after him. And likewise, Rheneas, without complaining, handled the traffic of the railway on his own while in terrible condition for years and saved the entire Skarloey Railway. It would have closed down without it. And yet he doesn't sing his own praises, so we all forgot what he did. We all don't realize the immense sacrifice that he made. And, it's kind of fitting in a way, because that's what would happen, right? We all know all the great things Gordon has done because he boasts about them. But we don't know what Edward's done. We don't know what Rheneas has done or Boko has done. They don't boast. And so we don't realize how important they really are until they're gone. And then things change. Rheneas might be my favorite now that I talk about him a lot. But Duncan is a lot of fun. Duncan's a hell of a lot of fun. I appreciate Duncan's integrity because, he likes to pretend that he doesn't care and doesn't give a shit, but he's got a lot of integrity. And you really got to respect how quickly he changes his mind on an issue when he hears different facts. Like, after one story about Rheneas, Duncan changes his mind about the polish thing. Like, one story, that's all it takes, right? You look at him like he's stubborn and rude, but I think he just speaks his mind, and that's it. But his beliefs aren't bad. He's just too blunt about them, right? He cuts through the bullshit. I respect that. I gotta stop talking. I will wear out my voice. Can't have that.
Though I think when I speak a lot, my Gordon voice perhaps gets better, because it gets a little bit more gravelly. Listen to that gravel. Oh yes.
That's
what
gravel.
A gravelly voice.
So wonderful.
Oh.
What'd you say, Bailey?
That gravel is just so wonderful.
So quiet.
Your gravel is so wonderful.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I have that coarse gravel.
I think.
I'm going to show you what I've done here, Lummy.
Yes, please do.
I have made the little things on the front of 10 cents, waiting for them to dry. I've made that little lip thing, and I've made this little
Oh, awesome.
chocolate thing. I think it looks pretty okay. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not amazing, but I think it looks.
Oh, it's looking great. Really great.
It's brilliant because the Lego pieces are just the right size for this, just perfect.
Yeah.
A question I wanted to ask you, but I never got to. How the heck do you do lifeboats in a good way?
Hmm?
How do you do lifeboats in a good way?
Do you do what?
Do lifeboats.
Lifeboats. I do the whole thing out of clay, but then for the keel, I slot in like a cardboard keel. So I just, you thumbtack and just do board by board in the clay.
I've tried doing that, but like every time I make a lifeboat, it looks so inaccurate.
Yeah, I mean, it takes some practice.
Also, I actually have a soldering gun. So I think I'm gonna try to do metal railings now.
God, good luck. Those are awful. Those
I
are
know.
they'll make you die. You want to die? Because they will make you die. That's for sure.
Do you want to die?
Yes, that's my question. Hold on. Be right back.
This is the first thing Levy says. You want to die? Because I'll make you die. Sounds like a line straight out of Has-Been Hotel. Want to die? Because I'll make you die. You'll die, guys. You'll die. 6 hours of streaming. New record. Wow. We're already streaming for 6 hours. That's actually pretty crazy. I'm trying to. Wow. Crazy to think we've been recording for 6 hours, guys. I mean, seriously. Happy for all you folks who've stayed with me and let me through this wonderful, wonderful live stream with you wonderful, wonderful people. What part of J/equal joke do you not get?
I'm back. All right. I'm going to have to go in 20 minutes, but I'll leave it running if anyone wants it to keep running.
Yeah,
But
I gotta ask in the chat, guys. Do you guys want this to keep running? Because I'll stay along and read the chat. So how long will you be gone in your Zoom call?
40 minutes. So not forever.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time. Keep running. Yes, everybody's like, keep going. Everybody is
awesome. There's Sketchy Girl again. Up
Oh.
to you, don't burn yourself out, That's a good point.
I'm not gonna burn myself out. I'll be fine. I think. What is the worst that could happen? Or happen?
A lot of people said that before disaster,
Okay, another question is, Lemmy, I need your advice. How in the crap am I going to be able to do this eagle on this 10 cents? Because it's a small, Lemmy. Small.
To do the what?
To do the eagle on 10 cents.
The eagle. I would do that out of cardboard, really thin cardboard, and really bend it and sculpt it in a very specific way. Because with clay, it's gonna be the wings will be too damn thin.
I mean, I could do it. It just
off anyway. Nearly 1 a.m. here. I see you, TC. Let's see. I know everything about Lemmy. I'm his room right now. Please, no. I don't want you to be my room.
Lemmy has simps. Wow.
What's you're saying, Bailey, before Dougie proclaimed that he was my room?
He is your room, though, Lemmy. It's true.
I wish he wasn't. I am very disappointed about that.
Be happy. You have followers in your room, literally. Ooh,
True.
that was not good, actually. I just. So you know how like the top of the hat, there's not really anything there holding it. It's just kind of a big just piece of tape there.
Yeah.
The top. I just cut a huge hole in my incense hat. A fucking huge hole.
I see. Wait. Is that where the eagles go slot in?
Yeah, I'm making a hole in
I see. Yes.
Oh,
the.
yes.
Who else really loves when Gordon goes, "Oh yes," and the adventure begins? Like the clock strikes whatever, and he's just like,
Oh, yes.
like that's such a good, the best. That moment right there, I think, sums up everything about Gordon. Just like his satisfaction when he gets to a station on time, and also just his satisfaction in petty, grudge seeking and getting payback. It's like, what a guy! What a guy!
What a champ. Champ.
He's one hell of a champ. I'll tell you that much.
What a pog champ, man. What a pog champ.
My Gordon's a fighter.
He is a pog champ.
Oh yes.
Oh, yes.
Fine, I guess.
Yes, very well, Henry. Very well, I will. I will tell.
I dare you to say very well, I shall be your pog champ after I say that line.
Pod champ? Is that what you're saying?
A pog champ. Pog champ.
I don't know what you're saying.
Just say pog champ. Pog champ.
Pog champ? What the hell is a pog champ? In the Railway series is the best version of Gordon. I'd say so. Like, Gordon's great in the show, but honestly, I'm not so sure because, like, I think a lot of Gordon's best moments do come from the show. I think Gordon's. I have to say Railway series just because of Tenders for Henry, where Gordon reacts to the death of his family. That's a huge moment for him. That's like the Gordon moment, and the show falls flat on its face and refuses to acknowledge it. And I think it's a really powerful moment for him. Gordon, big, proud Gordon who thinks he's immortal, all of a sudden realizes that his class has been hit harder than any other class. It's like, damn, what a statement by BR. It's like, if Gordon's class can go down, anyone can go down. Like that's really something. Gotta love it.
It's just kind of sad to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Truly is a shame.
Magic Railroad brought back Henry's illness, which is interesting. I guess they were really looking for a way to establish him well to the audience, and they didn't know who Henry was, and they didn't have a gimmick to like focus on, so they had to bring one back because they forgot who Henry was. Like they didn't realize what his like thing was. The show's really been looking for something like that. They want to sum up every character in one word. Like Henry is either scaredy, or he's sick, or he's like, something like that. Gordon is proud. James is vain. Thomas is. They always say cheeky. I feel like smug is a better word for him. I'd like smug Thomas more than cheeky Thomas. But that's their tendency. They want to sum it up, and Henry isn't easily summed up in one word. I guess I think he should kind of be the straight man to Gordon and James. He should be kind of the one who's kind of reasonable, trying to drag them back to reality. So, like, I don't know what you call that. Like, Henry's kind of he's the unfortunate one. He's the, You know, like life is constantly shitting on him, and he just has to deal with it. I don't know what you'd call that. Henry, he's the butt of the joke.
I'm very disappointed that you haven't popped a squat, Lummy.
Why are you telling us to pop a squat? Why? Why do you want us to pop a squat?
I mean, I could do one if you want me to,
I
guys.
wanted that for like an hour. Why? Why the dedication here?
You know, I ask the same thing every time I look at the news. Why is this dedication here? We've gone so far off track. It's sad.
My God.
It's
I
true,
find
though.
Henry pretty difficult to write for. I write during season 5 of the official show, and I find it hard to find the balance between being the kindness of the three big engines and also being a bit pompous, says Carl Matthews 8. It's a really good point. It's very hard to find that balance. I would say that Henry is. I would say it's kind of the fact that it's about who he's around. Like, if. I don't know. I think you need to decide which one's the real Henry. Which one is a mask? Is he pretending to be pompous or is he pretending to be kind? And I think he's pretending to be pompous. I think his natural state, if he doesn't catch himself, is being kind and thoughtful and empathizing. Because how can he not? Henry's suffered more than any other engine on the island. He knows how to empathize with somebody, and he has deep empathy. But around Gordon and James, he also feels like he finally is surrounded by characters who think he's powerful and great and deserves to be a big engine, which is what Henry needs to hear, because Henry's deeply insecure. He was a failure, and no one held back on telling him that his whole life. So, of course, he needs to be... That's why he gravitates to big, strong, powerful, pinnacle of steam Gordon. That's why, he gravitates towards him. So I think Henry is usually, it's a performance when he's being pompous. It's him trying to kind of, give off an impression. But it doesn't, it's not the real Henry. The real Henry is a lot more kind and caring and sensitive. And whenever he doesn't act that way, he's putting on a face for Gordon and James. And maybe he acts that way on his own sometimes, but it's usually very obviously like him just pretending to be snooty. And he's kind of just like, not necessarily pretending either, but like kind of trying to convince himself he's like that. But he's not. It's not his natural state of being. And I think you lean into that too. That becomes a plot point. That's kind of the way to make it feel warranted.
What's your favorite season 7 newbie?
My favorite what?
Season 7 newbie. Like, new character.
Oh, definitely Emily. I mean, Emily's like, it's almost unfair to say Emily, because she's like, it's like choosing between all the characters in season 1. You're almost inevitably going to say someone from like the first 7 engines. I think because she's just a main character at this point. But I guess it's an interesting question though, because I only like snooty Emily. I like, Emily who's dangerously close to becoming a queen and is kind of power hungry. I love that Emily. But in season 7, she wasn't quite that. The new series is really what gave Emily her big break. So maybe not Emily for season 7. Murdoch is probably the coolest looking, I'd say. I love Fergus. Just a rule-obsessed engine. It's great.
Do it right.
Do it right. Do it right. From morning till night. Yeah. Dangerously close now. 9 minutes. You're gonna have to entertain for 40 minutes, Bailey. I hope you can handle it.
Yes, same. I may depart myself for like a couple minutes to go to the bathroom, but
And then the audience will be all alone. Whoa, 26. We bumped back up from like 20. How? I am surprised that people want to watch this. I mean, not to insult the audience's tastes, of course, but it's just me rambling largely.
Yeah, it's just us. It's just Lemmy rambling and me playing with cardboard.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I'll hold down the fort, says Flying Scotsman Productions. I can be replacement Lemmy, says Dougie.
Who can you now?
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
What am I gonna eat for dinner?
I love how just like out of context, just like what am I gonna eat?
Yeah. I love Carl's Jr., but I can't because it's COVID and my family's trying to limit how much we go out, which I agree with. I like, I like we have food here, right? We don't have to go out and get fast food. The more we go out and get fast food, the more likely we are to encounter somebody with COVID. So probably not a good idea. Oh well.
Lemmy, for dinner you should eat the souls of the damned and the souls of the innocent as side. Reading the 3460 Studios. I could try.
Lemmy, if you do that, I'm canceling you.
You should if I do that. That's definitely worth canceling. Canceling is a stupid word. Like we just call it anytime the public stops liking a person and starts hating them, we call it canceling. Like we
So,
cancel them. It's not a policy. It's not like a process. There's not like there's not a there's not a secretary of cancellation in the White House. It's like there's it's not a thing. It's just us all getting mad at someone. That happens. And maybe it destroys their career. That also happens. But it's like not.
what do you think of this little guy?
Hold it even closer. You're so small, but it looks amazing from here.
Yeah, like I think it looks pretty convincing.
Oh yes, it does. Oh.
Hi, Lemmy, says Henry number 3 Gaming. Hello, Henry number 3 Gaming.
I'm afraid I'm about to depart in a few minutes, but I'll be back. It's getting real close. 4 minutes away from that family call.
I hope Bailey can hold down the fort while I'm away. Are you gonna bring on guests while you're gone? I should be here for any guests that are on my channel, I think. So no. Wow, 6 hours. Jesus Christ, 6 hours. The last 2 hours I flew by because I was talking about Boko. Christ.
Just call me Boko.
You know what, Boko? I just might.
This modeling stream on my channel.
What?
I know people probably wouldn't watch it because it's my channel, but
What'd you say, Bailey, about your channel?
Like, I wonder what would happen if we did this live stream on my channel. I
I
know,
think we'd get the same results. I mean, I don't think the channel matters. I think it's the people in it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think,
I mean, after all, I didn't even tweet out about this. You did, right? But I'm still seeing the same faces that I usually see in live streams that I'm in. So I'm pretty sure it's not necessarily about who's advertising it.
I guess we just do a good job at doing live streams. I guess we kind of just keep the flow going, but we
Huh?
keep the flow going, but we're productive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not particularly productive. I guess I am though. I mean, I set up this whole layout, so I guess that counts. It's just when assembling doesn't feel like I've accomplished anything. It's like building something is when I feel like I've accomplished something. If I take the same things I have and put them in a different order, it's like they're the same things. But if I actually build and paint something, then that's like a new thing I have. It's a new puzzle piece. But rearranging the puzzle pieces doesn't feel like an accomplishment to me. I know it is though, and I should look at it like an accomplishment. But what are you gonna do? And then there's Hercules, just by himself. Never mind, Hercules. Maybe next year. Okay? I love the okay, the very passive aggressive okay. It's like, all right, well, you have a float next year. Okay? Please? I'm begging you.
Please.
He just doesn't give a shit. He's just like, I don't think so, but please.
I really think the.
Okay. All right, I've got to go. Bailey, hold down the fort or leave for 40 minutes. I don't really care, to be honest. If anyone else wants to come back in 40 minutes or stick around or whatever, it's up to you.
Well, my children, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I may be gone for like 10 minutes, probably only like 10 minutes most. You guys can stay here, you can leave. That is you. But me and Lemmy will be returning when we do, after we do our things. Okay, my children, I am back. I'm not gonna turn on my camera because I'm currently working on music, but I will say I have gotten a lot of work done on my 10 boy. I'll be showing that to you guys very soon. Now, I guess while we're gone, you guys can ask me any questions or anything while Lemmy has attended to his family. Opinion on Sprite Cranberry. Sprite Cranberry is awesome. Stephanie or Ryan? I like Ryan's design more. What do you think of the logistics of trains? Well, I think it's pretty difficult because, you know, if you did go to hell and you were a train, I don't really know what it'd be. I guess just being in the scrapyard. Everybody wants me to join the TWRC. I don't know why. Everybody thinks I would make an awesome member of the TWRC. I mean, maybe I would, I don't know. You guys will have to tell me. Can you do Stephanie's theme? No. Well, actually, let me see if I can. I probably can if I practice hard enough. Let's see. No, that's pretty. It's kind of sucks, but I do got the notes down. Would you making Sony Gauge 1? I probably couldn't, and I'm not saying that because it's difficult. I'm just saying that. Wait, I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. I am back. What do you think of Big World Big Adventures? Yeah, I do. I do think Big World Big Adventures sucks. And that's not to be mean to those folks. Kind of worried about Dougie. Like to see him fall downstairs. Children. Look at the chat about the misspelling. Oh dear. Guys, it doesn't matter. It's just spelling. No one cares.
still 18 people here. My God. Ha, it's Falcon 2D. Yo. Very well. PogChamp in all caps. What is PogChamp? I have no clue what that is. All right. So, I'm only going to be here for a further. In fact, I should probably message Bailey. I'm only going to be here for a further 30 minutes. But 30 minutes is hopefully enough to answer a couple more questions and maybe get some of this godforsaken milk doc done. Okay. All right. I was messaging Bailey to return to the stream, so that's what the sudden black space was about. Lots of he's backs. I was watching another video, then Lemmy just started talking. I guess I was on in the background. Oh my God. Bailey got kicked out like half an hour ago. He's messaging Bailey. It does that when you leave StreamYard. Correct. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm just going to set back to work. If it will stay there. It's very fickle. Your proudest Tugs model you've made? Definitely Blue Nose. He's the best by far. He's the only one that's, I think, actually convincing. Like, you could look at him and maybe not know that it's not the real thing. Apart from Blue Nose being Sea Rogue, and so that would be impossible. But, like, I think he's the most convincing one I've ever done, for sure, by a mile. Lemmy, can you and I do a model making call soon? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we'll see about that. But I have a lot of people to get back to in my Skype messages. So you are not the only one. You know, yeah. Anyone ever notice these doors in the guests? That can only be one train.
We're back. We are back.
Are you in, Bailey?
I am. So, Sam, before you left, would you like me to show you my progress on 10 cents?
Yes, absolutely.
This is what he looks like. I got the eagle up there.
Wow. Hold on. I gotta do a proper solo layout. Yes. Oh, that's really glorious. Look at that.
This little eagle looks like the hardest looking thing to do.
That's excellent, Bailey. That's really good. Wow.
And the door paneling is done. Every single little strip.
Oh my God, the effort.
It doesn't look like much, but once it's painted, it'll look fabulous.
Oh yeah, no, I can see the vision. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I really want to add an eye mechanism and a turning head mechanism to this one, but I don't know.
That would be fantastic.
So, Lemmy, it is now your job to keep people busy, because I'm going to be going back and forward between cooking mushrooms and
Cooking mushrooms, huh?
I kid you not, I'm cooking mushrooms.
Is that what you call it, huh? Cooking mushrooms. Yeah, all right. I see.
Look, Lemmy,
Okay.
look, Lemmy,
All right.
I drive a 1979 VW van.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I'm a hippie, Lemmy. Cut me some slack.
But for real, so I'll be around for the next 24 minutes. So we've got 24 minutes left here. 24 minutes. So we've got to make the most of it.
Yes.
Let's see who's. Wow, Bailey, that's so cool. Says Wooden Railway Edward. So he's loving your 10 cents. Flying Scotsman 4472 said, something that I can't see anymore. What is your advice for wheels for actual model track? What is your advice for wheels for actual model track? What do you mean by that? Like HO? If you're talking about scratch building, then I've never been able to make something that small with flanges that runs on that track. If it's like G scale, I actually have made scratch built wheels that run on G scale track. Like the larger it is, the easier it is to get flanges to work. But with HO, I can't think of anything short of just maybe getting like a really destroyed, beat up lot of like HO or 00 engines, and then just ripping the wheels out of it. Or I feel like it'd be expensive to buy them separately. I don't know. I'm trying to interpret your question best I can. Lemmy, do you game? Not really. No. Let's see. Set 4, is it a remake? Oh, it's for a thing I'm doing hopefully by the end of the year. I don't want to give too much away about it, but it's a really good story. And I'm doing stuff in a generally TV series style lately. So Tidmus Sheds, we got the carriage shed is going to go there, turntable. We're working on the milk dock thing right now that goes over there. So yeah, it's going to be for an original story. And I think it'll be really cool. Because original stories are always my favorite thing to do. Lately I've been trying to kind of search for, what gets me the most excited to work on stuff. And I think right now, replicating the TV series, the thing I fell in love with when I was a kid, is really the thing that's getting me excited. Like, I love the Railway series. I love doing Railway series styled stuff. But this, this is exciting in a whole other way. It's the TV series stuff. So I'm loving it.
I'm back with my mushrooms. No, I kid you not. Let me literally. I cooked mushrooms.
Excellent.
Now, with my mushrooms and hamburger, we shall continue for however many minutes we exist.
Useful Engine 11 asks, wait, is it when you asked us to name 3 characters and you would make a story about them? No, that was like 7 months ago. No, I've gone through like 3 different projects since then. No. At any given moment, you guys should assume you should assume that you can't guess whatever I'm working on, because usually it's I change projects so quickly that it's like unless something comes out, you can't be certain that it's gonna come out. But I do know that I'm working on Tidmouth, and it's kind of cool. So that's something you can enjoy right now. Other than that, I wouldn't get your hopes up.
So let me.
Yes.
Do you think I should get started on painting?
The only thing I would say is that I usually paint in the daytime so I can see the lighting conditions properly.
Yeah, you're right.
Other than that, I would say, anytime.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I have some better conditions. Not to mention, I want to kind of add some more detail, and I want to get the light done.
Right.
Before I start painting up stuff.
There's these little shed doors here, and I think they're supposed to fit perhaps vehicles of some kind. So I made them big enough for like an Elizabeth to go into. I think that would be cool.
These aren't mushrooms. These are shrooms.
Oh my God.
Shrooms.
Don't you just love that everything in like season 2, season 3 was like kind of a cream tan kind of beige color, like all the background buildings, like Tidmouth Sheds, everything in the Tidmouth area is all this same kind of white, yellowish stone. I love it. It's like just such a good neutral background building color. It's really good. Mm-mm.
Let me.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a tweet. Add both of us.
Right.
And then put, if this tweet gets to so and so many likes, Lemmy and Bailey have to do a project together. Not like a project, like a video project. I mean, like a model.
Interesting. The question is, how would we do that? So if we made a single model,
would we have to both assemble different components, or would
We
it
probably
like
would.
how'd that
We
work?
have to plan stuff out.
Right. So like I would build like the whole, you would build something else. That would be really fun. That would be cool. Though I really probably shouldn't take on another project.
Like, if we did do something like that, I would want to do it or start on it at the Magic Railway show so we can have an understanding of what we
Yeah,
want to do.
that would be really cool. I would love to do that.
Just everybody walks in the hotel room, me and you just have like cardboard all over the place, scissors,
Yeah.
tape all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I tried to do that with a few of my friends last year, but it got interrupted pretty easily. But I feel like we could actually stay focused and actually like make something. That would be really cool.
We could seriously get something done.
Yeah, really could. That would be great.
I'll do the tweet. Oh, somebody's already doing it. Well,
Excellent. $18 people still watching. I must be on in the background for a lot of these folks.
a lot of these people stayed the whole time while you were gone. Impressively.
That's really something. Lemmy, can you watch my series? Maybe. Probably. I could put it on in the background or something. Yeah, it's like I tend to not watch a lot of series. But I am trying to watch more fan content lately. So yeah, if I remember to, because I do so much modeling. It's nice to kind of put stuff on in the background and see what people are working on.
This is broken.
So
But I don't really know what we'd make, but I mean, we have a lot of options. I mean, we can make buildings.
yeah, now that we could. That would be there's a lot of really cool things. If we were to make something in person together, and we had a limited amount of time, but we still wanted to make something truly gobsmacking, I wonder what we would do.
I bet you if we work hard enough, we can get a model. We can get one Tugs model done in a day.
I don't think so. No, that's not possible.
Yeah, I was able to get my miniature boomer done, or at least most of the hard work of the main thing done.
yeah. He's literally a hole. He's diesel.
It's a hull and a
Is that what you want?
superstructure and a head and the little part on top of the superstructure. I just have that laying around somewhere, but I finished all that work on it in the span of like a day.
Well, maybe then. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know.
And we'd have like 3 days probably.
What would be fun, Bailey, is this is something we could do, over the internet, fairly, without too much difficulty. Is if we had some sort of competition, where it's like we both have like a week to make, an OJ or something, and we both see what we come up with. Like, that would be pretty great.
That'd be fun. We need to get our materials ready. And I guess we'll just let people vote. Because
Yeah.
like it is kind of controversial. Like a lot of people are like, well, who's better at making models, you or Lemmy? And we've kind of gotten to the point where we're almost even in the terms of our model making skills,
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what people would say. But at the same time, though, I have to say, the competitive nature of it. Like, I like the idea of competing, but if it's just the two of us, it's like it's kind of over and done in a second. Like, it would be neat if it was like a whole bunch of people, like, and then someone takes like first, second, and third prize. But even then, I have kind of a competitive spirit. I like the idea, but when I think about it, it's probably not smart because it's probably just going to do more damage to people's self-esteem than they need. It's like, ultimately, it's a risky concept. Let's say that.
If we did do a competition like that, I would probably buy some Tugs items for the winners.
That would be kind of neat.
Like an Erdl 10 cents and a Tugs book first place.
That would be. I wonder if there's a way to do it so you don't have to rank it. If it's more like, like instead of places, if it's like We have a lot of categories like best. Like
Like best
instead of saying
painting,
overall best, maybe it's like best
best
detailing,
painting,
best
best
shape,
scaling.
yeah, best scaling, best like that sort of stuff, right? Where it's like, it's not as simple as just you lost, this guy won. It's like, it would be a little nicer than that.
I wonder how many people would enter that.
Probably a lot. I think we could really get some stuff stirred up. I really want to, after I'm done with this project, which I may never get done with it, but hopefully I do. If once we get to January, I want to go back to tugs. I miss tugs badly. Like, I gotta get me some tugs again.
Oh yeah, more modeling live streams, guys. We almost died.
Oh, yes.
Also, 3 people have already said we should make a compilation of the best moments from these live streams because some of them are pretty hilarious.
If someone wants to go through and do that, they can.
Yeah, like that.
Nothing stopping you.
Yeah, like you can put it on Twitter, add us, don't do
Yeah.
whatever. Don't show the video of me cutting my finger.
Well, that's your own fault for this X-Acto knife business.
Those X-Acto blades are beautiful, dude.
Beautiful, perhaps, but beautiful but deadly.
Yeah, it's sliced. Do you want me to show you where it sliced my finger? It sliced my finger from here all the way down to here. And every time I flex this finger, it is the most painful thing.
God, awful.
Luckily, it's kind of healed back up a little bit, so.
That's good at least, but Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
In fact, I have a good idea for the tugs competition. The models don't have to be just cardboard. They can be Lego.
Oh, yeah. Open it up. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be cardboard.
We can be even 3D models, I mean,
whatever people want to do. It could be digital. Yeah, it could be whatever. Maybe a greater competition in general. Maybe it doesn't just have to be everybody make a 10 cents. Maybe it's like everybody make tugs art, and then we'll do like a gallery. Where we do a live stream where we go through each and every one. Maybe bring on the people who made their thing and they can show it off. And if people don't want to come on, we can show a picture. That would be really cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be have a miniature art show of tugs.
Yeah, I'd love that. That's the way to do it, I think. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
And we'd have our showpieces. We get to contribute like everybody else. I'd build a new model just for the occasion. Some showstopper like a top hat or something. That'd be good. That would be good.
Somebody just puts in like a meme picture at 10 cents. We just allowed it in. Yeah, yeah, the memes,
exactly.
Guys.
Oh my God. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to do something like that. Yeah, we'll see about that.
I can just imagine imagine Tugs fan build me and you in a parody of Top Gear, but it's cardboard models.
That would be fantastic. Imagine that.
Hey, on cardboard Tugs. Let me cut too far in the cardboard. TC knows nothing about modeling with cardboard. And Bailey, well, his boats get wet.
Oh my God. Got 10 minutes left. 10 minutes until the grand end of the live stream.
The live stream. We've halfway broke your record, Lemmy.
Yeah, we have over 7 hours. No, I suppose 40 minutes of that doesn't count, but still, that's over 7 hours. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
I really wonder if we do like a competition thing, like would we allow turtle tugs that were painted over and stuff? I know that sounds
so yeah. I think that's why the art gallery thing works better, is because it's not so much about we don't have to worry about if it's fair or not, because it's literally just whatever expression people want. People could do 2D drawings or something if they want. They could just do just to get more tug stuff flowing. I think that's really the key.
Yeah, because the tugs fandom is thriving, but the problem with it is that people don't really do it. And that's not to be mean, but kind of goes nowhere with that.
I think what I see is that I think there's a lot of people, and of course, what do I know? I'm just I have no idea what's going on in the community because I'm not on Twitter, right? But what I've seen in past is that there's a lot of people who feel that they'd love to make Tugs models or do Tugs stuff, but they're not skilled enough to do it. And I think this would be a way to open it up and say, hey, give it a shot. Don't hold back.
And
That would
I'm
be
thinking about
really
doing a
good to
live
do.
stream on my own channel where people can just come in, and I'll have the link open, and people can just come in and ask like for advice, and I help them through the way.
Yeah.
And I
That would
think
be
me
cool.
and you should probably start doing that with these modeling live
That would
streams.
be really great. Yeah, if we went person by person and they're like, how do I do this? And it's like, and we explain those little details. And that would be cool.
Yeah.
That would be
We
really
give them
cool.
like 20 minutes each person,
The poor Tugs community archive. I just so neglected that archive. The poor creature. But whenever I get back to Tugs, I'll look at that, and there's either going to be like 30 pending things of kind-hearted people who wanted to donate to it, or there's going to be absolutely nothing except like people saying, "Hey, Lemmy, can I call with you?" And it's like that's not really what this is for. Sorry.
Oh man, do you know how many times somebody has said to me, instead of like commenting on how good my model looks, they're like, "Hey, can I call you?" I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
To be fair, I think a lot of people are, just that's kind of their way of reaching out. They're that's what they think to do is like to, they're more sociable. They're not so much thinking in terms of, messaging first and then calling later. There is kind of not a structure, but like a culture to it where you're kind of supposed to message a little bit. There's kind of an amount of foreplay involved in Skype, and then you can kind of start calling the person.
a lot of people, the only reason people talk to me is for two things: asking to join this live stream. You don't even know how many times people
like
talk
this
to
one.
you. You don't even know how many times somebody's asked me to join this live stream or to talk to you. Secondly, is about how I do tug models. Thirdly, talk to big users, quote.
It's so weird how big users has actually become a legit term that people use. Because it's like exactly the same wording as Thomas. It's like big users, big engines. It's the exact same thing. Like, it's so weird that that's naturally, like, we probably all view the world that way without even realizing it in terms of the big guys and the little guys. Like, that's just how we look at it because of Thomas, which is interesting and vaguely socialist.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Because Audrey's socialist.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
Let's see, 6 minutes left. 6 minutes.
6 minutes left. Let's see how much you can get done in 6 minutes.
Yeah, let's see. It's already starting to take shape, kind of. A little milk doc.
It looks brilliant, man. It looks brilliant. I like how instead of like making the sections different sections, you actually cut it as one big piece.
Yeah, no, I like how it kind of slots on like this. I really like to do that. Like this whole thing just slots right on there. It's cool.
Yeah, it's smooth,
Right. If only I had done more of this today. But what are you gonna do? Okay, let's see.
Lemmy, I'm 13 and I bet I'm taller than you. Yeah, well, I'm 6'5". Try me. And
does it have the key angle I'm looking for, or is it just gonna make me sad? Is that? I don't understand this shot where it reverses orientation, but it helps me a lot. So I'm not gonna look at gift horses now.
I actually think the same thing when I'm looking at Bertha stuff. I'm looking at Bertha and I'm like, why does this shot exist? It's cool, but why?
Right.
It's cool.
Come on, Lizzie. Come on. All right, that'll fit.
Man, Lemmy, you've gotten more work done in this 20 minutes than you have in the entire stream.
I know.
It is incredible how quickly you will move.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like only me deciding actively to like not actually work on it and instead talk to everybody. It's like nuts. I mean, if I just focus, it gets done like that. Like
appropriate amount of likes. Okay, Lemmy, how many likes would you want on that tweet for us to do? How many likes do you think it does?
to do what? For us to build a model together?
Yes, because somebody asked that in the comments.
500.
500 likes.
Yep.
I won't get them. That's the
right.
best part.
Those are my terms.
If it gets to 500 likes, I will actually be impressed enough to do a model. I will.
I know, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of why I started.
if it does, I doubt it will, but if it does,
that would be kind of great.
I wonder if PC fan Bills would actually come over to the States to do a video with us.
That would be really great.
Yeah, I think we'd all do pretty good together because we understand the models, you know.
Yeah, no, there's like kind of a certain like language about tugs models that only people who build them understand. Where it's like, you know, the idea of just talking about like how narrow the hole is, or like talking about like the you know boat deck thing, or talking about like you know the way the wheelhouses are proportioned, like that stuff like that, right? It's just we all immediately know like what the important factors are in a tugs model, which is cool. It's like nice to talk to people who like kind of think of it in that ilk.
Yeah, it's good to have people who understand that, and it's not bad to the people who don't. It's just that when I'm trying to explain tugs models, it's difficult to do with anybody besides you and TC Tug and TC. That's
Right.
And that's not to be me. It's just like I rather. How do I describe this? It's like my car. Like a lot of people ask me questions, but I like talking to people like that know about it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's like it's a relatability thing. Also, it is 6:28, so I think in 2 minutes I've got to gotta go. So let's see, what are people saying?
What are people saying?
Been streaming for hours. You mentally okay? No, just have a lot of time on our hands is all.
Yeah.
What do you guys prefer? The Adventure Begins or So Does Legend of Lost Treasure? The Adventure Begins, but it's kind of unfair. It's like The Adventure Begins is just so amazing. Because it's just it's childhood, you know, nostalgia, and it's done really well. But it's like it's got that going for it. Nothing else does. So, you know. All right. I think we're about to reach the end of our journey. I will proudly put this where it goes on the layout. There it is over there. See, that's if you've been confused the whole time what that building is, it's that. So there you go. Okay. And I think we're about to hit 6:30. So we're about to get to 8 hours, but I have to go. All right. So it's been a pleasure, everybody. I'm actually going to stream again pretty soon. So unless I don't, but I'm pretty sure I will. So without further ado, this has been me and Bailey's modeling stream. Hopefully we do another one of these before too long, but you know what that means with me. Oh, Bailey's out. He's got kicked out.
Hello, everybody, and as Lemmy just said, I hope you guys enjoy our modeling streams. We probably will have more of these in the future as people enjoy these, hopefully.
Yeah, right. All right, I really gotta go. But it's been a blast. So see you, Bailey. It's been a lot of fun.
See you,
everybody. And without further ado, this has been the stream. All right, see you, everybody.
Bye, everybody.